Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing is to be aware of is well, I don't know about the rest of you, but it was a sharp intake of breath from me. Although I wasn't on air when Joe Root scampered that single and there was the run out chance. Certainly at full speed, I thought he was in trouble. As it turned out, he wasn't. And it was quite instructive, the fact that he went up, while we were waiting for the review, he went up to the gaggle of Indian cricketers and he actually asked them, I'm guessing this from the response that he got from the Indian fielders, he actually asked them whether it was a direct hit or whether it was knocked onto the stumps by Ashwin. And he seemed, once he knew, as Ashwin told him that he'd knocked it on, once he knew that, he seemed quite happy. But I mean, if England had lost Root in that manner, you can imagine the mood in the dressing room would have been absolutely catastrophic, I would imagine. Annie's here! Annie! Hello, Annie! Hello!
Hello!
I wasn't able to be on with you last time, was I? But
No.
Today we have met.
You hid from me last time, I think.
Actually, yeah. You intimidate me, Annie.
Good. That's what I like to hear.
Well, have you seen anything this morning, Annie? Have you seen any of it, or have you just?
Yes, I have.
Got up.
No, I bloody well woke up anyway, didn't I?
Well, you had to, didn't you? You couldn't come on at lunchtime and not know the score, could you? Because it was just, you could have woken up and found England were 33 for 8 or something ridiculous like that, and that would have just spoiled your whole day, wouldn't it?
Well, let's face it, Rory's shot wasn't great, was it? It didn't really add to the day.
No, I think Alistair Cook was making the point on Channel 4 that, you've got to be patient in India. You've got to, and okay, we know that shot is played and utilised a lot more by players these days, and we know that a lot of the players play it really well. But at that stage, he'd been batting so well.
There was no need for it, was there?
Not really.
Was no need for it.
Not really. I mean, if you're trying to impose yourself on the spinners, yes, fair enough. But I don't think England are going to win in India by imposing themselves on the spinners.
No, and he just hit a really nice 4, hadn't he? So it wasn't like there was a boundary needed in the over or anything. So.
No, indeed not. Now, Bear, I've sent you a message on email. Can you respond to that and sort that out? That's just a little bit of housekeeping on the Gorilla Cricket front. We're just waiting for the second session to start. England are 67 for 2 if you're just getting up, like Annie. And,
no, I've been up for a while.
Actually, I sent Tony a WhatsApp message earlier this morning asking him to do something, and he said he was still in bed. So he had the Bear and Messages in bed with him.
Oh,
I beg your pardon.
I'm not sure how Mrs. Bishop was putting up with that, but obviously she had to.
A bit crowded.
Yeah, very crowded indeed, absolutely.
I think there's a programme in that, actually.
It could well be, actually. Yeah, I mean, everything else has been done in reality TV, but not listening to cricket commentary under the blankets. Now that is a whole new one.
Yeah.
We seem to be a bit late out for some reason. By my reckoning, we should have been out 2 minutes ago, but we don't seem to be.
They were 4 minutes late finishing.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of the review.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Okay. Fair enough. Yes. So what have England got to do in this second session, Messi?
I know it's a very hackneyed phrase, but knuckle down. I mean, I think Sibley's got the right idea. Don't worry about how many runs you're scoring. Just be there. And if Root's there, he scores runs, whether he's trying to or not. They count. So just survive. Isn't this the sort of place where you pay $1 billion for another Pujara to be playing for England?
Well, possibly, but I think England have to look at batting until half an hour after tea tomorrow. That is the only way they're going to win a match like this. They've got to use up time. It's not just about getting the runs here. It's allowing that pitch to deteriorate. And if they get a really good first innings score and they can bat long enough, maybe, just maybe, if their spinners bowl well, they can cause India some problems. Anyway, the second session is about to begin. Dominic Sibley, 26 not out, batted for 96 balls, hit just the 3 boundaries. He will be facing first after lunch, I think, or is it going to be Root? No, it's going to be Root. It's going to be Root. Dominic Sibley, 26 not out, batted for 96 balls. I'm getting myself on feedback there.
I am
Annie.
sorry. Yeah, sorry. I've sorted that now. I thought you wanted to hear yourself again.
I did. I just want to show it was going out well. Bumrah will bowl the first ball after the break. In his usual idiosyncratic style, he's into Root outside the off stump, and the ball is allowed to pass through to the keeper. Shall we jingle everyone up then, the Bear?
Yeah, well, you just talked over Dominic Sibley, so that's all right.
But I didn't hear it. Didn't hear a word of it.
So there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
And now the Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
I think the only way we can deal with this, Bear, is you need to get a piece of paper, and you need to hold it up with Jingle written on it while it's playing. Bumrah 1 for 17. He got rid of Dan Lawrence, and we should talk about Dan Lawrence batting at number 3, outside the off stump, defended by Root into the covers. He holds up his bat to say no to his partner, and there is no run. I saw a stat during tea. Dan Lawrence has not batted at number 3 since 2017. Isn't it asking a bit much of a man who's only playing his 3rd test to bat in an unnatural position?
Yeah, and how did he do in 2017 in...
I'm going to have to go back to come back to you on that one. It was a stat from Andy Zaltzman earlier that I saw, and I didn't register that much of it. Only the fact that batting at 3 was not something that he did very often.
Yeah, he's been put out to dry by Crawley and by Burns, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing if Crawley was fit, he wouldn't have played. So, curious one. Bumrah, just one slip, very wide, and the ball dies on its way through to Rishabh Pant, who fails to take it cleanly anyway. And there is again no run. Yes, I mean we've been through this with Root before, haven't we?
So
about who's put up as the man to be sacrificed on the altar of Root. At the moment it's Dan Lawrence, seemingly.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely. I think there are times when I understand Root wanting to bat at 4, but there are times when he just can't be that selfish.
No, I agree. Bumrah in again, bowls to Root. Root defends. Probing delivery on or outside the line of off stump, up to mid on, and there is no run. Have we got any more tweets since
yes, Martin Lawrence is perplexed that you're intimidated by the kindest person ever in NHA.
No, I'm not really intimidated,
but Leah says she also tends to get that you intimidate me stuff a lot. Maybe it's because I'm 1.9 meters tall and of a generally cynical disposition.
Oh yes, I'm very much intimidated by anyone that much taller than me. Defended into the onside by Root. To mid-wicket, there is no run. Root has 4, Sibley has 26.
Knuckles says he saw a stat saying it was only the 8th time Rory Burns has played a reverse sweep in Test cricket. It's not an issue playing the shot if you've mastered it, but it wasn't part of the game plan.
And so unnecessary.
The conversation with the coaches, yeah.
Yep. Bumrah into Root. Root's going to get a single here as he pushes into a gap on the offside, and that'll do. That will keep him the strike for the second over of the afternoon. England 68 for 2. Messi.
Well, Leah's commenting on some exciting news that she's looking forward to hearing Knackle talking with Emily Rainford Brent at tea time in the recording we're going to be playing then, which is great.
Did you call her Emily?
Ebony. I'm sorry. I've done that before. I don't know what's wrong with me.
I always get Emmeline Pankhurst. I always call her Emily as well. So it does happen. Ashwin's going to continue, and he's got a jingle that hopefully goes like this.
Faced up against the spin, try to cover drive, and there they go again. I'm out LB to Ashwin.
Well, he's going to be coming in from the Anna Pavilion end, which is where proceedings started this morning. He's just rubbing that ball down the back of his thigh and fixing it between the fingers. And he'll be coming over the wicket to bowl to Root. Root is forward in defence, flattish delivery. And the bowler does his own fielding. There is a man at leg slip and an orthodox slip as well. They're the only two men in catching positions. He's in again. Root is forward. There is a semblance of turn, but he covers the spin quite easily. And Rishabh comes from behind the stumps to do the fielding. And Root settles down again. As Ashwin fires in one much quicker. This time he goes onto the back foot as Root did so well in Sri Lanka and just guides this into the offside. And there is no run. Is that the sea? Is that the sea?
It is.
Yes, it is.
It is. It's another tiny little ground on a roundabout by the beach. A little bit of drift there from Ashwin, but dealt with well by Root, who steers it up to mid-off and runs through for the single. He goes to 6. England 69 for 2.
Are there black armbands for Captain Tom, do we think? Or
Captain Sir Tom, or Sir Captain Tom. I'm not sure which round it is.
Are they for him, or I don't know?
Yes, they are.
They are.
They are, yes. Yes, indeed.
I think he's been promoted to Major Tom.
Well,
Yay!
I'm sure we haven't done that joke before. But it's worth hearing again. Sibley will face his first ball after lunch. He's batted very well for 26. An extra fielder comes in at short square leg for him. And once more, it's quite flat from Ashwin and defended to the straighter of the two men close in on the leg side.
This is perfect for Sibley's patient batting, isn't it?
Well, it is, and I think he's taken immense confidence from that Sri Lanka innings.
Yeah.
This is really quick through the air from Ashwin. I didn't see how quick, because it didn't come up on the screen, but he's definitely firing in it at the moment. Defended. End of the over, England 69 for 2. Messi.
So, hello to Udit Raj, who's joined us on YouTube. And Mog is with us. He says, I was away for an hour or so, and upon my return, can you imagine how surprised I was to see Hendo's predictions of utter doom had not yet come to pass? Yet.
I don't know. I think it was pretty doom laden. I mean, considering the first hour and a half was, I was almost getting a little bit bored with how.
No, it was proper Test cricket. They were playing
Yes.
properly.
They were. No, you're absolutely right, Annie. But you know, it just seemed a little bit too easy for the batsman. Anyway, Bumrah is in, bowls to Root. He's got a man on Hayden now, which is the position very close to the non-striker, or where the non-striker is trying to back up. We call it the on Hayden because I think it was Matthew Hoggard who positioned a man for him there way back in the early 2000s.
Oh, ancient history, that.
Ancient history, I know, it's frightening, isn't it? Frightening.
It is, yeah.
How young we were then, Annie.
Oh, I know.
What happened to us?
We grew up.
We grew up, we did, it's true. Here's a Bumrah, who's growing up very nicely as a fast bowler. And there is swing there. And Root has to get right onto the front foot, defend that with bat very close to pad. Looks like Bumrah is in a hurry to get back to his mark, to get another delivery in. He's maybe just trying to hurry Root up, not give him time to just relax between deliveries.
Root should be wearing gold, shouldn't he? Fully gold lame.
What, for his 100th test?
Yeah, I think that should be what happened.
Well, that's a very good idea. I think it's something to put to the ECB next time he talks.
Yes.
He's in again, full, clipped off the legs, but he's got a man at square leg, very close to a mid-wicket. There's not much of a gap between those two men. And we've also got the on Hayden, as I said. So an interesting leg side field for Joe Root. And that may be a plan that they want to get him to clip off his legs, maybe not lose control a little bit over that shot. Sometimes batsmen do, just overbalance slightly and chip it in the air. So he might be looking for that as a way of getting through Root's defences. Anyway, he's on his way again, on the gallop, in, bowls to Root. Root dabs this to Gully, and once again holds the bat up to say to Sibley, no, there's no run there. And the score remains 69 for 2. Messi.
Mog says, how fucked is the British system that a 100-year-old man has to shuffle up and down his miserable little backyard to raise money for your fucking health service. R.I.P. Sir Captain Tom.
Well, my mum is confused. My mum, who is 91, is confused by this advert which says protect the NHS, save lives, because she says, isn't it the NHS that's supposed to be protecting us? I have to explain to her that actually, yes, that is true, but in the circumstances, as this is dabbed to Gully again, at the moment we all have a duty to try and stay out of hospital.
Nothing wrong with your mum's mind, is there?
No. If I'm that good at 91, well, I won't even get to 91. I'll have disappeared under a pile of newspapers and pastries.
You gotta go.
You gotta go. That's the way to go. Under a pile of newspapers and pastries. That will be written on my tomb.
Yes.
If I get a tomb. I mean, how do you go about getting a tomb?
Well, that's the thing. You're on your tomb. It'll probably say, "I won't even bloody get a tomb."
Yeah, exactly. And then someone said, "We proved you wrong." Short and way down the leg side from Bumrah. Just trying something different towards the end of the over. It's given us a wide, in fact. And England will take that. They go into the 70s. 70 for 2. Root
That's
has
a
6, Simply
T20
26.
wide. That's never a test match wide.
I tell you what that was, Messages. That was an Andrew Tye wide to James Vince on 98 not out.
Oh, yeah, maybe I misread it. It was way over his head. I didn't realise how high that was.
Yeah, I was going to say, if that's not wide, Messi.
Well, I tell you what,
sorry about that.
the umpire should have refused to give it.
Yeah, I reckon that's exactly right. You know, they had 3 overs to go or something. If they were ever going to make a mistake, that was it.
Bumrah.
That was a no ball as well.
Oh, there's swing there. There is swing definitely now. Is it reverse? We'll try and get a look up at the ball a bit more closely when we get a slow motion replay to see whether he's getting reverse already after 30 overs. Anyway, that's the end of that over. England are 70
given
for
a
2.
no ball.
And Root has 6, Sibley 26.
And Neil Franklin says Joe looks very serious, grim, jaw set today. I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or not. I think he looks actually really pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
Mog carries on. Anyway, the chances of the NHS actually getting the merest whiff of that money is absolutely zero.
Well, there is that, Mog.
Yeah. Well, you know, I'm not going out until at the earliest September. I've decided.
This is perfect for you, isn't it?
It is really, as long as there's cricket. Ashwin starts a new over, played on the front foot by Sibley to the man at forward short leg, and there is no run.
It's interesting, you know, there's been a lot of criticism of Australia for pulling out of the South African tour. And yet I look at it and I think you couldn't pay me £1 million to go to South Africa or England at the moment, whether it's play cricket or anything.
Whipped away by Sibley. Past a man diving at mid-wicket. He couldn't stop it, so they're going to get through for 2.
I think the point is, though, that they did manage to play England and India.
Yes. I mean, that's rather than UAE, you mean?
Yes.
We played England in England at a time when the rate in England and in Australia was the same.
Yeah.
Defended again to the man at short leg. The thing is, though, I mean, I agree with you, Messi, but Australia have got form on this, haven't they, really? I mean, they must be the nation that's pulled out of the most test series in history.
I think that's true, yeah.
I mean, if you think back to the great Ashes of 2005, there was even doubt then, wasn't there, after the horror of 7-7, that they weren't going to come over and play that Ashes.
Yeah, God, yeah.
Anyway,
Forgotten that.
Here comes Ashwin, throws it up, and just reaching for it a little bit there. Sibley feeling for it.
Just imagine if the 2005 Ashes hadn't gone ahead.
I know. Well, just actually, if the 2005 Ashes hadn't gone ahead, we probably wouldn't still have to be listening to Michael Vaughan. Defended to mid-wicket by Sibley, and there is no run.
Why didn't Australia pull out?
Exactly. See what you've done, Messi.
I'm sorry about that.
In comes Ashwin to complete his 12th over, and that's nicely played by Sibley. He really opened the face of the bat there and aimed it away into the offside. Played it pleasantly enough. 72-4-2. Messers.
Yeah, so Mayank says, don't worry, Gorilla Hendo, there's so much cricket until September you could overdose on it. Neil Franklin says, the Bullingdon Club don't give a fuck about us, they just want to save money.
True.
Mog says, just ask Bangladesh, Zimbabwe and Afghanistan how great it is to play Australia.
Oh, yes, well, they just said to Afghanistan, you can't come to Australia, basically, didn't they? Earlier this year? Or where are we? We're in February, late last year.
Yeah. And Leah says, does anyone remember that last year when we said that Australia being docked 4 points didn't matter in the grand scheme of things? Good times. Because it means now that New Zealand have definitely qualified for the World Test Championship.
Yep, indeed. Bumrah is going to start a new over. I have to tell you something that will get the bear extraordinarily excited. This is flicked away behind square leg, and I'll tell you why he's going to be excited as they come back for the second. He has got not just one mid-wicket, not two mid-wickets, but he has got 3 mid-wickets. There are 3 mid-wickets for Joe Root. The bear is celebrating. He's never been quite as happy as he is now. And the thing is, Bear, Root still got a single. Answer me that then. Answer me that. Bumrah then will continue. 74-2. If you're just joining us, you're listening to Gorilla Cricket. I think you are anyway. That's what I'm doing. Bumrah is in. Bowls to Root, and Root defends with the angle of the ball. Coming in from into his leg stump, he plays it to the man, or one of the many, or one of the triumvirates of mid wickets.
I want to tell you something.
Have you forgotten it?
No.
Go on,
I
tell me.
you something? Okay.
Yes, of course you can.
I spoke to Lord Botham last night.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you now?
Yeah.
You get all the exclusives, don't you?
Oh God, no.
And it's our new Katie in terms of name dropping.
Ever since we'd allowed her to meet Gary Sobers. Anyway, here is Bumrah. Bowles defended again to one of, I think, just 2 mid wickets now, and there is no run. Why were you talking to Lord
Yeah,
Botham?
I better put that in context. Really, I was on a Zoom event with the world's best cricket club thing that Simon Hughes runs.
The world's best cricket club book.
No, the world's best cricket club, I think it's called. And
What is it? Some sort of podcast?
Yeah.
Okay. Bumrah is in. Bowls to Root. Oh, I think he tried to take that one away from Root this time, but Root covers up in defence, pushes to mid-off. So you didn't have him all to yourself?
No, exactly. So I was just trying to big it up a little bit. No, he had Ian Botham on, and then I did ask him a question then.
What did you ask him? I
asked him whether he went to sleep with the pork pie.
What? It's the obvious question to ask him. I understand that. But you asked him, does he go to bed with a pork pie? Flicked away past the multitude of mid-wickets by Root. One of them chases after it, and they're going to get back for 3. Good running there from Sibley, who takes evasive action as the ball almost clocks him on its return. England would do 77-2. I think
Gorilla Cricket is so proud of you, Annie.
Of course, that's the question you're going to ask him.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, it's so obvious. I mean, couldn't you come up with something a little bit more left field, Annie? So, I mean, we have to get to the bottom of this. We have to get to the bottom of this.
Okay, it was actually a slightly longer question than that.
But it did involve pork pies.
It did involve. It was a question that Bumble asked me to ask him.
Oh, right, okay, we'll come back to this. Last ball of the over. Tell us more in the break between overs. Here comes Bumrah. Bowls to Sibley. Sibley clips to the squarer of the 2 mid-wickets. And there is no run. That's the end of the over. 77-2. Tell us more, Annie.
Right. Okay, he asked me to ask him, is it true that when he was captain of Somerset, did he toss up on the balcony, bat first, and then go to sleep with a pork pie? And apparently he did.
He tossed up on the balcony?
Yeah. And into bat, put them into bat, and went to sleep with a pork pie.
Oh dear! And
there
even
you
if
are.
even if it wasn't true, just asking the question really makes it true, doesn't it?
So, and what was did both of them say anything more than simply yes in response?
But not immediately. He said yes. And so
Oh.
I had to say why.
So you had to ask, can you be a bit more explicit?
He was tired. He needed
Well, I
something
understand.
to eat.
Well, I suppose so. Ashwin will continue. 1 for 34 from 12 overs. He's in. Bowls to Root. Root goes back and defends from the crease very watchfully. The ball kept a little bit low. And,
Mog's not impressed. He says, "Lord, both of them. Bah, come back when you talk to an important cricketer like Edo Branches or Jason Frazier."
yes, indeed.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. Root has 11. Sibley has 28. Oh, what sort of a shot was that from Root? It was way outside the off stump. And he decided to play some horrible little dab shot at the last minute. Could so easily have got a little edge through to the keeper. Not saying that Pant would have caught it. Well, that was horrible, Rooty. That is just awful. It comes down the wicket, and again he gets himself in an awkward position. He was looking to steer this into the onside, but he got a little bit of a leading edge. We saw him do that in the first session as well when he'd just come into bat, just chip one a little bit up in the offside. But again, he's not being given anything to sweep. Let's put it that way.
Exactly. I was just thinking he needs his broom, doesn't he? Really?
Yeah, he does. He
yeah.
does. In comes Ashwin again. Root is forward, waiting for this one, which was flighted a bit more delicately.
It's almost like India saw him playing in Sri Lanka.
It's almost as if
Isn't it?
India
Yeah.
had done some homework,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah. Yes, that could be a worry. Anyway, Root settles down again, waits for Ashwin, goes onto the back foot and plays this out to the offside. Rishabh Pant does the fielding.
The bin men have arrived here.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Signs of life in
Oh,
downtown
yes.
Exeter.
One of the bin men waved at me.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
They'd be doing very well if they waved at me because I'm upstairs. Onto the back foot goes Root, defends all the way back to Ashwin, and that is the end of a maiden over. England 77 for 2. Messi.
well, before we go on, I just want to comment on something that Star Sports India have done, which we've been asking for several years, which is they have, when they do a replay, they do this radical thing of saying replay.
Oh, glorious. Well, apparently, you know what it is? I reckon it's from higher ups, isn't it? Because basically, Lloydie or Bumble and Agnew got done by that a couple of times in their own commentary of the Sri Lanka series.
Yeah.
I think, despite the fact that I've been calling for this for about 11 years, finally someone of importance has said it, and the powers have reacted.
Oh, it's brilliant. Leah says, I mean, we can't have scary brown people beating Australia at home without there being a lucrative broadcasting deal for CA in it. Now, can we? And Mayank says of Annie's question to his lordship, that's the $1 million question. Can't believe you didn't record it, and his reply about it.
Well, it is recorded. I think it's all on recorded on the Patreon site or whatever. So
Okay, jolly good. We've got to change to bowling. The Bear will leap into action and play a jingle. Bumrah is coming off, and back into the attack comes Ishant Sharma.
Ishant Sharma's gonna get you, gonna look you right in the face. Better get yourself together, darling. Learn how to play pace.
Here comes Ishant, then past the umpire, bowls to Sibley, who gets in behind this one, plays it down into the ground. It runs to the man in the on Hayden position, and there is no run.
it's lovely to have that jingle back again.
I like that jingle.
I love that jingle.
Yeah, it is a good one, isn't it? Didn't he have another good one? One about his teeth. That wasn't so. That wasn't so nice, was it? I mean, we shouldn't talk about people's teeth and mouths like we do with Trent Bolt. It's not fair.
Doesn't stop us.
Doesn't stop us, but you know.
We talk about quite a lot of features about people.
Yeah, we do. I think we should phase that out. I think we should
Yeah.
phase that out of Gorilla. Yeah, I mean, it's not really on message, is it?
Oh, that's a shame.
Sharma bowls again. Sibley gets in behind it to Plays it down into the ground. It bounces high to one of the mid wickets, and again no run.
So you think
77
it's
for 2.
it's
Sorry,
body
Matthew.
shaming or objectification, do you?
It is really, isn't it? It is really. And you know who it started with?
All my knees are fucked.
No, it started with Norcross. You know, picking up the fact that
yes.
picking up the fact that that Trent Bolt had a tiny mouth.
Yes,
Um,
yes.
I mean, he's no man to talk, is he?
What? He hasn't got a tiny mouth.
No, he hasn't got a tiny mouth.
No.
No, that's true. He's got a very he's got a very active mouth. It comes out of it. Yeah, that way. In comes Ishant Sharma outside the off stump. Oh, it rose a little bit more than Sibley was expecting. I think he wanted to unleash a cut shot at one point. In the end, had to play with a straighter bat into the covers, and there is no run. Kohli has gone to rub shoulders with Root. He's saying to Rooty, "You're not going to get back in that big 4, you know. It's not going to happen. You can get
we're
as
not
many
going to give
double
you
unders
any
as you
sweep
want."
shots.
No, you're not going to do it. I'm afraid. And Root just giggles as he normally does. That's the great thing about Rooty, isn't it? How much he giggles.
He does. He's a great giggler.
He is a fantastic giggler.
I love
Anyway.
this Sibley's 28 off 108 balls.
Oh, magnificent. That's proper cricket.
Proper.
In comes Ishant Sharma, bowls to him again, looking for some in-swing. Gets a little bit of it, defended to Kohli, and there is no run.
Anna Forsyth is with us. Hello, Anna. I know Sibley's trimmed down and Root's batting strength is looking great right now, but when they bump gloves, I can't help think Dom could snap Joe in half like a twig.
She's very imaginative, is Anna. She came up with another really good point about. I think I said something along the lines of how Josh Butler was staring at his biceps at one point while he was waiting to bat, and she said if she had Josh Butler's biceps, she'd look at them a lot. And I suppose that's true. It's a fair point.
I'd look at them a lot anyway.
Oh, but it's probably do. Yes, this is flicked by Sibley to deep square leg, who's coming off the boundary, about 15 or 20 yards. They take the single, and England move to 78 for 2.
Yeah,
Knackle's got a list for us of Marcus Trescothick, Graham Gooch, David Gower, Ian Bell, Garfield Sobers, Ian Botham, and Jack Russell. Quite the top 7 for the NHA interview 11.
Well, actually, it's a very good point. We should have the Annie Cave interview 11 versus the Katie Scott Katie Walker name dropping 11. That would be.
I interviewed Ryan Sidebottom last week as well.
Did you?
Oh, there you go.
Which Ryan Sidebottom? The new one or the old one?
The lovely one.
And you got Dizzy Gillespie in there too.
Oh
haven't you?
yeah.
Sharma bowls. Oh, now that just nibbled back off the pitch from outside off stump. Sibley had decided to leave. Might have been a little bit worried by that. In fact, it was Root. And that is the end of the over. More tweets.
So Mogg says if we can't criticise players and their jingles, I'm probably going to have to retire.
Yeah, fair point. Well,
We're probably at changeover time, are we not?
We are in changeover time, yes. Rob Sutton should be coming on to take over. I was enjoying myself so much that I completely forgot and went past. I'll be back a little bit later. You'll be left in the comfortable hands of Rob Sutton, Nestle Boy, and the Bear.
Well, yeah, I was just going to give you my name drop 11.
Go on then.
Well, we've got Sonny Gavaskar, Capel Dev, Steve Wall, Robin Smith, Curtly Ambrose, Colin Croft, to name a few. Clive Lloyd, of course. There's 7.
Clive Lloyd will have to be captain for your team, Bear, after your exertions during the World Cup.
Well, absolutely.
Morning, everyone.
Do you want to turn your mic down a fraction? You're very loud.
I will.
Just a bit.
Bear with me. Is that any better?
Oh, that's a little bit better, yeah.
There we go. I'm over exuberance this morning.
It is early.
As Ashwin bowls and all that beats Sibley. That was an absolute beauty from Ashwin. Sibley did not have much clue with that one, and it's gone through to the keeper, and there's no run.
It just went straight across him, didn't it?
It has.
Didn't turn one jot.
Pitched on. Sibley's come forward in typical Sibley fashion. I quite like this bowling around the wicket to Sibley. I think it's a good line of attack. Not if he bowls like that, though, which is well outside the leg stump and would have been a wide in one-day cricket. But yeah, he's done all right so far as Sibley.
He has.
And he goes back. Oh, he's had a go at that one. I very nearly put the commentator's curse on him there, because he's gone back and missed a cut shot there and taken by Pant.
That'd have been 3 out of 3 this morning, because
Yeah,
we all did the first 2.
Yeah. Guerrilla cricket going for the 10-for as Sibley defends the next one from Ashwin. And he flicks it away with his bat as well to give it to the fielder. And there's no run.
Sibley's kind of England's Shea Pajara, isn't he?
He is, yeah. It's a big test of the newfound audience on free-to-air television, this knock. But he comes down the pitch and he's flipped that away past the many fielders who were in close. And Sibley moves to 30 with that single. And it's 79 for 2. You were absolutely thrilled there to see all the various mid-wickets in the previous over from or earlier in the session to Joe Root.
Absolutely.
All 3 of them. I don't know what a gaggle of mid-wickets is called. Mate,
I have no idea, but it was good. But the skill of Joe Root was he missed them all and got it out into the outfield.
Absolutely. He comes forward to the last ball of the over, and there is no run. So 79 for 2, Root 11, Sibley 30. Should we have some tweets, Nestlers?
Indeed. Leia says, I appreciate Ishant being a world-class bowler over the last few years, but right now I take him getting 7 for 74 with absolute short filth. Knuckles says, did Hendo just say that Rob has comfortable hands?
I don't know.
Well, if you're watching us, those are the comfortable hands.
Well, he did say earlier he wondered how he gets a tune. I mean, that's classic Gorilla Hendo there.
It's going to be Sharma to continue.
If you know how to get hold of a tune, please let us know, and we'll pass it on to Hendo. I have no idea how you qualify for a tune.
I assume you've got to have loads of cash and buy one, haven't you?
Have you?
I assume so. Yeah. As Ishant bowls to Sibley, who turns this away in typical Sibley style to leg, and it's fielded by Gill on the boundary, and they take a single. Sibley goes to 31.
We could always bury him in a big mound on a sort of bit of a patch of grass somewhere in London, couldn't we? Like an ancient sort of,
What were those things called? There's a load of them around Barrows, aren't they? There's a load of them around by Stonehenge and stuff.
Well, Sutton Hoo, like the film The Dig. We could put him in one of those, couldn't we?
I think this might be a no ball from Ishant.
I think you're right.
Well, I think so.
I'm not sure if they're checking. No, it's been given a no ball, so that's another run to the total. Tight one though.
Yeah, very tight.
But they are calling those these days, with the third umpire now getting involved. Sibley, that came off the bottom, sort of under edge of his bat from Root. Wasn't that close to the stumps, I don't think, but a hairy moment potentially there for Joe Root. They've got Virat Kohli is fielding almost sort of where the non-striker is standing, very square position. You do see that quite often to Joe Root. India used it in the World Cup game that these two played in 2019. He does like some funky fields, doesn't he, Virat?
Yeah, he does like a bit of a funky field.
As Ishant comes in, bowls, Root goes back and across, and there's no run. And there is Kohli doing the fielding in that unorthodox position.
Well, it's on Hayden.
On Hayden.
Are they getting a bit of reverse here?
Well, I think there was
certainly
a hint of it, I thought, from Bumrah in that spell he bowled since lunch.
Yeah. That one seemed to come in as well.
Yeah. But how many overs have we had? Wait for it to flip. Well, we're into the 36th over of the day, so yeah, possibly starting to come into play now.
Presumably the pitch is very dry and it will rough out, and the ball looks pretty shagged already. But the seam looks okay with its new ball with a new seam.
Yes, it does. As next delivery is down the leg side from Sharma, and Root did go after it but missed it. Pant fields it, prevents any sort of extras or anything like that. I don't think we've had a boundary since the lunch interval.
76 balls and 53 minutes according to the screen.
According to the screen, so yes, we've not had an hour's play since lunch, so
I think there was a little bit of bat on that one down the leg side.
There
well,
was.
wasn't there? Yeah.
yes, he did. It did. I thought it would flick the pad rather than the bat, but I think it has flicked the bat. It didn't carry to the wicket keeper, so it can't go down as a chance. But there's definitely a bit of focus on the ball. So yeah, you're right, Bear. The seam has held up as Ishant bowls, and that was more orthodox defensive shot from Root, and there's no run. That shot he plays a lot of on the walk.
Yeah, they've got to settle down here a bit after lunch, haven't they? I mean, and the bowlers, the Root seems a bit skittish.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Although you kind of feel with Root, it always can be.
Yeah, true.
He's a classic busy cricketer.
Yeah, I'd like to see him face Nadeem. I think he'll have a bit of fun with him. I think the sweep might come out for him. I'm not sure he'll have the control that Ashwin has.
Yes, but I think playing the sweep to Ashwin is very different to what he faced in the Sri Lanka series.
Yeah.
As Ishant Sharma starts again, bowls to Root.
Wow.
Oh, that's close. And might have been a bit high, possibly. Root's laughed off the appeal. India are discussing whether they're going to take a look at this or not. I don't think they'll bother, and they won't.
I think it was going down as well. It seemed to go quite late. I think there is a bit of in-swing here, whether it's reverse or in-swing. The ball is definitely doing stuff. And that seemed to be shaped late to go down, possibly leg side. May have clipped leg, but the umpire gave it non-out in the review. Probably wouldn't have helped India there, but worrying times for England. Suddenly the ball's doing stuff.
It is, yeah. It is. Let's have a look again on the replay.
It's high.
Yes, probably a bit high there. That LBW to Root. I reckon you're looking at umpire's call and not losing your review at best there if they had looked at it, but they didn't bother. And here's the last ball of the over, which Root drives back down the ground, and there's no run. That was a good over from Sharma, and it's 81 for 2.
Mitty says things you expect to hear on Guerrilla Cricket number 251. I asked Lord Botham if he slept with a pork pie. Yeah. Nitin Majard says, so I am so waiting for the English bowling so I can say Leach draws first blood. El Chopanos is with us, says, yeah, Joe Sweetener. Adrian Lowe says 252 things you expect to hear, tossed on the balcony. And Leia says Babar Azam, in a funny way to spell Laura Woolvart, I have to say. Quite sure what that one's about.
I'm not sure what that one's about either.
The new over from Ashwin. He's continuing round the wicket to Sibley, who just goes back and across, and there's no run. Well, the Pakistan-South Africa test is ongoing. And I think the women are playing as well in South Africa, and the men are playing in Pakistan. As Sibley turns the next one away to leg, and there's no run. Babar Azam got 77. He was about 70 odd not out overnight, but he was out for 77 in that game. Pakistan are 221 for 6 against South Africa. Sibley defends, and there's no run. That's the second day of that match, but they had quite a bit of rain yesterday.
Yeah, they did, didn't they? I think they'll be looking for 300, 350. Can't imagine if it's turning that South Africa will get away again there, will you?
Simply turn the next delivery again away to leg. Washington Sundar does the fielding, and there is no run. So Ashwin is certainly very good for the over rate. Can certainly not accuse him of taking his time. They showed that LBW again, by the way, and it was an over the top, not even umpire's call. So India would have lost a review had they gone for it. Sibley comes forward to the next one from Ashwin, and there is no run.
Sibley's going to ball them out, 31 of 120 balls. And as for this little bit of in-swing after 30 odd overs, actually, that'll suit England as well, won't it?
Very much so. He's down the pitch to this one from Ashwin, and the way the fielders went up there suggests that might have been a chance for the close-in fielders. We'll have to see that one again on the replay.
It's almost...
But it's the end of a very quick Ashwin over. It was a maiden, and it's still 81 for 2.
Knuckles says in Ghana there's a tradition of novelty coffins, so you could be buried in a chili pepper or a shoe or something. We should adopt it, so come the doleful day we can lay Hendo to rest in a large wooden microphone.
Oh, that'd be quite
Or
fun.
a large wooden pastry.
Large wooden pastry would suit him better.
Yeah.
A big
No,
croissant.
he hasn't had one for a year, he tells us.
He could be the centre of a big coffin like pan au chocolat, couldn't he?
We're writing him off already.
I'd be interested to know how big these shoes are.
Well, I've seen some of these things. Yeah, they're quite. People get buried in their favourite cars and stuff. Versions of.
Sharma starts a new over, and Root defends this back down the ground, and there's no run. That's an interesting one. I did know someone who requested that instead of having a hearse, they wanted to have a double-decker red London bus as part of their funeral plans.
Was he a bus driver?
I presume so. I don't know. It was friend of a friend of a friend.
Well, I've told my sister and nephew that I want to have a Viking funeral with the burning boat on a river.
Choice. Good choice. Along the Thames, possibly.
Yeah, possibly.
Do you light it with an arrow shot from the
Oh, there's an edge there from Root, but it's dropped short of the fielder. It's slipped. The slips are quite a long way apart, but that one didn't even carry to the first slip, and Root survives, but he's not comfortable out there at the moment.
No, that was a pretty poor shot, it has to be said. He just wafted his bat at it, didn't he?
It was an edgy shot, and that's exactly what it hit, the edge of his bat.
Yeah,
just bounced in front of Rohit Sharma there at first slip.
India on the ascendancy here. They're hunting for a wicket. England have just got to bide through this because it will go slack at some point if they don't pick up one sooner or later.
Yeah, you do sense it's coming. Now they're going to bring the slip a bit closer in, I think, because Rohit is putting a helmet on, which makes sense after one falls just short, bring him a little forward. Always the way. As Sharma runs into bowl, and Root this time goes back and across and defends his way into the leg side. There's just the one mid wicket this time, and the on the Hayden position, which is where Kohli is, and there's no run that time. Root, just doing a couple of stretches here, I think. Not sure if it's anything untoward. I mean, he spent an awful lot of time on the field in Sri Lanka. I mean, he was barely in the dressing room in the second test.
Yeah.
Although they've had, I'm not sure how many days it was in the end confined to their hotel room since they got to India. I think it was 5 or 6 days they had to do before they were allowed out into the wild.
Released out into their natural habitat.
Absolutely. Ben Stokes got to go in because he came in earlier. He got to go out sort of on his own to nets as Root defends the next delivery from Sharma. And there's no run. Jofra Archer as well. They got the nets all to themselves for a couple of days, I think, because they went in a bit earlier, obviously having not been to Sri Lanka. Kind of like having the swimming pool all to yourself before it gets busy later in the day.
Yeah.
You can imagine that lot sort of going, come on, we'll have a muck about in the nets.
Yeah.
Well, those two probably.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I'll bowl at 95 miles an hour from 18 yards and see what you can do.
Yeah.
Dream up some sort of mad game.
Yeah. I can imagine it sort of being a coach's nightmare with those two, because you could imagine one of them injuring the other.
Yeah.
At least they didn't slip on the marble floor outside the dressing room or whatever it was.
No, they'll be banning marble floors like they banned football. Root defends the next delivery from Sharma. Again, I think there was a bit of shape to that delivery.
A little bit slower, I think.
And
as
there's
well.
no run.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because Ishant Sharma's first spell this morning with a new ball, it looked completely innocuous. And
I think he only bowled 4 overs this morning.
Yeah, but it looked, he had reasonable pace, but it didn't, his arm, he didn't seem like he was getting through the crease, and his front leg looked like he was collapsing a little bit, and a bit round arm. And you were thinking, well, that's all right. If he bowls like this for the test, he'll be fine. But this spell, certainly, he's got the ball going both ways, challenging.
Yeah, it's been a lot better from him. And as the Bear was saying earlier, England have just got to get through this spell. It's been a probing spell from India as Sharma bowls and Root flicks this away to leg, but it's well fielded there at mid-wicket. There's no run. That's the end of the over, and I think that's successive maidens. Pujara did the fielding there. 81 for 2. Nestlers?
Yes, let's have a look here. Nitin Bajaj, the umpire at Ishant Sen, Nitin Menon, is the real deal. Been impressed with him in the IPL and a few ODIs, and not just because he's my namesake. Chris True, morning everyone. When you switch on and the first thing you hear is Pan au chocolat, I'm now hungry. Mog says, meanwhile the West Indies have avoided the follow-on against Bangladesh.
Oh God, they're playing Test now, aren't they? They got humbled in the ODI series, but then presumably, the squad they've got out there is so weak compared to their full-strength squad.
Although there was talk that Chris Gale might be available for Sri Lanka if that series goes ahead between the two. As Sibley defends the first ball of the next over. He's thrown his hat into the ring again, as he often does. I reckon he just wants a bit of the Moose Cup action.
Yeah, he wants. Well, will it be a different animal for them?
Quite possibly. And that's got through from Sibley. That's a nice shot, and that is going to be the first boundary of the afternoon session. Worked away through the leg side for 4.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
It's a shot from we see an awful lot from Dominic Sibley. The sort of flick through mid wicket. It went through the infield, and there was a despairing dive. I think that's Rowett there, who couldn't quite gather it in, and it gets away to the boundary for 4. So,
good Lord, Jay Grover's listening to Talk Sport.
Oh dear.
I'm listening to Talk Sport so I can hear you peeps later. I don't think I've deserted you. So hello.
Hello. Well, you can
Ghanaian funerals are mint, but somewhat confusing as one is used to Church of England.
Yeah. It'd be interesting. You can tell us what Talk Sport are like. That's a filthy delivery.
Down the leg side from Ashwin, it was not a good ball at all, and it's taken by Pant, and there's no run.
Leia reckons a Viking funeral is fine, but I want to be cremated and have my ashes scattered from a coffee tin at the beach by a rent cop with anger issues.
Simply comes forward to the next delivery, and there's no run.
That's very specific there from Leah.
Very. Knackle tells us Joe Root said that the dressing room attendants have now put down some sort of mat on the floor. I wonder if anyone ever had a marble-related injury at Highbury.
And they got marble floors or high? Oh no.
They did, yeah.
Sibley comes forward to the last ball of Ashwin's over, and there is no run. So it's 85 for 2. Sibley's up to 35. I wonder if they're like, when you're at school, you have those crash mats that used to come out for gymnastics. I wonder if it's those big blue things that you used to have to wield in.
That's right. They had that particular rubbery smell to them, didn't they?
Yeah.
You used to have piles of them in a cupboard in our place.
Yeah, get the mats out.
Get the mats out.
Yeah, get the mats out. Yeah.
And then you have to climb up those bloody ropes.
Yes.
They actually had to. They ended up. We weren't allowed to use the ropes because someone got hurt when I was at school. So I can't remember how long into school it was, but someone slipped off a rope and didn't land on a crash mat. Landed on the. We had a proper old school style gym. I think it is still there actually, but
we had an oak climbing frame up the wall.
Yeah,
we had those.
Yeah.
And those long bench seats.
Yep.
Yeah. Did we go to the same school?
No, I don't think so. But
every school in the 70s and 80s
that gym
had
was
these
older
things.
than probably the whole of the rest of the school combined.
Ah, well, we do have a change in bowling. I still haven't found a jingle for him, actually.
And the bear was calling for him. Nadeem is coming on to bowl, and Root defends the first delivery back to him, and there's no run.
We have got a jingle for him, haven't we?
I'm not sure we do.
No?
Well, he got called in right at the last minute, so what's his last name?
Nadeem bowls, and Root goes back and across, and there's no run to that one. Just played away into the offside.
Is there another cricketer called Nadeem then? Because I'm sure I can hear it in my head.
Yeah, there are some Nadeems around.
There's Nadeem Shah of Pakistan.
Yeah, that's probably the one I'm thinking of.
I know, we do have. We got Shabazz Nadeem. I've got plenty of jingles for him, actually. He's played in the IPL, so we do have jingles for him.
We'll might jingle him up at the end of the over because he rattles through him. The left arm spinner, as the bear said, came into this side late. As he bowls round the wicket to Root. And again, it's that sort of back and across shot. Kohli does the fielding, and there's no run. I think all school gyms were virtually the same, though, Nestlers. I think there's a fairly standard setup.
Yeah, exactly. Those climbing things against the walls.
Yeah.
And then ropes that came down from the ceiling. Did you have one of those vaults?
Yeah,
the ones that stacked up in like 3 layers.
Horse,
that's it, yeah.
Yeah, it had a technical name. Nadeem bowls, Root turns this way to leg, and there is no run.
You could hide people in it. Didn't they do that in sort of prisoner of war camps in the Second World War or something?
Absolutely. The only time I ever got concussion was falling off one of those wooden things that came out from the wall.
Nice shot from Root that time, going back and across, and they take a sharply taken single. No worries of a run out that time, so Root will keep the bowling. He goes to 12, and it's 86 for 2.
We had a sports hall as well, which had basketball hoops in it, which was quite weird. But we played a lot of basketball at my school.
We had sort of in the main sort of assembly hall. They had badminton courts sort of set up on the floor.
Yeah.
So we had badminton was sort of a main sport where I went to. I don't think I've ever played basketball, or not properly anyway.
No, we did it at school because we had the facility to do it, but I don't know if anyone really knew what they were doing. Mogg says he's left instructions upon his death to be fed to his cats, and he also says that he's done at least 2 Nadeem jingles.
Yeah, I've just found them, and I shall play one at the beginning of the next over.
I know Neil Harris says, "Morning Gorillas, thanks for the coverage and keep up the good work."
Why, thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. We've got another change. I think we can have a double change here, actually. It seemed like Washington Sundar was limbering up in the previous over, and I believe, yes, indeed, he is going to come on for. I don't think he bowled this morning, did he?
No, he didn't bowl this morning, but we have a jingle for him. It goes like this.
His name for his granddad or something with like that. So it turns out that you are looking at Washington Sundar.
There you go, Washington Sundar.
Very much enjoyed watching him in the Australia series. And he's going to bowl to Root right arm over, and Root just defends, and there's no run.
Chris Gale hasn't played a test match since 2014 against Bangladesh, Martin Lawrence tells us.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if he puts himself in a tester, and I can't imagine him being particularly mobile in the field anymore.
He's certainly not going to want to be out there all day.
No.
As Root drives, there's a nice shot. There's a chase on here for the fielder, and it's going to be in vain. And Root picks up 4 through the offside with a nice drive.
Oh man, our time has gone very quickly. I think we're going to have a change at the end of this over, aren't we?
I believe we might be able to squeeze one more in.
The way they're going, yeah.
We'll give him flashbacks to Jay Grover.
Root defends the next delivery, and there's no run.
But also he says that TalkSport is shite. Darren Goff is a man I changed bar stools over. And he loathes and despises those benches. Fuck those chic thin safety mats as well, he says.
Yeah, they weren't particularly useful, but you know.
Root defends the next delivery from Washington, Sundar, and there's no run.
They used to teach you how to do a forward roll on them, didn't they?
Yeah, that's right.
Forward roll.
Yeah, that's something I've really taken into later life.
It's true. Pointless things we used to do at school, eh? Ah, there we go.
There's the sweep from Root. Got himself outside the line, and there's a misfield, so they will be able to scamper through for a single. Might be a leg by. No, it's going to be a run to Root there. So he'll go to 17.
Well, he chose the right ball to do it off, didn't he? It was outside his off stump. He wasn't going to be out LBW. There's not a lot of turn.
It's floated up a bit from Sundar. Not sure if he took the pace off that one. Maybe he saw him going.
Is he the best sweeper in the world, do we think?
He'd have to be up there, I think, at the moment.
He certainly would have to be out there. It's quite interesting. Everyone's just watching to see how often he sweeps now, though.
Yeah.
Sweep the leg, Broady.
It's he's going to bowl round the wicket to Sibley, turns this away into the leg side, and there is no run. So I think that they are going to take drinks at 91 for 2.
I'll rattle through some tweets before we hand over there. Nitin Bajaj says surprised he hasn't seen Washington Sundar have a bowl. Neil Franklin tells us funeral services in the Middle Ages, in their plague years, they had them outside. Everyone was buried then, though, bar heretics who the church burned alive, and having dug the corpses of the same, dead. Lord. Anna Forsyth says your school gyms from the 70s sound a lot like my school gyms from the 90s. Equipment was about that old too. So nothing's changed much. Jay Grover says he's going back to TalkSport as he's traumatised by PE memories. If Sundar does nothing ever again on a cricket field, says Nick Jarb, his swivel pull-off Cummins for 6 over at long leg at the Gabba, a shot for the ages, is enough to assure him of a place in the history books. One of my abiding memories of that series.
Yeah, here.
And Mog says, please note, I didn't guarantee those Nadeem jingles would be anything other than shite.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a good point. I had to play one because...
Isn't there one that sort of goes, there's nothing Nadeem?
I don't know, I've just picked one at random. The latest one that we got is probably the one that I've picked, and it sounds like this.
Easier than better than fried chicken, Shabazz Nadeem. A better spinner you've never seen. Shabazz Nadeem. He's Shabazz Nadeem.
That's not too bad.
Just quickly off of Gorilla Facebook, Brian Cusack says hello from the bus layover bay in Leicester bus station.
Nice.
Hey, go on, Leicester.
That's a lovely place to be.
St Margaret's or Haymarket? That's a niche Leicester question there.
That is, isn't it? Right, I'm off. Mezzers, you're back on and we're up to date, mate.
Nice.
Thanks, mate.
I'm taking over ball by ball, but me and Rob are staying here, so it's only Messi who's coming on for a change.
Okay. Oh, there is one more actually from Knackle. It says Washington Sundar grew up not just in Chennai, but in the same district as Cheapok, as did his father. He is named for his father's godfather, P.D. Washington, who supported his father through school and his attempts to make a cricketing career.
Yeah.
Always educational on guerrilla cricket.
Absolutely.
Yes, we've gone from Washington Sundar's birthplace to me giving you the Leicester bus station.
Wow,
so it's very much educational.
And the one thing we can't talk about on the show is football, was Liverpool.
And Lawrence Jamison points out that this is Washington versus the British again. Good duel.
Well, yes, and England need to stick in a little bit here as we're about to get back to play. India have bowled pretty well after lunch, has to be said. The ball seems to be, especially with the seamers, there seemed to be a little bit of induck. I don't know if it was reverse swing or not, I couldn't quite see. But the seamers stayed proud, and there was certainly some movement in the air for the seamers, but they've gone back to spin. Ashwin has gone off, Sundar is on with Nadeem. And we've had the first hour after lunch. Time goes reasonably quickly when you wake up at 3 in the morning. It's 7:43. The sun is up. It's a cloudy day in South London. In fact, it's bloody miserable.
It's not snowing yet, though.
It's not snowing, but there's been a lot of snow up north. We're not getting any down south, are we? But
it's coming.
Is it?
Yeah.
The kids will be happy. I'm not. They walked when we had that sort of sleet the other day, and there was sort of slush on the ground. They were so excited. They all went out for a walk in it. It was like Jesus. Root faces up to Nadeem, who's coming around the wicket to him. He just defends it, drops it down onto the floor, and there ain't no run.
I think it's Sunday or Monday. I think it's coming here.
Oh, great.
Down south.
That'll be fun. Trying to get up the hill to the flat in the car as it wheel spins. Defended and just out to short cover, and there's no run. And the weird thing was this morning I turned up at, got here at 3:30 in the morning. There's no parking.
Are you kidding?
No, because everyone's obviously still in bed, and so no one's gone out anywhere. So there was absolutely no parking. Defended back down the track to short cover once more, and there ain't no run. It's Kohli in there. I think he'll be reasonably happy after lunch. Got his 2 wickets. Not him, obviously. Nadeem in. That's a good shot. Very root-like. Goes back, plays it very late, tucks it past the slip down towards third man. There is a guy in a deep out there, squarer. He gets around and cuts off the 2. So there'll only be 1 run to Root, and England move on to 92 for 2. Now, we had quite a few entries into the GPL this morning. I noticed you came in late there, Messrs. But there's a lot, and the pot will be reasonably big. I'm just trying to have a look. We had 14 entries in the end. Lowest score was 243. Nestle Boy went for 421. Crazy fucker. In fact, he went 341, 357, 381, and 421. He's a madman. He's never going to get out there. Very optimistic, Nestlers. Nadeem around the wicket to Sibley. Doesn't turn at all. Catches the inside edge of the bat. Goes out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yes, my concern is my lowest pick of 243 may actually be too high.
Well, yeah, didn't that happen in one of the days in Sri Lanka?
Yeah.
Low scores weren't even achieved. I think England, well, let's not talk about it too much, but defended back down the track. Nadeem fields off his own bowling, ends the over, only 1 off it. England's got to be looking to bat through till tea tomorrow, really, if they're carrying on at this rate.
Oh, well, John Perry's with us. God bless you, John. He says, one of the few positives of the pandemic, no GC is done remotely. Messages is a regular fixture. Very much enjoying the coverage as always. Thank you, John. Nestlers, reprising his role as finder of the headline of the day, says, COVID-19, pub closures will waste 87 million pints of beer.
That's a travesty.
We've got some catching up to do when they do reopen.
Well, you know what? I haven't had a totally dry January. I've had a couple of nights on the whiskey, but not much beer. And it's actually done me some good, I think. Unsurprisingly, I suppose some people would say. Sundar's going around the wicket to Root, who presses right forward, defends, comes off outside half of the bat, square on the offside, the point, and there's no run. The I-20 Turbo. Is that a prize? There's a high undo. High undo?
Yeah.
I think someone should try and hit it. Root comes down the track. Times that nicely. But out to... well, have they got... Would you call that 2 mid-ons or 2 mid-wickets? There's... Very strange field. So there's a short mid-wicket, and then there's a kind of very... much deeper, kind of very wide... halfway to the boundary, sort of long on, and then a slightly straighter guy on about the same sort of circumference from the bat. Circumference?
Sort of wide, long on and a wide mid on, I would have thought.
Well, yeah, but they're kind of on the arc of the same circle, aren't they? But one's sort of out towards cow. There's the reverse sweep. Sweep! Sweep it, Rooty! And he swept it, reverse swept it, beautiful shot. And he's got that down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. He's not going to be cowed, is our Rooty.
It's the perfect ball for it as well.
Yeah, it was. It was just sliding across him, and I think it's pretty safe because there's no spin. It was quite full and flat as well, wasn't it? Didn't have to worry too much about the dip and possible bounce. Great shot. England move on to 9-6 for 2. 4 runs from opening up with 100. And gets a bit turn there. Leading edge along the ground, back past the bowler. Not too far past him, he can field it, and there's no run.
That fielding position you were talking about, it's almost like he's hiding behind the guy who's shorter in.
Yeah.
Sort of like comes out as a surprise that you don't know he's there.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. I mean, it's on the angle. As that one's just played down to sort of deep set short leg, and there's no run. Ends the over 9-6 for 2.
Sorry. Mayank says, you think South London is miserable? We got 6 inches of snow here in Delaware and 17.5 inches in Manhattan, and next week the temps will plunge to around 11 degrees Fahrenheit, which is incidentally minus 11 Celsius.
Yeah, but
it's 25.8 here in Perth. It's quite a cool summer's day. Beautiful. I just fed the ducks and the dogs, and the sun shining, perfect cricket weather. Sorry about that.
Turn your picture off, Hendo. You're like one of those faces over the top of a wall, whatever they were. We kept saying that, and sometime back, and I still can't remember what they're called. Yeah, but that's proper snow and proper weather. That's fine, you know. I don't mind that. That's just defended short on the offside. There's no run. I can imagine it gets annoying after a while, but at least it stays white and it stays snowy. It's in England, it has, you know, the propensity to come down as snow, and within about 2 hours it's just a pile of sort of wet slush, which is just fucking irritating. Nadeem is around the wicket to Sibley. It's a bit short, and he just goes back and defends it back down the track, and there's no run. It's a bit flat from Nadeem. Not a lot of air in it.
You can tell he couldn't find a park, can't you, Rob?
That's better. Tossed up, but Sibley sees a little bit of air, comes down the track. Oh, there's no one out there. Well, he doesn't have anyone down at long on for him. And Sibley knocks that through the onside, and he gets himself 4 runs too. And Sibley does seem to be able to score against spinners, and one of my fears for Sibley was that would be his problem, but he's found a way.
He's stuck at it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I think the issue mainly in Sri Lanka was the fact he was facing spin with the new ball.
Yeah,
that was the big issue.
He didn't have time to get his eye in, did he? I think getting his eye in against the seamers is, even if it's only 5 or 6 overs, you get sighters, don't you? And you get a feel for being out there, and that's helped him greatly.
And that 4th innings he played changed his mindset, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Gets right forward and defends into the offside, and there's no one. Of course, I imagine he's played some tours. Maybe I don't know if he was in the England Lions squad. I mean, there seemed to be a lot of reluctance to pick Sibley. They went through an awful lot of openers before they got to him, didn't they? That's flat and into the legs of Sibley, clips it to short leg, and there's no one. I presume that was probably more to do with Trevor Bayliss than anything else.
Yeah, well, I would have thought so.
And the fact that he wasn't a quick enough scorer, and the fact that Silverwood has gone back to traditional test openers who he's quite happy to let sit there and plug away for as long as they like. Defended into the offside, and there's no run. Gave him the opportunity to come into the side. And that was England's 100, by the way, about 4. I forgot to say that. 100 for 2, or 44 overs, so marginally just over 2 and over England are going on that.
Well, Nestler says he did his GPL picks when we looked set and thought we were going to hammer on.
Yeah, but 421, Nestle. When's the last time you saw 421 scored in a day's Test cricket?
Oh dear. Nitten says a Hyundai by definition is not a prize, which I actually disagree with. I got a nice little I-30, thank you. And Neil Franklin says, think milk floats could be converted into beer floats to solve the pub closure problem.
That is a very cunning plan. Who came up with that?
Neil Franklin.
You don't need, and especially in winter, you don't even need them to be refrigerated. Just go around early in the morning, it'll be fine. Clipped out to a sort of short square leg.
Would we have to put our empties outside our door like you do with milk?
Oh, you
come round and collect them for you.
That'd be brilliant.
Well, there's usually enough out there anyhow.
Yeah. 2 down leg side. Root goes back and just helps it on its way down towards long leg. Get himself a single. He's on to 23? 22.
I think so.
They haven't rolled it over, have they?
One, I think. It was only one.
Yeah, it was only one. So he moves on to 23, yeah. Yeah, milk floats for beer. It's a cracking idea. Especially all these pubs that, you could put them in cartons like they did in the summer. That's clipped by Sibley out to a deep set mid-wicket. And there's no run. They're persisting with this leg side field where they've got a mid-wicket is in and then they've got two people kind of halfway back. Sort of on a line of cow and a wide sort of mid-on who's deep set. And Sundar bowls into the pads of Sibley, who just works that onto the leg side for a single.
Mike Pollard says it's minus 12 degrees in Norway. Cricket warms the cockles.
In where?
Norway.
Ooh, yeah, that's cold. I've not been to Norway. I've been to Finland. Went up to I can't remember. It was the only time I ever went snowboarding. It was somewhere in the Arctic Circle. Swept. Can't bowl there, the Rooty, but there is a man. It's Ishant Sharma down at long leg, and he'll get himself a single. Yeah, it was minus 30 in March.
Ooh.
At night. At night. In the day, it was sort of minus 5, minus 10. Saw the Northern Lights, which was good. This is way back before I got married. But because it was a really dry cold, didn't feel as bad as it does here, to be honest, at sometimes. That's too far down the leg side by Washington Sundar, and Rishabh Pant, it kind of bounces off his shoulder, goes out on the leg side, no one takes a run. Poor ball, and the end of the over. England seem to have weathered. Go on, Messi.
103 for 2. James Humberson says it's lovely in Sydney too. Nice sea breeze blowing through. Looking forward to my first 2-day game in a year tomorrow. Hoping to bat all day.
Well, good luck with that. Let us know how it goes when you get out to 2 or 4 balls. How upset you are.
As bad as Hendo. Alex Graham says greetings from Oman. Recent convert to your commentary. Have horrible feeling a collapse is imminent. Well, you obviously have English extraction,
Alex. Exactly. There's English pessimism sprouting from everywhere around the world at the moment.
Nitin says, oh, nuts to the quick scoring in Test nonsense. I'm loving the innings from Sibley. Comparisons to Shea seem worthy at the moment. Yeah, anybody who's an opener, their scoring rate is irrelevant as far as I'm concerned.
Well, absolutely, and that was the problem under... well, that was Trevor Bayliss' strategy, but he was brought in to win us a World Cup, and he did his job in that sense. Beautiful shot by Root. Nearly pierces the field. There's a guy at backward point and a reasonably square cover. Pierces it between the two, can't quite just get it through the two, and I think Washington Sundar managed to get a pull on it and slow it down towards the boundary, and they got back for 2.
Nestlers explains that either I was covering all the bases or it was a typo. It was so early I didn't know what I was doing. Actually, it was a typo.
Yeah, he should have gone 2-2-1. You might have been all right. Nadeem, none for 18 off his 8.1 overs. He's around the wicket to Sibley, who just defends that back down the track, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean the Sibley Pujara, exactly that. He's the kind of man you need in the side in a Test match. Just let him happily get away and take as long as he likes to get where he needs to get. As that one is driven up to mid-on and there's no run, he looks quite happy now. Only the pitch isn't doing stuff. It'll be interesting in the second innings when no doubt the pitch will start to break up. And we've got a decent middle order to come. Next in is Stokes, followed by Pope. I think Pope's going to do all right out here, I'm hoping anyway. Defended on the back foot by Sibley out to the offside, and there's no run. He's another one who has a good sweep shot, uses his feet well. Good player of spin, so is Stokes, and obviously Butler is too. So there's potential in that middle order, and they can certainly speed things up if they need to. Down the track comes Sibley, doesn't get to the pitch, defends it, back to the bowler, and there's no run. 1 ball left and over. Under 104 for 2.
Yeah, the Pope is definitely one of the better players of spin sort of to come through the county ranks in recent years.
He just looks a complete batsman, doesn't he? He looks very at ease at the crease, scores reasonably quickly as well. Defended by Sibley, last ball of the over, out to cover, no run. He's on 40 off 145 balls. Root's 25 off 72. England 104 for 2. Go Messers.
So I can see a move coming on for you there. James Humberson says, in my dad's village, Kirby and Furness in Cumbria, the ship inn has been doing home deliveries of pints of beer since the first lockdown. It's a very civilised place, obviously.
Well,
Knackle, in response to the question about Sibley, he says he wasn't an England Lions regular. He's only played for them twice, once against Australia when they toured in 2019, and once in Australia against Australia A.
Well, there you go. You see, so he wouldn't have had hardly any experience of subcontinental wickets. He's not going to abroad, unless he played, his county side went abroad every once in a while to these sorts of places, which I also doubt they did. Maybe to UAE. It seems to be that sides played out there. Certainly the county, whatever it was, head to head at the beginning of the
the MCC games in Dubai now. Yeah,
another reverse sweep by Root. There's an appeal by the bowler. Piss off! It pitched outside leg stump. It came off the bat and went down towards third man. What do you mean? Did not what?
It pitched on middle, Bear. Pitched on middle.
Bugger off. It most certainly did not. Well, it certainly didn't look like it to me. And he got bat on it anyway. Well, Bumrah's on the outfield. They've been using him sparingly. I'm a bit surprised by that as well. Sundar is in. And it's clicked out to the deeper set mid wicket by Sibley, and there is no run. I suppose they haven't got another seamer. They've got another 3 spinners, haven't they? So it'd be interesting to see how England go with their seamers. Ooh, trying to turn it around a corner there, Sibley. Gets a big leading edge, which goes out square on the offside. Now, I don't know if they took a run because the cameraman went off what the batsmen were doing, but it was hurled at the non-striker's end. He's just trying to turn it. It's just going on. There's not a lot of turn, and I think they're playing for turn sometimes, and it's just not there. And they're getting leading edges, but fortunately none of them are going anywhere at the moment. That one it's just played back to the bowler. No run.
I think the playing for turn is what got Sibley into trouble in Sri Lanka.
Well, certainly the one he left.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh wow, what the hell is going on? A big slog sweep from Sibley. It was very full. It was up there, and good on him. He's hit it square out to square leg, in between long leg and mid wicket, and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. And it's a slog sweep, and Shilton Gill took a little bit of cover. It's a good shot.
It was a good shot. Yeah.
Just defends that back down the track, and there's no run. I mean, I didn't know much about Sibley. I mean, he's one of these players that everyone talked about. He should have been given a chance before he got into the side last summer. And apparently, when he got double ton when he was 17 or something.
Yeah, for Surrey, he was 18 or 19, I think, and he got a double ton against Yorkshire. But he went to Warwickshire, which is where he is now. There was a swap deal with Ricky Clark going back to Surrey. Dom Sibley went to Warwickshire, and he actually ended up opening in T20 for Warwickshire, which was
interesting.
He wasn't, you'd think he'd struggle with that sort of role, but he can score when he wants to.
Look, if you're good enough to play for England in a test,
just got a few tweets to catch up on. Nitin Bajaj is leaving us for work for a while, says bye-bye. Matt Hardy in New Zealand says he's just switched over to the England game, been watching Canterbury Districts versus Central Districts, and he's sitting with a nice Otago Pinot Noir after a nice 22-degree day.
That sounds good. I can't wait for summer. Left alone outside the off stump by Root through to the keeper, and there's no run. I mean, if you're good enough to play for England, sure. I mean, let's face it, he's got a good enough eye to be playing Test cricket. He can probably slog a ball out of the park if he really wants to. That's a great shot. Root is on the sweep, and once again he swept that down a cow corner. He's got right out to that one, stretched himself, and it's gone to the boundary for 4 runs. And this could be the problem for India. They might have a Ashland certainly might be good enough to stop Rooty from sweeping, but Washington Sundar and Nadeem don't look like they are. And it's very difficult to keep him down. He's a class act. He's one of the best at it, as we've discussed already. Right forward on that one. Defended out to Suleimanov. No run. 113 for 2. England.
So it was a properly good sweep, that one that went to the boundary.
Well, he plays it all around the wicket, doesn't he? And he does the reverse too. So it's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. It's not like he just paddles it around behind square all the time. If he finds the right angle, he's quite happy to slap it out to cow or just dab it around the corner very fine. And so he's got
the full variety of sweeps. Yeah. That was very much a Peterson-style sweep, sort of outside off stump.
Hit hard. That one he just defends. It goes square on the leg side and there's no run. I mean, this is what I feared about coming here, having done so well in Sri Lanka. He was going to get a whole bunch of low scores.
He used up all his runs.
Yeah, used up all his runs in Sri Lanka.
I wonder if the enforced break has done him some good. You know, he was.
Well, I think
he's been able to rest a bit more than usual.
Well, I think it's done probably quite a lot of them actually quite some good. He clips that one up wide to long on, there's no run. I think it gives you a chance to reassess your life, and this is what you're doing, and this is your profession. This is what I chose to do, this is what I'm really good at. And actually, when you get the chance to go back and do it, you feel some sort of comfort in going back and doing that, and appreciate what it is that you actually do. Maybe a bit of time away gives you that appreciation. That's another no ball, I think. Spinners should not be bowling no balls.
Oh, that's criminal.
It is. So they'll count one ball back. 47.5 overs gone. And Sibley will take strike on 44.
7 no balls that's a lot for first day of a test.
It is, isn't it?
But I suppose if the third umpire's calling them, they are going to be called.
Well, this is true, but spinners really shouldn't be doing that. That's a lovely shot by Sibley. He's pierced the field once again on the leg side. No one out in the deep. He's going to get himself 4 more runs inside the wider, deeper mid wicket, and no one out in the deep. And so it goes all the way to the boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And this is where I bet he's wishing he had Jadeja.
Yes.
So Matthew Cleave's asking, is this the first time the SG ball has been used in Test cricket? I don't think so. I think it's been used a lot in India. Is it?
Yeah, no, it's a standard ball in India. In India, I don't know if they use it on the rest of the subcontinent, but certainly India has its own ball and it's the SG, and Kookaburra is obviously used down your way, and over here in the West Indies it's the Duke.
Mog says the weather here can only be described as Melburnian, which means it could be anything from -10 to 45 degrees.
All in the same day as well.
Yeah.
Washington Sundar comes into bowl, and it's defended on the back foot by Root, and there is no run. He does. Do you think Washington Sundar grew up watching Ravi Ashwin? Because he bowls very much like him, doesn't he? Very close to the stumps. Very action is very similar. Root goes back this time, just dabs that square on the leg side, and there's no run.
Leah says she's been to Norway too. In Bergen, they have 330 days of rain there, yet someone managed to burn the town down every 3 years during the Middle Ages. Nothing disturbing those Vikings.
Well, you know. A lot of ale to be drunk in those times. Defended on the back foot by Root, just drops it into the ground, and there's no run. We'll be having another change in 3 minutes. Christ, time is flying today. Look, the skies are clearing. There's a little bit of blueness above me. Sundar is in. Oh, there's a leg slip in. I think Cody's put himself in there, and I'm not sure if Root knew he was there because he just played that down to him. Fortunately, he played it into the ground. Just must have. Yeah, he played it down and bounced just before Kohli. He's quite close there. Good choice to put a man there. Sweep again from Root. Doesn't get all of it though, but it goes behind square enough that will get him through for a single. very much. He even got the hand in front of his face, hasn't he, like Ashwin, as Washington's under. And quite a tall man, like Ashwin as well. But hey ho, England are rolling on 120 for 2. And I think we'll have a change at the end of this over. If Hendo, you're there, and whoever else you're coming on. One more ball to go, Hendo. Chomping at the bit to get on is our Hendo. That's clipped into the leg side by Sibley. Last ball of the over. No run, 120 for 2. I'm handing over to Hendo with Annie and Nestlers. And I shall see you later.
You're absolutely right, Bear. I'm chomping at the bit because this is such a fascinating test cricket. A neutral may look at this and think, oh, it's a bit slow, it's a bit dull. But it's about two teams jockeying for position and trying to gain an early upper hand, isn't it?
Bollocks to the neutrals.
Well, that too.
Thanks for that, Ness.
I was trying to be all sort of, poetic, and then
bollocks to them.
You come in with your Attila the Hun approach.
The real thing is that we need to have a really decent lead if we're batting first. So.
Yes, we do. I'm not sure what you said there, Annie, but because my internet keeps breaking up.
So you just agreed.
I just agreed. It's one of those polite, you look up and you sort of think, oh, well, I didn't really hear what. I'll just pretend and see if I can get away with it. And I nearly did. 120 for 2. Root has 32. Sibley has 48. It was a nice little move there by Virat Kohli to bring himself in at leg slip. And I think the Bear was right. I'm not sure that Root had noticed. Or maybe we should give him credit that he had it. He played it well down into the ground. Sibley is, moving in on, potentially,
Stop
another
it.
50. I've done it now.
Yeah.
Done it now.
We've got both of the wickets out this morning through commentator.
Oh, did you? I missed that. I missed you doing that bit. We have a change in bowling. Spin takes a break for the time being, and Jasprit Bumrah is going to have a little hurl in the few minutes before tea. Turned away, not in the Dean Jones sense, or not in the Neil Smith sense, but he's going to
filter Freitas.
Or the filter Freitas. This is tucked away through square leg, and they take a single. England 121 for 2. We're just going along at a little bit over 2 and over, 2.2 and over, something like that.
We have his jingle.
Can I say it's been a good partnership?
No.
Oh.
I'll pretend I didn't hear you. Because I think that's risky.
Bear was waving for the jingle.
Was he? I'm very sorry. We'll come back to that in a minute, after this ball, in fact. Sibley has a slip and a gully. They've gone down, and there is some definite in-swing there for Bumrah. As defended into the offside, there is no run. Jingle me.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Yes, indeed, 58 this partnership is worth from 145 balls, which shows what hard work it's been.
Yeah, and they were both in when we were on last, Hendo.
Yeah, well, that's I think that is a sign that we just need to be on the whole time, you and me.
Yep.
Bumrah in, bowls to Sibley, waits for this one, defends it square, not very far away from him, and there is no runners. We have a look from way outside the stadium, looking across to the beach. I do love these cricket grounds near beaches.
Like the beach. I miss the beach. I want to go to the beach.
I went to a football ground right next to the beach.
Oh, where was that?
To watch Arsenal play Deportivo La Coruña.
Oh.
We sat on the beach before going in the stadium.
Oh, well, that's
it's
quite nice,
literally across the road.
That is really nice. I don't know about football grounds near beaches, but we've got a few cricket grounds. Wide of the off stump, and it dies on its way through to Rishabh Pant, who, well, sighs, I suppose, as he has to go down on his knees to take that. It's never comfortable for a wicketkeeper when the ball bounces 2 or 3 times on its way through to you.
Me and my mate Mark were the only Arsenal fans sitting there because we avoided them all in the bars being obnoxious, drunk British football fans.
Well, you were the obnoxious and drunk, or they were?
No, we ignored. me and my mates were getting away. Me and my mate were getting away from them, and we went to the ground, and look, there's a beach.
Bumrah bowls to Sibley, probing just outside the off stump, or even on the line of off stump, and Sibley is forward in defence. Definitely some reverse swing there, I would think. I can't believe it's orthodox swing, as we're so deep into the innings. But it didn't do a thing this morning, really.
Definitely been getting reverse swing.
But there's definitely been movement in sort of the third spells of both the pacemen. Bumrah in bowls, flicked down to long leg by Sibley, who will move to 49 within a run of a fourth Test 50, and I'm going to say it because I'm confident in Dom now. I think he's batted brilliantly, I have to say. That final innings that he played in Sri Lanka did him a world of good.
Thank God he played himself into form then, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. Not just into form, but he looked so much more comfortable against the spinners than he did. Maybe you could argue that India missed a trick by not opening with at least one spinner this morning, because Sibley and Burns are not that comfortable. Certainly when the ball is new. But if you think that your pace bowlers are among the best in the world, you've got to give them a couple, I suppose, haven't you? It's a different situation from Sri Lanka, where their seamers at the moment certainly are not of any great talent.
I'm just we've got Ashwin coming on. I noticed there's no bear.
Oh, there's no bear.
Right.
No.
Okay. Well,
you're on tweets, Andy, by the way.
I'm on tweets. I know, and Messi has left me way behind.
Defended the first ball by Sibley, back to the bowler, and there is no run. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll come to the tweets. No, it's very difficult in an over bowl by a spinner, because they get through them so quickly, especially if batsmen are playing defensively. 3 men round the bat, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, always giving himself room, looking to punch through the offside, and it's misfielded at extra by Jasprit Bumrah himself, and that allows Dominic Sibley to come through for a fourth Test 50 from 159 balls, his second in succession after seeing England home in Sri Lanka. England 124 for 2. Has the bear returned yet?
Yes. He's holding his hand up.
Let's have it.
50 runs, you're 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, you're 50 runs. The job has only just begun.
Next ball is defended to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Sibley 51 from 160 balls now. 4 Test 50s to go with 200s. And, he will know that the job is certainly not done. This one just sits up a little bit. He goes onto the back foot and punches to mid-wicket. And he was taking the applause of the England dressing room. Jonathan Trott, called in as a batting coach, was chief amongst those leading that applause. In again, plays off his pad to the slightly deeper set of the 2 mid-wickets. And again, there is no run. Root is on 33. And England 124 for 2. We're just about to complete the 51st over of the innings. He's forward. Ball drops down in front of the man at short leg. And that is the end of the over. 2 runs for it, but those 2 runs were enough to bring Sibley 50. Tweets, Annie!
Well, Mayak says it's only day 1, but so far how's the Channel 4 coverage compared to Sky? And do you think this will actually make a difference in getting the youth and others into cricket? I think we'll come back to that because I've got lots of tweets to go, but it's an interesting point. Armchair Cricket Podcast says engrossing battle in India v England as Root attacks the spinners with his sweeps while India look to maintain RR pressure and look to break this partnership. Sibley obdurate but playing a crucial hand as England look to set up a platform for their MO stroke makers. I might as well leave it to Armchair Cricket Podcast. I don't think they need it.
I feel redundant now.
Yeah, I do. Lawrence Jameson says cool Perth day, last day of lockdown, devastating bushfire and cyclone was brewing up north. Hell of a week.
Wow. Well, last day of lockdown. Your lockdown hasn't lasted very long in Perth, has it? One person got coronavirus and you locked down, which is fine. I agree with that. Yeah. But Bumrah then to Root, a slip and a gully, and this one is finding Root on the back foot outside his off stump, playing it square to the man at gully, and there is no run.
AD Brian says, thank goodness for Guerrilla Cricket cannot stomach talk shite in any way, shape or form.
That's the kind of listener we want.
Yeah.
That is the kind of listener we want and value.
But we should talk about the Channel 4 thing. I mean, it's hard to know when we've been doing this, what
it is.
Channel 4 coverage has been like, but will
it
help youth?
Will it help youth? That's a tricky one. This is flicked away behind square leg. Root will get one. Is he going to look for a second? Is that Ashwin coming in off the fence down there? They have got back for a second. Root goes to 34, 125 for 2.
I think it. I mean, yes, any cricket that's on free-to-air TV is a plus, but I think it needs to be consistent. I don't.
Are they out of bed yet, youth?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the other problem, is they'll be in bed till when the game finishes.
Well, something I hadn't noticed until it was mentioned by Men with Ven, as Bumrah is in again, defended by Sibley to short mid wicket, was that they don't seem to be having many adverts, if any.
No,
I'm guessing
I
that,
think.
Well, I think that's what. Presumably, that's down to the fact that it was agreed so late. They haven't had a chance to sell any advertising. Depending on how this test goes, hopefully they will. I say hopefully from their point of view. Be able to sell some advertising, and of course then the third test starting at 9 o'clock English time or British time, maybe one or two of the youth will have got up by then.
The bloody youth has to go.
Another no ball.
Another no ball. 126 for 2. 8th no ball of the day.
It's going to slow the test cricket down a lot with this third ball umpire.
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, now that swings into Sibley, who gets right forward and presents the full face of the bat alongside his front pad, pushes towards mid-on, and there is no run. We've got more things. You can get more things from our shop now, can't you?
Shower curtains.
Shower curtains. You can definitely get shower curtains, but I thought there was something more the Bear put up the other day. You can get clocks. You can get a Virat Kohli clock. Now he's found the edge as Sibley pushes forward to that one, but he's played it with soft hands, and it's dropped short of the man at a wide-ish first slip. I presume that's Rohit Sharma, who tends to take up a residence there.
I don't want a Kohli clock. I'd prefer a Butler clock.
Well, we've got to get someone to design that first.
Oh wow!
Lovely. You can see on the replay there, really was like a quick leg spinner that from Bumrah, and that is possibly why he found the outside edge. He's in again. Oh, he's bottom of a fabulous Yorker, which is extraordinarily dug out by Sibley. Kohli has taken the ball at mid wicket and seems to be claiming that maybe that went down into his boot and then looped up. That would have been the most extraordinary dismissal off a quick bowler, because the mid wicket is good 10-15 yards back. He's done brilliantly there, Sibley, to play that. It's a gorgeous ball, and he was almost falling over as he played it, but he got back on it, and that was the important thing. This time he's hit on the thigh pad. The ball runs behind square leg, and there is no run. End of the over, 126 for 2. More tweets, honey.
Fraser, no, I won't read that because that's answering somebody and I'm quite way behind. James says, I'm about to have to get up for work, but half a session and listening to you while I lay in bed cuddled up with the cat is the best way to wake up in the morning. Oh, well, you're appealing to me and Hendo very much there with the cat.
And Nestler's is a big cat.
Are you a cat man?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, excellent. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've not seen the cat from next door that comes in and sits with Nestle Boy in his.
Moggy's been live on air.
He has.
I've lost my cat. So.
Oh no.
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
It was in May. It still hurts.
Oh.
I bet.
Knuckle says, as a neutral, or at least only biased in favour of cricket, I'm loving this. Such an arm wrestle. And I agree, I love this sort of battle. And like like Sibley's Bumrah's ball to Sibley. I mean, that was thank goodness he was set.
Indeed, Root plays a sweep as Ashwin starts knee over, and it runs very quickly down to Ishant Sharma at long leg. They take a single, and Root gets the other end and has a giggle for some unknown reason with Ashwin.
Something to do with him sweeping, I imagine.
I suppose so. He said, look, I know you haven't let me have many of those, but I when I get the opportunity, I'm still going to play it.
Have you only got one shot, mate?
Yeah, but it's a bloody good one. Onto the back foot goes Sibley, plays out to the deeper set of the two mid wickets, the square of the two mid wickets, and there is no run. We have something like 16 minutes till tea, as Ashwin is in again, bowls a flat drifting delivery to Sibley, more of an arm ball, really, a genuine arm ball, as defended to mid wicket, and he's in again. That gives this one a little bit more air, and Sibley just turns it to the man at short leg. Sibley on a 51, Root on 35, England 127 for 2. Going back to the chat about how Channel 4 are doing, not just about the adverts, as this is, it goes straight on. Sibley defends on the back foot, Ashwin goes towards extra cover to field. It does seem to be being done a little bit on the cheap.
It is last minute.
Yeah, I know. I'm not criticising it from that point of view. I mean, you've got the presenter in a sort of armchair, and you've got Alistair Cook in an armchair. As this is up in the air, but it's come off the pad. There was a little bit of interest from Kohli, and Sibley is able to leave his crease at the end of the over, 127 for 2. Yeah, it's basically the presenter who is Rishi Persaud. Yeah. I don't think I'm really familiar with, but he's with Alistair Cook. They're both in quite nice armchairs, but they're obviously in a really small part of a studio.
Yeah.
It's probably smaller than our studio in Sydenham, to be honest, from what it looks like.
And
but
they
as you
should be
say,
socially distancing as well. Yes.
well, yes. In fact, I'm presuming Nick Knight, who's out there commentating for the World Feed, is in a bubble, because they were very close, the commentators at the ground, to each other, which I thought was a bit odd.
Yeah. They will be.
Talking of the coverage, we've got on YouTube, we've got CFC fan TV Taylor saying that the Channel 4 does better coverage of cricket than Sky. So.
Well, in general, that might have been true. Now, Jasperi is appealing for LBW, but I thought they came off the face of the bat. Virat Kohli is having a discussion with Jasprit Bumrah. Is he going to review? I've got a feeling he's going to, you know. He's still discussing it.
Bumrah's walked away, hasn't he? So.
Yeah, he's given it up. He was asking Rishabh Pant, and Pant said, no, I don't think so. So, well, that's a relief. I didn't want to go through that. If that did actually hit the pad, we're going to have another look at it. He's trying to bowl these little leg cutters now.
No, it hit the pad.
Was that bad or was that pad? If it was probably going down the leg side anyway. Anyway, here he comes again. He's trying all his tricks. Is Bumrah. He's in again. Bowls. Yorker flicked away down to long leg. And they will pick up a single. 128 for 2.
Just going back to that thing about Channel 4, I mean, you can't really quantify one series as whether you're going to get youth involved. You know,
that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
It is on bloody early in the morning as well for a lot of people.
Well, no, hang on. To be fair, shouldn't they all just be coming back in from raves at that point when it starts?
Well,
there aren't any raves at the moment.
There aren't any raves at the moment. That's true. Yeah, it doesn't mean they don't do them or don't have them. As we've seen from various points in the country, short ball, which Sibley ducks underneath. You've got to bowl it very short to get it up, and there was no danger there at all for Sibley.
Is that the first bouncer?
No, there've been a couple, but not many, has to be said. It was missing by 3 inches. We are looking at the review. It must have hit pad only, but it didn't look out.
He is saying that it went away, didn't he? I'm going to tweet. Leah says, "All right, England, you've had your fun. Now, please collapse."
Now, that spoken like a true neutral. 128 for 2 in comes Bumrah Bowles, beautifully played, but he's got a reinforced leg side field, not surprisingly for Sibley. He timed it beautifully, but the squarer of the 2 mid wickets and the deeper of the 2 mid wickets did the fielding, went to him quite quickly.
That's another thing, though. Do we want the youth waking up and seeing Sibley back?
Yeah, well, there is that, isn't there? I mean, if you're coming to the game for the first time, Sibley's probably not going to excite you greatly.
No.
You know, those of us that appreciate these things and have watched batsmen like this for years and years, and are just only too happy to see England have one like this, as this is down the leg side, another attempted leg cutter which doesn't quite pass muster. Yeah, you've got to have developed an appreciation of cricket to understand what Sibley is doing here,
And strange stances.
and strange stances as well. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's the next guy in is the one they want to see, isn't it? The youth.
Mind you, they might like him because he looks like Marcus Brigstock.
What? Defended into the offside by what? By Sibley. You put me off the commentary. They're going to get a single. Who do you think looks like Marcus Brigstock?
Sibley.
Do you think so? Oh, I suppose so.
How's that going to attract youth?
Oh, isn't he?
I mean,
Children's TV.
You're a bit behind the times, I think.
Yeah, I always am.
I don't think he's on TikTok.
Oh, that's the thing, isn't it? Oh, anyway, I better get back to tweets.
Get to TikTok. Go on.
Matthew Cleve says, impressive from Sibley, anything but orthodox, but has worked so hard over the last month. Well,
yeah, he has. Yeah, no, I'm full of admiration. I have to say, I was thinking, as we looked ahead to this series, before the second Sri Lankan Test, or maybe after the first innings of the first England innings in the second Sri Lankan Test, I was worried for Sibley. I feel like I've betrayed him in a way. Ashwin in bowls to Sibley, goes back, making room for himself a little bit. He's going to get a run to mid off.
Do you
I
feel
think
dirty?
he's holding it against you, Hendo.
I do feel, because I was ready to jettison him. In my own mind, I had done so, and even though Crawley wasn't doing that well, at least Crawley's attractive to watch. And yeah, in my own mind, I'd said my goodbyes to Sibley.
Are you one of the selectors?
No, fortunately for him. Onto the back foot goes Root, defends. The ball really does dribble very slowly. It's looking in a bit of a state of disrepair, this ball. All this talk about it was going to be doing all sorts of things till the 60th over. It looks pretty ragged now, I have to say. He's in again, but also Root goes back and defends. Always a little worried that if one of those keeps low, he's a prime candidate for LBW. But
this new variant of the ball is it's got a bigger seam, hasn't it? They said.
Yeah, pulled by Root. It was dropped short, and he played that very well indeed. It deserved it. It got it, and it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Is the bear not there again?
Yes, he is. He just slid in.
Hendo, can't you see our Zoom feed?
No, because I can, but I'm looking at other things all the time as well, because I'm
Why?
keeping up to date with
He's
various.
important.
Because I'm very important. Yeah. So you have to ask that. Onto the back foot goes Fruit, and there's a wide open chasm between backward point and mid off, and he's played a lovely drive for 4 more runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Can I just say from here, occasionally I do like to get out of this bloody seat, Hendo, and stretch my legs next door.
You actually want to get up?
Yes.
That's the first. Blimey. I don't get up very much these days. If I'm working, I just sit with my laptop on my sofa, and then I watch cricket with my laptop on my sofa. This is turned to mid wicket, and they don't take a run this time. 138 for 2 at the end of that over. Route 44, Sibley 53.
So what are you looking at then? eBay, is it? Have you put a bid on something? Or?
No, I'm sort of keeping abreast of where tweets are, not because I'm reading them, just because I'm curious. And while I'm commentating, I retweet things.
Okay. I'll leave it there because I need to read some tweets.
Okay, off you go.
Matt Hardy says, You talk about youth. It's 9:20 p.m. here in New Zealand, and my 15-year-old went back to school yesterday and has gone to bed as he's had a couple of hard days at school. For fuck's sake, the youth of today.
Oh, diddums.
And Neil Franklin says, Channel 4 haven't got any commentators yet. You could maybe make a few bob there. And
yeah, but maybe they'd like to take our commentary instead of the world feed.
yeah, absolutely.
Has anyone suggested that to them?
Well,
No.
Perhaps not.
Mog says you did say clock, right, Annie?
Hey.
Well, that's what I said.
But what Mog hears is another matter altogether, isn't it? Anyway, got another change in the bowling. We've had a little spell from Jasprit Bumrah. He's going to be replaced by Ishant Sharma.
Ishant Sharma's gonna get you. Gonna look you right in the face. Better get yourself together, darling. Learn how to play pace. How in the world you go?
First delivery is defended by Sibley on the front foot. And here he is almost immediately. No, it's not. It's a replay. I thought you said they put replay up these days, but they haven't. That was the dismissal of.
That got you.
It did get me. It did get me. I've been well and truly sorted by that.
I was just thinking about the Ishant Sharma jingle, and I think I really like it because it reminds me of when I first started at Gorilla. I did the first test I ever did was an India test.
2018. Defended by Sibley on in the front foot.
Doesn't
showing
remind you of
massive
John Lennon,
concentration.
It doesn't remind me of John Lennon, no. Sorry.
Youth of today.
I know.
Sibley has 53, Root has 44. Men out, Burns, caught, punt, bowled, Ashwin for 33. Lawrence LBW to Bumrah for a duck. We've covered the controversy over whether Lawrence should be batting at 3 when he hasn't done it since 2017, especially in his third test match. Yeah, it is a bit harsh, isn't it? But I guess if you're a test player and you're a good player, you think, well, I can probably bat anywhere. Sharma in again outside the off stump, defended on the front foot by Sibley up to mid off. Yeah, you would. You're not going to say no, are you?
No.
When you're playing your third test, and presumably you've got the confidence in yourself that you want to go out there. But I think it is a specific, probably one of the more difficult positions to play. In the sense of you never quite know when you're going to go out. I mean, that's true of everybody, but you could be out there after the first ball of the match, effectively a surrogate opener, or you could be sitting there for until they've the opening pair of batted all day, really. So
it's not a popular place to bat either, is it? By the look of it?
I probably less popular than it used to be. I do think that a lot of batsmen who really rated themselves used to bat at 3 when I was younger worked to mid wicket.
It's 4 now, isn't it? The batsmen that rate themselves.
Maybe it is. Yeah,
It used to be the best batsman, didn't it? Effectively, almost.
Well, I mean, I suppose that you do have to have a certain temperament to be able to deal with that position.
Look at that
It
scene.
is looking really raggedy, isn't it?
It looks terrible, doesn't it? It's the kind of thing where you turn up to nets, and the only balls they got left is a thoroughly misshapen.
It's 120 quid, that ball.
Well,
bloody hell.
Oh no.
Well, it must be quite an abrasive pitch, mustn't it, to have done that to it?
Well, Woodstock balls are obviously much better option.
Yeah, get yourself a Woodstock ball, and if you're a Gorilla Cricket listener, you get 15% off. Go and have a look at our website. Oh, now that's a good ball from Ishant Sharma. He went wider on the crease and lured Sibley into a shot outside the off stump where he was beaten. So have a look at this one again. I think there was some quite considerable swing. There was, and his bat came down a little bit crookedly, didn't it? And he's lucky not to get an edge through there. So you may be talking about this ball being in a terrible state, but it's still doing something.
Well, given the look of it, it's not surprising.
Well, I wouldn't have thought a ball like that would swing.
It looks like it's all over the place. Doesn't it?
Well, it did swing.
The
Definitely, it is swinging.
stitches.
Oh, the stitching's gone horribly, hasn't it? I mean, it's not very far from actually being ruled unplayable, I would say, or at least they're going to have to get the scissors out and cut it a little bit. And now he goes for the away swinger. Clever bowling from Ishant, but he doesn't tempt Sibley this time, and he's a little bit frustrated by that. It's the end of the over, 138 for 2, Root 44, Sibley 53. No, it's not the end of the over because that was a no ball. They're all going to have to come back and bowl another delivery. They've all more or less changed, and now they've discovered that they have to switch back.
Talking of Woodstock, I listened to their podcast the other day. Really good episode.
Who was on it? Simon Hughes was on it, wasn't he?
No, it's Jono, when they interviewed Jono.
He interviewed himself.
He talks about him growing up, and it's really worth a listen.
He's an interesting lad.
And I thought he was Irish.
Yeah, it was confusing, isn't it? Because he's got a very strange name on Facebook. I think it's his wife's.
Yeah, there's a story behind that.
Like okay.
I'll leave that.
Ishant then comes in to bowl the final ball of the over for a second time. It's left alone by Sibley, and no change really. 139 for 2.
Nick Nelson says, listening as I am from the hospital, this cat chat is making me miss my own dear small Wayne Rooney and small Paul Scholes.
You've got a cat called Wayne Rooney.
And Paul Scholes. That might be a Man U fan.
You think?
Do you think? Well, I hope you're okay in hospital. I hope.
Yes.
I hope you're recovering from whatever. But sorry about the cat chat then.
We'll keep it to a minimum.
Armchair Cricket Podcast says, congrats to Root on 100 tests. Here's to 100 more. He's completed it with that cheeky grin and a jeu de vie intact while wearing the skipper's mantle ever so well.
He has indeed. Armchair Cricket is taking
but
over.
He's not wearing gold lame, and that's upsetting me. Well, I just think he should. Anyone who's on their 100 tests should be dressed in gold.
A little bit of away drift from Ashwin as he starts what will probably be the final over before tea. Root guides it up to mid-on.
This isn't the IPL, Annie.
Here he is again. Root forward, just pressing that square on the offside. Rishabh Pant that does the fielding, skipping from behind the stumps. And England remain 139 for 2, 72 runs in this session, and it looks like they'll have got through 30 overs. Flicked to straightish mid-wicket. Root decides there'll be no run there. Looks like Ashwin's going to get through this over quite quickly. Here he is again. 3 men round the bat, and Root is forward, giving nothing away. Defending towards mid-wicket once more. 2 balls to go for the England captain to get through and have a good digestion at tea. He goes for the sweep and plays it quite well, as we've said already a fair few times this winter. Picks up a single, throw comes in, nearly takes out Rishabh Pant and Virat Kohli. That would be distressing. That'd be useful, wouldn't it? Yeah, that'd be quite useful, wouldn't it, from an England point of view? Brings Sibley down to face the final ball before the break.
It's all right. They've got their B team.
Yes. Here is Ashwin. Sibley is forward in defence, and England survive the whole session without losing a wicket. They are 140 for 2. They've scored 73 runs from 30 overs. Root has moved on to 45 from 100 balls, and a fourth 50 for Dominic Sibley has helped in every way, as Che Pajura has a little bit of a chat, a very friendly chat with Joe Root as they wander off. They're going off to have some pastries and cakes and things like that. And what are we doing, Bear? We're going to listen to Knuckles' conversation with as Messi just said, Emily Rainford-Brent.
Emily Rainford-Brent is coming up, yeah. Well, nowadays we have a full scorecard, so I've put it up on the screen so you can see what the score is at the end. Rory Burns is out for 33, Dominic Sibley is not out for 53, Dan Lawrence is out for none, and Joe Root is 45 not out. The bowling figures are out there as well, so if you want to go and investigate that, you can also find that on our website as well. So it's all good. So Emily Rainford-Brent, Knuckle did an interview when he was down at Surrey, and you can have that now.
Have it.
See you all in 15-20 minutes.
See you then.
Bye.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Just to give you some stats, which I've mentioned a few times, but there's been a 75% decrease in players, which is huge. You know, you think about the interest from the West Indian community and the British, say West Indian community and Black British community, 70s, 80s, earlier. That's a big drop. Participation numbers around the 1% or less, which, you know, it needs to be significantly higher. And then when you look at the game as a whole, you take areas like London and what's around us. You know, the numbers are really, really sad, but it's sad in the sense that it's sad that we haven't engaged, but also the opportunities there that we know that if we turn things around, we put investment, the kids, the young people want to be engaged. So yeah, big problem. I'm not going to pretend that we're biting off something that's easy to do, but what we have seen is a bit of investment, a bit of connection, and we can make a difference. Do you know what? It was the first time with my existing chief exec that we had this conversation, and it was a simple, let's do something. I think there's a few things that were different. Jofra Archer at the World Cup final and his impact, and also knowing there was a role model that we could leverage off almost for the next 10 years. I think it helped create questions. Why are we not seeing more players from the community come through? Then the celebration around the World Cup final here at the Oval, actually, there were a lot of kids who were inspired by that and came down and met some of the players. I think they just got us asking questions. So when we sat down, it was a let's do something. But I think the piece that's changed is knowing that him and Sophia in the England side could be playing for 10 years and having that visibility. Chris Jordan, with the success he's having in the white ball setup, has made us go, look, the inspiration piece is there, the visibility is there. I think we've got to do something. If we don't do it now, when are we going to do it? What's been massive about the Black Lives Matter movement, and specific to the programme in this summer, is that I think prior to, earlier in the summer when I think a lot of people were really excited for the programme, then you could be doing something different. But I don't think people were prepared to really examine the question. I don't think there was a huge amount of accountability or questions being asked as to why this community and other communities as well aren't progressing through our game. So what BLM has done, or I know people get funny about it, but the movement specifically has done is it's created conversations, it's created questions of accountability. It's created questions around action, like actually what are we doing in this space? And I suppose for ACE it's accelerated a lot for us as an organisation, because we started with high hopes of doing some engagement, but now actually the conversations are being wider and how we can work with others. So I think what people can't do now is avoid the realities anymore of the lack of action in this space. And I think when you have a global movement like that, where people are marching around the world saying, look, you cannot ignore these issues or these opportunities anymore. And it can be as simple as lack of access through to what we saw in America, the extremes there. So it's helped accelerate the conversation in a way that we never would have imagined. And I think therefore it's time to really capitalise on the momentum. I think the pressure is there now from the media because of the year that we had, where there was such a kind of a break in what was happening. There wasn't as much international cricket or domestic cricket, and the media started asking a lot of questions. I think that's created a lot more pressure, more questions about accountability, responsibility. So I think first and foremost there's that. But what the narrative I want to push is, and the reason why I suppose ACE has it, is there's value and there's talent in these communities. It's not a nice thing to do because it's a nice thing to do. Diversifying types of people into environments makes it stronger. Creating opportunities for your local community is really important, and there's a source of value there. So this sort of nice to do charity thing isn't for me what it's about, and I hope that the authorities, which I believe they're starting to realise. I think first and foremost is the pressure of accountability. And then second of all, I hope when they start to see results of things like we started to see, that they'll realise that by investing it will make a difference. So I think we're going in the right direction. It takes a long time to create that sort of change, behaviour change, thinking change. But what now we kind of keep sort of saying is that is aware that the pressure is there and the visibility of the issues are there. 100%, yeah. So for me, everything I keep talking about is action, and I'm almost over the kind of, this is an issue I've known and been aware forever. I'm sure many people feel that same emotion. And this summer has raised awareness, great. Now it's about action, and I think actually specifically around measurable action. So I would like to see results of different groups, how we're seeing more numbers getting involved, whether that's at coaching, board levels, grassroots, at all parts of the levels of the game. I want to see reports, ideally quarterly or annually or whatever it might be, sort of demonstrating what action is being taken and the difference it's making. I think a lot of things can be tracked, and without tracking and measuring, these things end up just sort of being loose, as in, we want to make a difference with this community. Okay, well, specifically, how many people have been engaged? Are they still engaged in the game? What's been happening sort of with their journey? I think you can really drill into some numbers and specifics about the actions. And I hope that we start to get more sort of reporting on what is taking place. So I'm specifically speaking about cricket, but I think, you look in the business world and more will now sort of say how many people have been recruited from diverse backgrounds. Let's look at our organisations and see that progression exists. And you can measure a lot of that. So I think it's important that we get really focused about what's trying to be achieved and measurably what the success looked like, and then track it. Otherwise, it will just be more of creating awareness, but no real tangible change. So for everyone, it's different. I'm going to look at the game as a whole, and I think there's 3 P's that I'm looking at: power, performance, and participation. So power for me, at the moment, the number is 0 in most of these columns, or pretty much all board members, directors of cricket, head coaches of academies, captains, in positions of power within our game, the number 0. So I think without shifting that, people making decisions, it doesn't work. I know the result I've had being able to be at Surrey, we've been able to create something like this quite quickly because we can bring the conversation up. So unless there are people in positions of power, nothing changes. Then when it comes to performance, how we look for talent at the moment, unfortunately, is the well-trodden paths that have existed for a long time. And I think programs like ACE, and hopefully other counties do their own version or other areas do, could go and look for talent in different areas and really develop and support through the system. So I think that performance piece, having coaches who can develop that talent to a high level is important. And then the participation, it's difficult in all sports, but you find access is always harder in lower socioeconomic areas, and unfortunately that is a direct, often crossover with diverse communities as well. So more and more resource, great charity like Chance to Shine actually does a lot of work with street chance programs. Can we marry up and do work there and bring those young people through? So I think those 3 P's have to be explored, and actually the one that's most important that has zeros in it is the power position. I would like to see possibly some board members on county boards, on ECB boards, captains, head coaches. Until we see those people, I don't think we'll get sustainable change. I think we've seen ECB recently made an announcement about they're looking to have sort of independent, it's not quite a commission as such, but an independent body that's going to oversee a lot of this work and the new diversity and inclusion. And I think that independence is important because unfortunately within environments we get into echo chambers, and trying to make change with difficult issues, doing it kind of in your own house, sometimes you end up giving yourself the answer. So I think that independent piece with really good people, and it's sort of the case we've seen, as you mentioned, up at Yorkshire sometimes needs the people to, from an outside perspective, to kind of have a China lens and unpick and understand. So, I think we have to just be honest and open that we need sometimes support and outside influence from people who have worked in spaces where they can make a difference. But look, it's like a few sports in our country, unfortunately, we've got a long way to go to really opening up and dealing with some of the difficult issues. But it's possible, and I think that independence is vital to that. I sort of said at the time, I think taking a knee this summer was important. I appreciate that it can't go on forever, so it's not me sort of saying take it forever. But I feel that a meaningful period would have been really helpful just in terms of keeping the conversation going. It was done during the West Indies series for a couple of matches and then died away. And so from my perspective, if we want to change the consciousness of our fans and we had that platform, I would have liked to have seen it gone on longer. It didn't. And I know people are going to have different views about it. I personally think this was the year that we could have really driven home the message, the game itself, how far we are from racial equality or opportunities. It would have made a really good sense to have done it for longer, but we didn't. So look, I don't expect taking a knee to go on forever, I understand that, but what I do think is a meaningful period, a time where you can look back at history and say maybe not a few games, but actually it was taken over the course of a summer to make a stand is important. What I've witnessed my whole journey, I guess, and often, and now talking about sporting and media and stuff like that, is that there is that massive lack of power, decision makers, influencers, whether it's behind the camera or whether it's in the boardroom or wherever it might be. And without that lens to be able to look at and create opportunities and understand different types of people and make sure they're catered for, it's almost just, like I say, it's kind of almost missing huge sections of communities and populations and opportunities. So that's what I hope changes as a result of the movement that we saw in this last year, is that no longer is it okay to have a bit of visibility here and there in the front face and that's okay. Actually, you start to really analytically unpick and look at the structures and the systems and actually ask questions as well. Is it easy? Is it not easy, but is it possible for people from different backgrounds to move through? So, I feel like 2020 was a foundation year for England specifically, getting our heads around the need for racial opportunities and equalities. I hope now 2021 is the year everyone really gets on board and really drives change.
It is tempting to wallow in nostalgia in the feats of bygone greats like Sobers and the Pace Quartets. It is tempting to ask, where did it all go wrong? But it is absolutely vital that the story of black cricketers and black cricket fans in England and the rest of the United Kingdom is told not in the past tense, not preserved in aspic or behind glass, but is told in the present and, most importantly, the future tenses.
Revolutionary cricket commentary.
And we're back. All right, Rob's here.
I'm here.
And Indo's here. All right, Indo.
I am indeed.
Good morning. How are you, sir?
Very well, thank you. Good evening from me.
Yes, good evening to you. It's very pleasant here now, actually, I have to say. Now the sun's come up.
London has got a bit of blue sky, which is good. Your thoughts so far on Indo?
I think Roots played very well, barring the I haven't been able to see all of that. I mean, the reason why I'm late is I had a doctor's appointment, which sort of goes like the NHS here. So
a lot of
you don't know when he's going
then.
to see you. But I saw some of Root's innings, and other than when he was trying to step out to Ashwin, he's played very well actually. And
yeah, he has.
Well, Sibley.
I was listening to your podcast. Yeah, I mean, you thought that they were going to have to try and stop him from sweeping. I think Ashwin's done a reasonably good job of that, but the other two haven't really. That's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah. I think, and that's going to be the issue. It's a lack of experience as well, right? The other two have 3 tests between the two of them.
Yeah. Well, exactly. You know. Well, I guess that's why you kind of wanted Kuldeep in the side. But I mean,
Exactly.
I was being quite cheeky on the thing. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, Kuldeep is a very good ODI bowler in much the same way that he's in much the same way that we have Rashid. But I'm not sure he's a test bowler.
Well, we'll see. I think among the crop of new bowlers that India has, he is a real talent who I'm convinced will do well in Test cricket. But he's unfortunately got a captain at the moment who doesn't want to play him in Test cricket, and that could well be because you have Ashwin in the team now. Now, if you think about it, if Ashwin wasn't in the team and Jadeja was playing, you might well have actually had Kuldeep playing as well, because I just think that the way they are looking at it is the direction of spin.
Yes.
And that's the reason why Kuldeep's losing out as long as Ashwin's there.
Well, I think you want guys who can turn it either way, which is why I think Leach will play every test, and it's a toss up between Moeen and Best for the other place in the England side. But I also think you might have missed a trick here with 3 spinners. Didn't you want an extra pace bowler here?
I didn't want 3 spinners. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe they picked 3 spinners here. So I would much rather have let Siraj have a go. Sorry if I can shut off my. I don't know.
Something's going in the background.
Yes, I've got Hotstar playing in the background, so I have to shut that off. Otherwise, you'd have 2 sets of commentaries going through. Yeah.
Yes.
We've just got Alistair Cook sat in a chair.
Well, exactly. Who's the other guy on Channel 4? I recognise
it's Rishi Prasad. He mainly does racing for ITV, but used to do racing for Channel 4 when they had the rights. So,
horse racing?
He knows horse racing. Yeah. But he does know his cricket, in fairness.
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, I think it very much was sort of last minute. Well, I suppose it was last minute.
Well, very last minute, wasn't it?
We only found out on Tuesday, I think. That
it wasn't actually confirmed till
they were struggling
Wednesday,
to put a team together. I'm sure.
Well, I think they were. Yeah, I think they were. There was all sorts of names mooted about. But going back to this thing, this is it. I don't think you ever kind of. It's nice to have a third spinner, but they can be a part-time spinner in a test match. You've only got to bowl 90 overs in a day. You've got a session that's 2 hours long each time. If the spin bowlers bowl 80% of each session, they're only going to bowl 10, 11 overs a session, and then they have a break and I'm not sure you need it anyway.
Yeah, I guess the only excuse you can give for this is they thought if they won the toss, then on a wearing 5th day pitch, they would need those spinners to run through England. Maybe that was the thinking. But
they might still run through England.
They might well do. Anyway, I'm not on now, so I
think they will. So
I'm
there you
on.
go.
You're on.
Hello, Annie.
Ali's rejoined us.
I'll be back in an hour or so.
Looking lovely.
Hello, Linda. How are you?
Very good, thank you. And you?
I enjoyed your talk about the test series with Tony.
Yeah, I had my gloves off there.
You did.
I
certainly did.
I saw Tony without his beard and without his hair, and I was like, okay, is this Tony? I'm like, let him have it.
Yeah, I was most confused when I saw Tony without a beard. What was going on there?
Almost like seeing Father Christmas without a beard.
Yeah,
I thought
it's just wrong,
exactly.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, we are about to get back underway for the final session of this first day. It's been a proper day's Test cricket. This, very, very enjoyable. And Ishant Sharma is going to start up after the tea break. And, that's outside the off stump. I think he kept a bit low, sort of went under Root's edge and bounced through to Rishabh Pant, and there's no run. Sharma only bowled 3 overs after, it was when the Bear and I were on in the afternoon session, and I actually thought he bowled pretty well. Certainly he was better in the afternoon session than he was first up.
that ball, he banked the ball in, and the ball bounced about 1.5 feet from the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the definition of banged in, and it did not get up at all.
Has the ball? Have they changed the ball, or are they still keeping?
Yes, they have.
They have, right?
They have. Yeah.
It was looking pretty raggedy, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, the previous ball used to last 10 overs, so.
Root just defends the next one. I was a bit concerned when Annie was talking about new variants of ball before tea. We're a bit fed up with new variants in the UK at the moment. That's the last thing we need is for cricket balls to start mutating.
Well, they are vectors of disease, aren't they? So,
They certainly are.
Yeah.
They certainly are.
According to our great PM.
Everything's a vector, though, I think. He loves the word vector. We had it a couple of weeks ago as well. Good times they were, when vectors of disease is all we had to worry about.
I remember the days.
Sharma running in to bowl to Root is on 45. Edge, does that carry to Pant? I don't think it has.
Just dropped in front of him.
No, they're not going to go. They're not going to appeal. But that was a lovely delivery from Sharma. Drew the edge from Root. It bounced just in front of Pant. Ooh, it's the first real moment India have had at Root all day, really. And it just bounced in front of the wicket-keeper. Beautiful ball. See it again. Drew the edge. And, yeah, comfortably in front of Pant.
But you see, there you are, because all summer I watched Root get out in his 40s, and now he's on 45. So I'm hoping that the trick's going to work again. Now that I'm on air. So.
What time is it where you are, Ninja?
It's about 5 p.m.
Oh, okay. So you're not tired like us then?
Well, only because I've been on back-to-back client meetings on Zoom for the last 3 hours. So,
About bank things.
No, I don't do banking anymore. So.
That's
more about sports leadership.
Oh, okay.
Latest delivery from Root was just turned away to leg, and there is no run. Be nice to watch cricket. Nice to watch cricket at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Not too long though, till we can do that here. We've got hopefully, fingers crossed. I see the T20 fixtures came out this morning. So,
yes, I just had a good look at them.
It's very compact this year.
When do they start?
The T20 Blast is going to be sort of mid-June through to July.
So that the 100 can have its place instead.
But June and July is often better for weather than July and August.
Yeah.
100 will be played.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Root turns Ishant to leg, and they get a single, and Root goes to 46, and finals day's already a sellout. I'm one of the rollovers who didn't get to go this year, but we'll get to go hopefully in September. I'd imagine there's going to be.
I'd like to think that the.
By September, I think we've got a fair chance of having that. Hopefully, I think people will be able to see a lot of county cricket and international cricket, obviously with India coming to England in August and September. And we've got New Zealand as well, which was confirmed a couple of weeks ago, which is quite very exciting.
Loads of cricket this year. I mean, massive amount.
Well, New Zealand anyway had to get there to play probably at Southampton now.
Yes,
but they're going to play 2 tests against England, which is
if they're there, might as well with the bubble. Or whatever. But sorry, please
go on, Annie. Have you got any tweets?
Well, yeah, I got one from Armchair Cricket Podcast saying West Indies lose 5 out of 6 to be all out from 253 for 5. That's a real heap and has put Bangladesh firmly in control.
That's been a while.
Yeah, a couple of quick strikes from Cornwall in the second Bangladesh innings, notwithstanding West Indies have a lot of work to do to salvage the test.
Yes, Bangladesh are 2 for 2 in their second innings, but they're 180.
Oh, are they?
But they are 180 in front, so they're in a good position there, Bangladesh.
I want to talk about Annie after this over.
Oh no.
we've already had the Andy Chave name drop.
Yeah. I saw that
here today. Nadeem is going to bowl from the pavilion end after tea, and Root goes back and across, and there's no run. I can't compete with a cricket 11. I'd be more inclined. I don't even think I could do a rugby name drop 15. So it was an impressive 11 we got to in the end.
Yeah.
As Nadeem
Yeah,
bowls,
I'm quite
Root comes forward, and there's no run.
So, among spin bowlers, who Nadeem reminds me of is a bit like Sunil Joshi. So he has a nice loop, and that's how he used to bowl, almost exactly the same action.
Have you seen much of Nadeem bowl then?
Only the last time when he was also picked about 12 hours before the test match. So that's been a pattern with his international career, let's put it this way. The last time he was asked to drive, I think, like 6 hours to get there, to get onto the field, and this time he's been pulled out of the match. Yeah.
Root pulls this one away. That goes out into the leg side. There is a sweeper fielder who is Sharma, so it won't be the boundary for Root this time, and he goes to 47 with that single. Yeah, I think, as the Bear was saying earlier, I think he has bowled well, but he hasn't quite had the threat that Ashwin carries. He's been solid enough at one end.
Yeah, he's a very experienced first-class bowler, so he knows what to do. It's just, I think, at this level, it will just take a little bit of time.
Absolutely. Sibley turns this away to leg, and he'll get his first run of this session. Sibley plodding along to 54, but that's absolutely fine from an English perspective.
Plodding is absolutely perfect.
Well,
yeah.
I'm a big fan of Sibley's, I have to say. I've seen
Big fan of plodding.
Yeah, always a plodder, and very much my style of batting as well. As Root cuts this away through the point region, it's not going to go to the boundary. Oh, actually, it might, because Washington Sundar has misfielded it, and it has gone for 4, and that will take Joe Root to his half century. It's been a very controlled innings from the England captain, and in his 100th test, Root has gone to 50 from 110 balls.
Bear's rushed back.
The Bear has rushed back from making his eggs to play us a jingle.
50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs. Your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
That was the quickest I've seen the Bear move for a while.
Yeah.
So Root now has 50 test 50s.
Hey, it's his 100th test.
In his 100th test, it's all
happening out there for him.
All happening for Joe Root at the moment. And there's been a new over from Ishant, which begins with a ball on the leg stump. Sibley turns this away, a typical Sibley shot into the leg side, and they take a single.
I want to know what you were going to ask me.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, I was just going to warn the world that warn the world that they should not get on your wrong side. Look what happened to the 100. You managed a global pandemic. I mean, you killed a few thousand people, but you know. Hey, you stopped it for a year. Yeah, you stopped it for a year.
What am I going to do this year, though?
Exactly. I mean, they should play it in the winter then, because just to be sure that you haven't thought out something by the time it comes along.
Yeah, or I'm happy to have it play some other time.
Sharma bowls a short one, which Root sways away out of the way of, and there's no run. I mean, don't give the ECB ideas about playing cricket here in October and November. I'm sure they would if they could.
Well, they nearly do, don't they? So.
Well, we did this year because of the delayed start, and that was that didn't end particularly well. It was the wettest October day in record. Was the day that they picked for the delayed 2020 finals day this year. Although part of that was to do with the fact that Boris had said you're going to be allowed people back in October, and then we couldn't. So it wasn't completely their fault.
What, you mean a U-turn?
He did make a U-turn, unsurprisingly, as Root pulls Ishant away. Is this going to be 4? No, it's going to be a sliding stop by the man on the boundary, but they will come back for 2. That's good running. I must say, England do run well between the wickets. I noticed this in the Sri Lanka series. They really are good.
Apart from the fact when Root was nearly run out.
Yes, apart from that, but they do like to. They're very good at putting pressure on the opposition. I think that was another no ball there.
Yeah, it was.
There have been a few from India today.
I think we're going to find more and more, though, aren't we?
I think you are. I think you are. You see that one there. It is a no ball, but it's very tight and wouldn't be called if the third umps wasn't looking for it. Whether you agree with that or not, that's just sort of the way it was. But it was a no ball, but a marginal one. 10 no balls out of.
But they used to get called, though, didn't they, in the old days?
Yeah, but I mean, not in the last few years.
They haven't.
Oh,
that went just past the outside of his Root's bat. He's sort of hid the bat away to sort of show he was leaving it, but I think he tried to have a go at that one. he's tried to convince us there that he left that alone, but I'm not buying that one, Joe. He always does. I tell you what, it was not far. That was not far.
And he was playing at it.
And he certainly was playing at it. So you can. No wonder he had a cheeky grin. Although Joe Root quite often has a cheeky grin on his face, particularly when he's batting.
Not when he's losing.
No. But he's playing well at the moment. After a successful tour of Sri Lanka, he started well here at Sharma Bowls, and this is just defended back up the pitch from Root, and there is no run.
Are England doing better than you expected so far then in India?
No, I think they're doing just as I expected before they collapsed. Now,
well, you see, this is where I am with this. You just think it's going okay, but there's always half an hour to an hour with this England side where they can mess it all up, but. Yeah,
it's a test match. It's a subcontinental test match, right? So this kind of thing happens all the time until it stops happening. So I've just seen so much of that.
Root on the back foot this time. Punches this one through the offside. That's a really nice shot from Joe Root. It's going to be cut off by Nadeem, who was chasing out towards the cover boundary, and I think they've run 2 again. They have indeed. So Root has now drawn level with Sibley, both on 55. And it's 1-5-3 for 2. We are in the 60th over of the innings. So we've actually just got some stats appeared on screen. Joe Root is averaging 59 against India in 17 matches. I knew he had a decent record against them, but I didn't realise it was quite that strong. Comfortably his strongest opponent, although he has played 17 tests compared to 12 against South Africa and Pakistan, 10 against Sri Lanka, 11 against the West Indies. So he has obviously played India more. Sharma bowls, and this time it's flicked to leg. More. Kohli does the footing. Yes, he's played 24 Ashes tests. And I saw the first one, 2013, at Trent Bridge.
That would have been an interesting game. I don't really understand this one, Leah, so I'll read it, but maybe someone else will. It's good to see the BCCI giving jobs to former Dothraki extras from Game of Thrones now that shit show is over. Does anyone?
Presumably it's referring to their commentators.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't want. As I've said many times on here, I don't watch Game of Thrones.
Oh, right.
Neither do I, sorry.
Oh, well.
Sorry, Leah.
I do, so I know what a Dothraki is, but... Neil Franklin says Cornwall is the great cult hero, the most loved Test cricketer of our time. It seems to me, anyway.
He would have got tremendous reception from the crowd if we'd have had one when the West Indies came over here last summer.
Absolutely.
He'd have been a cult hero.
Definitely.
With the English crowd. That was short from Nadeem. Sibley went back and across, just played it away into the offside, and there's no run.
Martin Lawrence has got a question for you, Ninja. He says, who are the 3 best ever spinners for India? Not that you know much about spin in India.
No. I know nothing.
Who are they then?
I'd say Subhash Gupta, Bishan Bedi, and Prasanna. I could go with those.
Yeah.
Sibley comes forward to the next delivery, and there's no run. It's a solid list, I think.
And I'm not going purely by numbers, obviously.
You're going from what you feel.
I just think, in terms of just the skill.
That was thrown up by Nadeem. Sibley just knocks it back down to ground. There's no run.
He just reminds me so much of Sunil Joshi, because Sunil Joshi modeled his bowling on Bishan Bedi, but his action was exactly like you see Nadeem's.
So Nadeem's modelled on him then.
Sibley gets 4 this time as a short one from Nadeem is cut away. That was a loose delivery from the left arm spinner, and Sibley picks up 4 to get a 59.
And Bear's making eggs, so.
So yes, we're Jingles for the next few minutes because the bear is.
Depends. He might like hard-boiled eggs, and then that will go on for a while, won't it?
Bear is cooking up a storm.
He's probably
somewhere.
doing fried eggs, isn't he?
I'd imagine he's a fried egg man.
Yeah.
Yeah. As Sibley defends the next delivery, and
Maybe poached?
There's no run. Could be.
If Sibley stretches forward anymore, he's going to split his trousers.
He does get a good stride in, very much coaching manual stride from Sibley.
Did you see Kawaja changing his jockstrap on the pitch?
No. I did, yes. This was in one of the Big
BBL
Bash
games?
playoff games, yeah. In fact, that was as entertaining as it got for the Sydney Thunder as they crashed out.
Yeah, it really did. He was out straight after it.
He changed his jockstrap
to the unlucky one.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
He should have kept the. But yeah, I can't remember how he described it. It was
loose or
in
something like that.
discreet or
Yeah, yeah. It was. That was quite entertaining. But we've got the find of that obviously tomorrow morning. If you're in the UK, it's tomorrow morning. The Big Bash final.
Yeah, absolutely. We've lost a ninja.
The Sixers. Oh, we have. So we have. I'm sure he'll appear again at some point. We'll hold the fort.
Oh, he's back.
Here's a new over from Ishant, and Root turns his away to leg. They'll certainly get 1, and it'll only be 1. It was decent fielding there on the boundary. I think it was Gill who was out there on the square leg boundary. I'm looking forward to seeing him. I quite like the look of him. I saw in the bits I saw of the Australia series.
You've got such a great. India have got such a great lineup, haven't they?
Completely. And,
there's a lot of talent out there. I'm sorry, I'd stepped out. I was just saying hello to my canine daughter who walked into the room. So.
No, you know that when you have a really strong batting lineup, you often completely collapse. Just warning you.
Yes,
I've never seen that happen. No, never.
It always happens.
Never heard of Adelaide. Never.
No, that was just a blip, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Ishant bowls, and that's just defended by Sibley. Back to
the 1 hour
who
shit
does
show.
Does the fielding. Well, I can assure you that England supporters know all about shit shows in Adelaide.
Well, in most places, in fact.
Yeah, most places, particularly in Australia, but Adelaide certainly sticks out in the memory of that infamous tour with Andrew Flintoff as captain. Although Freddie did mastermind a test win in India. It wasn't a series win, but
it was a test win. Yes, he was quite unbelievable.
That was remarkable. Yeah, as Ishant bowls left alone outside the off stump by Sibley, and this partnership is now at 95. I was thinking it was creeping up towards the 3-figure mark, and
but very very seriously, Annie, from what you were talking about England's batting. I mean, when you have your heartthrob coming in at number 7, it's a pretty good lineup, yeah.
Very very strong and good at spin bowling too, which is useful.
Yeah, I did feel a bit sorry for Dan Lawrence being sort of thrust in at number 3. That's not where he's going to be an effective player for England. And obviously with the late injury to Zach Crawley is a bit of a blow. Ishant bowling to Sibley, lets this one go outside the off stump once again.
Talking of injuries, is Jadeja likely to be back at all, do we know?
I don't know. I need to check on that, whether he's going to be well enough for the third test. Certainly not for these two.
No.
Yeah, I was going to say these two are back to back, aren't they? So so we'll be looking at the third test, which is of course a day-nighter.
Because he'd be a good bowling option for them at the moment, wouldn't he?
Yeah, but the third one, Tony and I didn't get to talk about that because we just sparred off too much. Yeah, we went on too much. but he kept on going on about the record at Ahmedabad, and what I was about to tell him was that it's worth nothing because it's a new stadium.
Yeah.
Right.
Defended by Sibley, just pushed away into the offside. So this will be that will be the first test match.
It will be the first test
match in the new stadium.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was even the first class match because it was opened not too long ago. And the Ranji Trophy's been cancelled, so there hasn't really been a first class season in India.
Oh, Bear's back.
And obviously the IPL was moved, so they won't have that either. So
exactly. So no one knows what the pitch is going to play like.
No.
And we'll see. Especially and then it's a day night, right? So
Yes, exactly.
You've got every bit of uncertainty thrown into the box, right?
Bear, we want to know whether you had fried eggs.
Yeah, we were laying wagers on that.
Eggs. What did you have? We reckon fried.
You were correct.
There you go.
Last ball of the over is turned away to leg by Sibley, and he will get one there. So Sibley will keep the bowling. He's 60. Root's 56. It's 159 for 2. Should we have some tweets?
Yeah, Mayank says Boris Johnson made an uneducated guess on when crowds could come back to watch cricket last year and had to make a U-turn. No, very uncharacteristic.
It was.
Absolutely. Pirate Badshaw says, why does anyone listen to what politicians say? It's been a defining characteristic of this pandemic that politicians the world over have tried to be unjustifiably optimistic rather than realistic. Even thinking there will be large crowds in the summer is unwise. Absolutely.
Probably is.
Leah says, I don't like this Happy Joe Root look-alike. I much prefer the original. It looks like it's close to starting to sweat profusely from the eyes.
Well, we need him to get out then, don't we?
And Messenger says, how did I just know that Annie would raise Usman's on-field strip today? Sorry, I'm so predictable.
It was as I say,
orange. He had orange pants on, didn't he?
Yeah, which with a lime green
shirt,
which the Sydney Thunder wear, was an interesting colour combination.
Citrus fruit. And Leah says, I always thought eating poached eggs while not being a member of the aristocracy was a punishable offence in England.
Here's a new over from Nadeem, which is begins with Sibley coming forward, and there's no run.
I
think she's been reading. I think she's been reading too much P.G. Woodhouse.
Yeah,
yes.
Definitely.
Yes, we've moved on somewhat. As Nadeem bowls and Sibley lets this one go outside the off stump. It wasn't too dissimilar to the one he left in Sri Lanka, except that one actually turned, which fooled him, of course, when Embal Denny got him out.
But this one didn't miss his off stump by much. It just went straight.
No.
I got a couple of messages on YouTube in a minute.
That one was down the leg side from Nadeem, and there is no run.
Hi to Dan De Castro. Great stuff from England here. And Stephen Kelt says, morning all. Trying to prepare teaching and horribly but wonderfully distracted by combination of terrestrial TV coverage and guerrilla cricket.
Yes, well, I hope everybody is homeschooling their kids in maths with this.
Yes, with this on.
As
I'm glad you're horribly distracted.
Sibley defends the next delivery outside the off stump. I was sort of the part of the 2005 generation, so I do remember the sort of the Channel 4 of that era. So it is great to see it back. As Sibley turns this away to leg, and there's no run. I say the third test could be could be big with the start time we've got here. I think it's 9 o'clock UK time.
It is.
So
we'll all be wanting to do it, won't we?
Yeah. As Sibley defends the last ball of Nadeem's over. That was a maiden, so it's 159 for 2. I'll do one more over, and then we'll have a change for the first time in this last session. Have we got any more tweets?
Yeah. Mayank says, "I'm a badad." You see, I can't say these things. Badad. The domestic Syed Mushtaq Ali T20 matches 2 weeks ago. Not much, but there has been some cricket in the new stadium that these two teams could look into and see how the pitch is played as they get ready for the 2 tests there.
Yeah, that was a T20 tournament, so there hasn't been any first-class cricket played there, so it's pretty difficult to judge how the pitch will behave.
And someone who I can't read what their name is because it's a series of symbols says, "What a pitch! It's lifeless. It seems England has edged due to toss. On third afternoon or fourth day, ball will turn square or drop low. Chennai, one more test at the same place."
Indeed.
That might be the English wicket Tony Bishop's been looking for.
Yeah. And you haven't been. Mia Katie says, "I only really started eating poached eggs when I went to South Africa in 2015-16. They are obsessed with them there." Oh. I like poached eggs, certainly on toast.
Yeah.
With avocado.
Don't they fall off?
On avocado.
Here's a new over for Bumrah, who's back on, and Root lets this one go outside the off stump.
Tony Bishop's been.
Do they fall off the toast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my question.
Yeah.
No. Why, unless you hold the toast like that?
I was going to say, you'd have to sliding your poached eggs off.
Yeah. I don't like poached eggs, as you can tell.
could be a sport in that. Poached eggs sliding off toast. Yep. Bumrah bowls, Root comes forward, and there's no run. Bumrah was an absolute jaffer that got Lawrence. Not a lot. The makeshift, I'll call him, England number 3, could have done with that one. I don't think. What was looking an excellent first session for England. Obviously, they were checked back with those 2 wickets, but India didn't take a wicket in the afternoon session. So
well, they need a couple now.
They do. They do.
Weakling Charles says, "Sitting in the uni library doing IT support for students, but can't get anything done."
Shot from Root there to a wider one from Bumrah, but it's fielded in the gully, and there's no run. Nadeem was doing the fielding.
They say can't get anything done because there's cricket on. I hope my boss doesn't have a productivity versus schedule draft.
Bosses tend to have those.
Yes, it can be very distracting, but essential.
Yeah, absolutely. As Bumrah starts up in again. Always enjoy watching Bumrah run in, and he bowls now to Root, who drives. That's a lovely shot through the offside from Joe Root, and that is going to run away to the boundary for 4 runs. Takes him into the 60s. Might be the shot of the day, or certainly the shot of the day I've seen. I didn't see all of the first session.
Beautiful shot, beautiful. Perfect balance.
Classical off drive from Root, and that is
lovely. 60-60 they are.
Yeah, 60 apiece and 100 partnership as well for the 3rd wicket between Root and Sibley. As Bumrah bowls to Root, who goes back and across, just defends his way into the offside, and there is no run.
I'll leave you with this tweet from Martin Lawrence before we go. The best ever story from my friend Annie Chave is being with Phil Simmons in the hot tub. There you are.
I think it's difficult to beat that one.
Yes, I would agree. I would agree there.
Okay, I'll see you in a while.
The legendary.
I think you've got one more ball.
Hey, message, yes.
The legendary Phil Simmons hot tub story. as Bumrah bowls the last ball of the over. Root comes forward. That is a dot ball to finish. That's the end of the over. That's the end of me for today. In fact, I will be back on day 5, providing we get there. I suspect we will.
Yep.
So
see you then, Rob.
Thanks a lot for putting up with me as ever. Hendo is going to take over the ball by ball.
Is that Hendo?
It is. And there goes in India.
I wouldn't recognize you if I met you on the street.
Oh, you mean because you haven't seen me without the beard?
Yeah.
It's been gone for a while, to be honest.
Okay. I'll see you soon then.
We will see you anon as Messi, Jez and Nestlers join me for the penultimate session of the day. 163 for 2. I just thought in that over, Joe Root played 2 of the most gorgeous shots you will ever see from Joe Root. A lovely forcing shot off the back foot, which actually didn't bring him any runs, but he really got hold of it. And then that drive, it was just sumptuous. It was effortless. He just picked his spot, didn't try to overhit it. It really was a thing of quiet beauty.
I really think that Sri Lanka was everything that Joe Root needed before coming here.
Indeed, as Nadeem continues, bowling left arm round the wicket to Sibley, who defends on the front foot. He's faced 207 balls for his 60. Joe Root has faced 123, but both valuable knocks, as this is also defended down the onside of the pitch by the Warwickshire batsman.
Have we seen a close-up of the ball recently?
Not recently, no.
And India said it had been changed, but I'm not sure if you meant from the old SG ball to a new style, or whether the actual ball's been changed.
Defended again by Sibley on the front foot. Nadeem has been pretty economical. He's certainly doing a job in terms of not letting England get away, and that is important in its own way. He's in again, bowls, and this time Sibley advances down the wicket, then turns the ball into the onside. For a moment, the two batsmen looked at each other, thinking there might be a single there, but ultimately decided against it.
Burns must be sitting back in the hutch kicking himself at the moment, mustn't he? If not, his partners in the dressing room are all kicking him.
Worked beautifully by Sibley. He finds the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, and he's very strong in that area. He's picked up 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, we've seen 2 or 3 lovely shots from both these batsmen in the last over or two. And I suppose it's important for India that they don't just fade away in this final session. With England just 2 wickets down, they've got to retain their concentration and hope that they get a break or two, as England would be delighted to go to stumps tonight with just 2 down. Sibley again advancing, drives to deep set mid-on, but he hits too hard on this occasion to Ashwin, and so he can't get the run. Score remains 167 for 2.
Part of the psychology of Test is frustrating the bowlers and making them make mistakes.
And vice versa, absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
Indeed it is. That is the end of the 65th over of the day. 25 to go. 167 for 2. Root 60, Sibley 64.
So on the egg chat, Neil Frampton says, "Oof, en cocotte," the thing really. That's just a fancy name for baked eggs, isn't it?
Baked eggs?
Baked eggs?
Did you never have baked eggs as a kid?
No.
Look it up. Vector Victoria says, "I was working at Channel 4 in 2005 when we won the Ashes. As you were allowed to watch the TV on your PC."
As Bumrah is in, forced off the back foot by Root. Has he found the gap again? No, good piece of fielding this time. I think that was Nadeem diving away to his right. Prevented that perhaps running away for 4. Saved a boundary, and England didn't get a single. So he was right up on his toes there, Root. Played that beautifully. And a very good piece of fielding.
And she says, "It became apparent that everyone was watching when a cheer went up around the floor when we realised England had won."
That must have been good times. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't bump into Dave Brooke at that point. I'm sure he was was quite visible around the Channel 4 offices at that point.
I was in
audible.
I was in France waiting to get on the ferry back home after a golf trip, and the whole place had stopped, and everyone was outside of their cars listening on the radio, and the French had no idea what we were doing.
Did you tell them it's French cricket?
No. And then the cheers went up, and they're all just looking at each other, going, "What?"
Bumrah in again. No, he's put in the Yorker, well kept out by Root. He's bowled a couple of absolute beauties today. One that he bowled to Sibley, which the batsman did incredibly well to keep out, and another one there. He is a good bowler of the Yorker, is Bumrah, but he uses it fairly sparingly, certainly in test level, or in the longer format of the game. But, England have got to be on the watch for that. They really got themselves into a decent position. Don't want to let it go. Short ball pulled or hooked by Root. Not sure where that's gone. It's gone in front of square, and they will come back for a second. He was surprised by that, but he still played it well. And he goes to 62, England to 169 for 2. An interesting point I just noticed is that we know it was a landmark or a milestone that Joe Root brought up his 100th test appearance today. I just realised that the 4th test of this series will mark his 50th test as captain.
Ooh. Is that right?
He played 53 tests before being named captain in February 2017. Here is Bumrah again, bowls, defended on the front foot, very watchful, head over the top of the ball from Root, guides it into the offside, and there is no run.
I still see him as a sort of young newbie.
Yeah. Well, he's still quite young, isn't he? I mean, he's 30. He's only 30. I mean, it's not, that's no age, is it, for a batsman? He can go on for another 5 or 6 years, can't he? Unless he gets tired.
For the three of us, anybody playing professional cricket is young, let's face it.
any sport, really.
Yep, that's a fair point.
Apart from the old boys golf.
Bumrah in again, wide of the off stump, and I thought for a moment that Root might chase that, might go after that. It was not a particularly good delivery. Maybe it's just a little bit slow, or he didn't feel as if he'd got into the right position, and so discretion was the better part of valour, and he left it alone.
You know you're getting old when you still feel comfortable about the stones still being about. You still got that, oh yeah, well the stones are still going. I'm not that old.
Yeah, how old is Mick Jagger these days? This one comes back into Root. He's a little bit puzzled because he was trying to play that into the offside, got a thick inside edge out towards Ashwin at backward square leg. They come through for 1. That is the end of the over. He's kept the strike. England are 170 for 2. Tweets.
So Leah says the only positive thing about the ease with which the English batsmen are cruising along here is that it gives me hope of a Rohit triple ton. She does like her Rohit, doesn't she? And Mayank says poached eggs sliding off toast sounds like the most quintessential Victorian era British sport. And Leah says poached eggs slide off toast. You do know what eggs Benedict are, no?
Yeah, I love eggs Benedict.
Yes.
77 years old, Mick Jagger, Ender.
77, just the 77.
Gives us all hope, eh?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Home ed with Channel 4 cricket. Age 16, my physics teacher made us choose between quiet revision or watching Beefy both of them on the massive school TV. Now that's youth engagement for you.
Yes, indeed. There's quite a strong wind, it seems, at Chennai. I'm not sure whether it's one of those quite warm winds that makes it feel as if you've got a giant hairdryer being aimed at you. Or maybe it's just keeping them a little bit cooler, because we do believe it's, what did we say, 32, 33 degrees, something like that, in Chennai today.
I think so. Do you know, I still find it hard to say Chennai without thinking of Super Kings straight afterwards.
Yes, I know what you mean. Now, Ashwin is having a chat to Nadeem, maybe giving him the benefit of his experience, and Nadeem is playing only his second test. Ashwin has played 74, I think it is. So he's seen it all. He's not a young man though, Nadeem. He's 31. been around. He's got 400 plus, 440 plus first class wickets, and he's into Root, round the wicket. Root goes back and opens the face, lays this ball down to backward point, and there is no run.
I do think they should be bowling for the run out. 4 of Joe Root's last 9 test dismissals have been run out.
Well, actually, he wasn't that far from being run out today. Very early on, he sweeps the next delivery very quickly out to Ishant Sharma at deep square leg, and picks up another one. He goes to 64. Level with Sibley, incidentally. 171 for 2.
Jacob Pickering on Hot Mic says this is so much better than bloody Channel 4.
Well, Channel 4 is just taking the feed from the ground.
Star Sports, is it?
Is it Star Sports? Yeah.
We're better.
Well, I kind of sort of lost interest in the commentary when I've not been on air myself. When I realised that Nick Knight had been sent out there. But there you go. Can't have everything. Let's have a look now. What's he doing? He's sending his mid-on back to the edge of the imaginary circle. If this was a one-day international, he's got a short extra in for Sibley, and Nadeem comes round the wicket, throws it up, nicely stroked up to that mid-on, but too much pace on it for a single to be considered. It'd be nice if they just pulled back and I could see more clearly. It looks to me like we've got 2 short extra covers, haven't we, really?
Yeah.
This is interesting. We had 3 mid-wickets at one point, so Kohli is trying everything on this rather dull, dead pitch, defended by Sibley. Back to the bowler. It bounces happily on its way to him, and there is no run. Also got a mid-off backward point.
Sorry.
Down the wicket comes Sibley, as he's done on occasion, and defends it towards mid-wicket. He's not getting there and think I've got to go through with the big shot at all. He's just making sure he gets there and covers the spin, smothers the spin. And he's done a very good job so far today. 215 balls he's batted. Again, advancing a little way down the pitch, defends it back to Nadeem. And there is no run. That is the end of the over. 171 for 2 tweets.
So El Chapanos reckons it's time for Virat to shout from the slips, throw your wicket away, Sibley, or mind your windows, Rooty, or both. He's been watching too much cricket in Australia, I think.
I don't think that's I don't think that's the kind of thing that's going to upset Sibley, is it? Because I mean that's not the way he plays.
No. Mayank says, where can one find the Phil Simmons bathtub story? Asking for a friend. I'm sure we'll get that in the course of this series.
That'll be in the Annie Chave Memoirs of a Cricket Commentator book that will be coming out, no doubt, under a gorilla imprint fairly soon.
Jeff G. Thomas says, cricket, listening to Ace program during India versus England with Guerrilla Cricket was inspirational. Given the obvious value to sport and the community, I'm surprised that cricket suppliers such as Adidas and Slazenger aren't already actively involved with the charity. And Grand Theft Auto says, stop listening to TMS after Swan derided Mo.
What?
Derided Mo's then in the world-class all-round form, best ever English spinner figures. By saying, but against the tail on a terrible pitch, total snake pit. What an arrogant prick, in keeping with someone who retired is to protect their average.
Washington Sundar is back into the attack, and he's swept immediately as he's offline down the leg side, helped on its way by Root. 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Shall we have a Washington Sundar jingle there?
His name for his granddad or something with like that. So it turns out that you are looking at Washington
Sundar. Here he is again. Bowls. Root comes forward. A little bit of drift there, but a bit of an arm ball. Defended into the offside. He does his own fielding. And England remain 175 for 2. Root has overtaken Sibley now. He's on 68 from 133 balls. 19 fours in the day. Sibley remains on 64 from 216. Sundar in again, giving that one a little bit more air, but Root presses forward, guides it into the offside. And again, there is no run. Lovely sunny day in Chennai. Anyone been to Chennai?
Nope.
No. Okay. In he comes again. The two mid wickets are back. In fact, there's a third. He got it between the two short mid wickets, but he found that there was a third orthodox mid wicket. So really, scoring opportunity has been a little bit cut off there for Root. And Sundar is in again. Oh, looks as if the ball just slipped in his hand as he was about to get into his delivery stride.
No, hang on, I have.
You have been to Chennai. You only just remembered.
he was stoned.
I think, yeah. Swept by Root, and he's going to get one. He's going to come back for the second. That's good running. Nadeem, I think it was, out there doing the fielding.
I was there for 2 days. I went to our IT outsourced company.
Oh, right. Did you see much of the city?
Nope.
Oh, nothing at all?
Hotel and an office block.
No,
that's a terrible thing. That's a terrible thing to go all that way.
Well, I didn't choose to.
Well, no, but even having gone that way, you know, or made to do that. Root presses forward, defends again into the offside. End of the over, 177 for 2.
Food in the hotel was lovely.
Shri PMH says, are we going to see 2012-13 outcome in 2020-21?
Bit early to say, I think.
Yes, Sri Lanka versus England helped England a great deal to face India at home. The third and fourth tests will play much the same. How can India bounce back? I think we've got a long way to go.
Yeah, bounce back. I mean, England have got 177 for 2. They're quite capable of losing 2 or 3 quick wickets. We've seen it many times before. We know that this India team can play inspirational cricket at times as well.
Didn't England lose the series 4-0 after making 400 in each of the first innings?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were talking to Chennai. I think it was 400 England made, and we thought, well, that's reasonably good. And then we watched Karen Nair hit a 100, as I think India totaled 757. I think it was an innings defeat in the end. 37 runs in this session from 11 overs, so perhaps signs that India are tiring a little bit. By far the quickest run rate of the day so far. But it's going to be Nadeem to continue, left arm round the wicket, just looking behind him as if perhaps some official, because there's no crowd, was walking in front of the sight screen. Yes, indeed. A couple of people who've got the sight screen on a kind of rail. Then they move it for round the wicket and over the wicket, and maybe there was just some adjustment being made. Still, there's a delay. Not quite sure what the problem is.
Okay, well, I'll squeeze in another tweet from Jay Grover, who confessed to listening to another service earlier. He says, "Can someone explain Mark Nicholas to me? He's an allogenous twatwomble. Also, what food stuff are you talking about? Krista? Have we been talking food?
Some eggs. I think there were some eggs in there somewhere.
Eggs.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Now, finally, Kohli has got the field that he wants. 2 short extra covers, backward point, a deeper set cover, mid-off, and a slip. That's the offside field. Sibley reaches for this one a little bit outside off stump, strokes it to one of the short extras, and there's no run.
They're very close together, aren't they?
They are very close together, yeah. Trying to tempt him into a drive that he doesn't quite get to the pitch of. Maybe also opening up that leg side to get him to just hit across the line of the ball, or as it spins, get a leading edge. This one is played square into the offside. So some plans are afoot. Jinky Rahani's been at slip all day. In comes Nadeem. He's down the wicket. It's thrown wider. And went through with a shot. Didn't try to hit over the top, but just stroked it nicely to one of the short extra covers. He threw it back quickly. There was a chance of a run out for a moment. So he got back safely. 177 for 2. Did we see a picture of the Chennai railway station earlier? I thought it was a fantastic looking building.
That's it there, isn't it?
I think I see the rail, can't we, from above? This is left alone outside the off stump by Sibley. Is it wrong to like colonial architecture?
Not at all.
Well, it's architecture, isn't it?
It is architecture, yeah. But, it comes from a particular period.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Nadeem gives this one more air, and that's driven a little bit uppishly. And Coley, who I think is one of those two extras, reacted as if to say, ooh, that almost carried to me. So Sibley's just got to be a little bit careful. This one's too wide outside your stomach. You can leave that without any problem. That is the end of the over. Maiden 177 for 2. Messi.
So Knuckle has retweeted from Yes Rana. There'll be some people out there whose last two experiences of watching live cricket will have been the World Cup's final super over, and Sibley plodding his way to 160 ball 50 in front of an empty ground in Chennai.
I think that's a good thing, though. Isn't that a good thing?
Yeah.
To get both sides of the game.
Absolutely, I agree. Mog says England will have played 50 tests in 4 years. That's very disturbing.
What is that? That's 12? 12 a year, pretty much, isn't it?
Yeah.
12, nearly 13. Yeah, that's a lot.
Right.
In comes Washington Sundar to bowl to Root. Root scoops this almost down to mid-on, and there is no run. Root is on 70 now. Sibley marooned a little bit on 64. Hasn't scored for a while.
Off 2-2-2.
Off 2-2-2. And Washington Sundar is in again. Root advances and then just pushes into the offside. And although Washington Sundar had to go and do the fielding himself, they've still managed to get through for a single. So clever batting that from Root. Rotating the strike, making sure that England don't get bogged down, and very well played.
It's been a very good innings from these two, isn't it?
It has. They really needed it. That's what
I was saying. Burns must be sitting there just going, "You flipping idiot!"
Yeah. There were runs out there if you have the patience to stay out there, and he didn't.
Wow.
He tried to. He was just a little bit over ambitious, wasn't he?
Such a silly decision, wasn't it?
It wasn't great. Here is Sundar again, bowls to Sibley. It's a quicker one. He defends in front of his pad into the onside, and there is no run. 178 for 2. Root 71. Sibley 64, and Sundar a very straight run up in bowls, defended to short mid wicket, and Sibley remains on 64. Final session of the day. It's an impressive ground actually, Chennai, by the looks of things. Defended again on the front foot. Punt comes from behind the stumps to do the fielding.
No, where are the fans being let in?
Well, there was talk that they were going to let 25,000 in. I think the capacity is twice that. That seems to me very unwise, really. This is defended again. There was talk that the infection rate is falling quite dramatically in parts of India, which is quite interesting. Anyway, that's the end of the over. 115, this partnership is now worth. England 178 for 2, Root 71, Sibley 64. More tweets.
Yes, Alec Payton joins us. Morning, everyone. I'm at work. I've had my coffee, and now I just have to sort through the emails. And India confesses to being a fried-egg freak like the bear. Neil Franklin says there was a time when nobody or only Colin Cowdrey had played 100 tests for England. Now there must be a dozen of the buggers.
Root is the 15th, I believe. English player.
There you go. Leah says, let's put it this way, certain parts of Mick Jagger are 77 years old.
I don't want to guess which ones. Now, I'm just seeing it as a stat on the screen that Joe Root has played 9 sweeps, and he's played them well. He's got 16 runs from them. But they tried to starve him a little bit of that shot. They've obviously seen the way that he played in Sri Lanka. He tries to cut this first ball of a new over from Nadeem. Doesn't really time it, then inspects the bat to see why he didn't time it. Doesn't really get a response.
The bat's fault.
It's the bat's fault. Blaming the tools. He's gone for the sweep. Is that gone in the air? I think it has. but I think it's going to drop safely. Ashwin has to motor back from mid-on, and they're going to get through for 2, but I'd like to see that again, because I think he kind of toe-ended that a little bit from outside off stump, was maybe trying to fetch it too far. Does play the sweep in front of square pretty well, generally speaking. Nadeem in again, he goes back, cuts, not going to get a run here, as he goes to the man at backward point. Here's the replay. Let's see. Oh, yes. He toe-ended that right up in the air. Ooh. An orthodox mid-wicket might have run back, or it might have just cleared him. But anyway, he's got away with it. He's on 73. And Nadeem is in again. He's going to go for the sweep again. He looks like he's played this one much better all the way along the ground. And that hits the boundary board very quickly indeed.
2 + 2 is on man.
So one good sweep, one not so good sweep, but between them they brought 6 runs to Joe Root's account in this over.
And India's saying it's crazy they didn't pick Kuldeep.
I thought they would pick Kuldeep. Seems strange. I mean, the talk this morning that they were going to play Axar Patel, and so I guess Nadeem is a straight swap for him, and he came from outside the squad, or the initial squad, which kind of wrong-footed me. Root goes back a little bit dangerously there, but gets bat on to the ball and defends it. He survives there. It was a curious decision because although Kuldeep hasn't played that many tests, he's got a pretty good record. This is turned by Root. Going to have to hurry to the non-strikers then. The throw comes into the wicket-keeper, not a very good one from Pachara, I think it was. And he's kept the strike. At the end of the over, Root has 78, Sibley has 64. England, with 19 overs of the day remaining, are 185 for 2.
Are we changing over now?
We are, I believe. I think that's the time for a change. The Bear is going to come back into ball by ball. Nestlers is staying, and Anindo is coming back. So I'll be back with you in half an hour.
Hello, everyone. Hello again.
Hello, Anindo.
Hello, Anindo. Well, I don't know. It's amazing how there was an Indian guy there saying, "Oh God, we're going to have to struggle to pull this back." It's day 1, and we're 80 for 2. I mean, it's nice.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a nice position to be in. That's
what we said on day 1 in 1757, and look what happened.
Well,
spent 300 years trying to throw you guys out. So,
I mean,
never too early to throw the British under the bus.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, there was Indians throwing Indians under the bus. Was what I was surprised at. Geez. I guess there's as many pessimistic hendos, Indian hendos, as there are over here. Washington Sundar is into the attack, and Joe Root just drives him up to mid-on, and there is no run. Look, if England bat through till tomorrow tea, they'll have a decent score, right? The pitch will still, the pitch will still be relatively in a decent nick, and India could, they could do what they did before. They might. I mean, it's unlikely they'll get 757 again, but they could certainly equal whatever England get, and then the wicket's crumbling. And who knows which way it goes?
No, absolutely. I don't think it's panic stations, but I was just I'm still pissed off, honestly, that at Kuldeep not being in the team. But it's just you know what this is, right? It's like the sword of Damocles. This is the sword of Adelaide. They just wanted Sundar's batting. That's all.
You think so? Well, I think England have done a bit of that. And as I said to you just after tea, I think they made a mistake not going with an extra seamer. That's just played to mid-wicket and there's no run. I mean, you can't guarantee you're going to bowl second, can you?
No.
You're better to have a balanced attack. I noticed you talked about Hardik Pandya in your...
Yeah, but I believe Hardik's not yet fit to play to bowl, and Kohli's made it clear more than once that until he bowls, he has no place in the team.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair enough. Around the wickets under, played nicely by Sibley. Out to the deeper. I mean, he's got some good fields. I'll give him that. Kohli, he's thought about it. That was clipped to a deeper mid wicket, and there's no run. He's all in with his at the moment. I mean, Nadeem's bowling wide outside the off stump to 5-2 field. He's trying to
It's
ball
attrition,
them out.
right?
Yeah, it is
As we
attrition. And that's defended by Root into the
twice
offside. Yeah, no run. But that's where the sweep comes in, isn't it? Because you can get out of that position with the sweep shot, which is why I guess they fear Root more than anything else. I think Butler will be the same. As Root goes right deep in his crease, clips that into the leg side, wide enough for the man at a deeper set mid wicket for them to get through for a single.
Let me get through some tweets.
Go for it.
We're well behind here. Oxymoronica says, thank goodness the god of tosses was on England's side this morning. They have a wonderful opportunity to pile on the runs and put the Indian batsmen under pressure and go 1-0 up. Talking of a windy Chennai, I'm having curried eggs madras for breakfast. Let's see, what else have we got here? Jay Grove, I'll listen to you back on the archive. No treachery. Also, all architecture is colonial. And Pirate Badshah says, the only architecture it's all right to like is brutalism and brick expressionism. All others are heresy.
Oh, I don't know about that. We've got a lot of concrete monstrosities in England, and they're not particularly nice to look at.
Very own Tony Bishop says the Raya Puran railway station in Chennai is the oldest still functional railway station in India.
Good. Well, Nadeem is going to continue. They're having a big discussion out there. Or is Ashwin coming on?
Mayank says England play too many fucking tests and critical of this World Test Championship. Since you have England and Australia playing each other in 4 or 5 test series, everyone else play each other in 2 test series. I get that it's expensive, but it needs to be fairer.
Well, that's the constant gripe of the cricket fan, isn't it? I mean, Test cricket's such a wonderful game that even against what's supposed weaker sides, you can have fantastic moments in them. I get that people want results and they want close stuff all the time, but you can't get better unless you play the better teams. So.
Mayank tells us that India is starting to vaccinate people at insanely fast rates. That's why they think it's fine to let people back in the grounds.
We're not doing a bad job. The one thing they have got right is vaccination. They've got everything else. The only thing, exactly.
Yeah. But in percentage terms, it's always going to take India a long time to do, right? I mean, it's got 1.3 billion people, so to get through.
But again, a really young population, they stand to, they're in good stead in that sense. Anyway, Nadeem's over the wicket to Root, who's gone to reverse. He's pulling it out again. Rooty, beautiful shot. Reverse sweeps that past gully for 4 runs. This is going to be a very interesting battle now. That's the funny thing as well, because Root in fact, the next 3 players will all play like this as well, and they're all pretty good on these shots. Root's probably the best.
except that it hit the almost behind the bat. That shot, that ball.
Yeah, but if you get enough, oh wow,
could have gone anywhere.
It could have gone anywhere. Defended by Root. It's a thin outside edge onto pad. I think just drops behind, and there's no run. But you play it with enough conviction, and generally you get away with it. Tossed up outside leg stump, kicked away by Root, down to leg slip. No run. He's on 84 now for 150. Sibley remains on 65. Christ, I think when I went off last time he was on 64, Sibley. That was an hour ago. Nadeem is over the wicket to Root, who then clips it square on the leg side, and there's no run.
But when Ishant and Bumrah are bowling, I think Kohli's missing a trick there because he's got his wicketkeeper and slips too far back. The ball's really keeping reasonably low. They should be much further up.
Well, there was that one that just dropped short of Pant, wasn't there, off Ishant just after tee. Swept behind square. No, I thought it was going behind square.
He tried to sweep it behind square.
He got a toe end by the looks of it. He's looking at his cue end, and it went to square leg in the end. I think Bumrah and Ishant. Ishant's first spell this morning was oddly weird. It was very innocuous, but since then, he has.
But he hasn't played for a year.
No, that's true. That's true. But it's certainly his second and third spells. But they're very short spells. I think they want them on for a little bit longer, or get them back into attack a little bit more. As that's played by Sibley down to long leg, and there's no run. If you're going to bowl them for 2 or 3 overs, surely you they get a few more spells, don't they? A couple of goes a session, unless you're going to bowl them for 5 or 6. That was another no ball. That's an amazing. I think we've had 13, 14 no balls on the first day of a test match by predominantly spinners. It's quite crazy.
That is ridiculous.
Spinners just should be.
How many has Nadeem bowled?
At least 4 or 5, I think.
Maybe he's not used to being called in first class cricket.
In fact, I've got a scorecard in front of me. He's bowled. That will be his 4th, I imagine.
Get back.
There's a defence into the offside by Root. Sibley's run off. We could get buzzers. We could get 4 buzzers. Good shot. And Rooty gets 4 runs for that somehow. He just defended it on the offside. Sibley set off for a crazy run. Got sent back. Did Pant come over and throw that shot?
Yeah, Pant threw that, and Nadeem wasn't backing up, or nobody was backing up. So
Sibley had come a long way. It's fair enough. It was a pretty horrible throw.
Yeah,
he just
Nadeem
cocked
was
his
backing
wrist
up,
and
to be
threw.
fair to him.
Yeah, well, it's true. And it's 4 overthrows. 199 for 2, England. Closing another.
How much do you reckon this is going to be? 450?
Well, someone just asked that. In fact, who did I reply to? Dara Azizi said, "What do you think would be a good score for England?" I think we want at least 450 from here. I think India, a lot of subcontinent, it's all about first innings score, isn't it? Really, because it never gets easier to bat.
But that's what England thought last time.
Yeah, but this is. I think the crux of this game will come down to actually when England's bowling, because we bowled poorly last time. And it was never a question that we couldn't get runs, because we clearly could get runs, and we got first innings runs. It was a question of whether, and it will be the question this series as well, as, are we going to be able to take 20 wickets? And that is the question, the big question. If you're an England supporter, I guess. Clipped nicely by Sibley, but to the deeper of the mid wicket, so they're persisting with this to Sibley. They've got 2 pretty close together short mid wickets, and then there's a guy kind of between the 2 of them but set deeper. And a leg slip and a mid on, so and it's Sundar coming around the wicket into Sibley, who clips it out square on the leg side. So that's the line of the attack here. Nadeem's bowling wide of the off stump, and I think they'll get away with it with Sibley, but the thing about Sibley is he won't get bored of just defending. He's quite happy doing that. Well, he tries a sweep, having said that. Under edge, goes to the leg slip, and there's no run. Partnership 136 of 294 balls. He got over the top of that and into the ground with the bat twizzled in his hand. And Sundar around the wicket, clipped nicely by Sibley. Gets it behind square down to long leg, and they'll get themselves a single. And that's England 200 for 2, or 73.4 overs. And the amount of time left, the GPL could be in. Who was it on 2-4? The lowest score was 2-4-1.
That's
2-4-3 was Messi Jez.
Yeah.
That's in range now. New ball due.
Sorry, what was the question?
No. The GPL. The lowest score predicted on the GPL today was 2-4-3, and Messi Jez was worried that we wouldn't even get there, but I think that's quite within range now. New ball due, of course, which will be interesting in 6 overs and 2 balls.
Well, doesn't mean much when you only have 2 pace bowlers.
Well, yeah. Well, they've got to bowl at least 4 overs each with it, haven't they? That's another beautiful shot by Root. He's found a gap on the leg side. It's being chased down by. I don't know who that was. I thought it was Rohit for a minute, but I don't think.
But it didn't matter, right?
It didn't matter because he didn't get
it.
It
was a bad ball. It was a good shot,
and it went to the boundary for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
It's a lovely shot by Root.
Yeah, this is the problem that I'm just going to be eating my words by the end of this match, but this is a problem I have with bowlers like Sundar. I mean, they're not test spinners.
No.
There's a slow bowlers, as we've discussed before.
Yeah.
And he's evolved obviously as a spinner, but he cannot play here as a spinner. He's there because of his batting.
Yeah. Next ball was just pumped up to mid off, and is just a single down there. Pardon me. And drinks come out.
While while you die, I'll read some tweets. Jonathan Lowe wants to know what's the Indian Hindu Urdu for doomed, because I'm sure there must be some pessimistic Indian cricket fans tweeting that right now. T. Clamp says, "Is Guerrilla Cricket is threatening my online teaching this morning. Keep up the good work, guys." Weakling Child says, "On the subject of brutalism, the Woodville Halls in Gravesend is one of the most disgusting buildings I've ever seen. I like brutalism, but it's really too much. Should be demolished and replaced with a gasworks to improve matters." A.D. Bryan says, "Is that Virat's first double teapot today?" Just briefly, Aninda, read your book. You know, I said that I played two sets against
Krishnan.
And I didn't know who he was. I was only 14. I didn't really know who he was. And I phoned my mate back who reminded me of it the other day, and he said, he said after about the fourth time that he hit a forehand winner off your serve, you turned round to me and went, "This old fucking bloke's getting on my tits." I had no clue.
And that man went on to become number 3 in the world. Yeah. So.
Well, no, he must have been in his 40s.
Ah, okay. So.
Yeah. We were practicing, and a member came out with him and just said, these two.
Where was the Queen's Club? Or?
Queen's Club, yeah. And he said these two guys will give us a decent hit. I think he was just having a hit before he went off to do some business in the West End or something. And we just played 2 friendly sets. And like I say, just a member with this older India guy. I mean, when you're 14, 40's ancient. And like I say, he suddenly started to hit the ball, and I was just thinking, well, this guy's played before then. Because sometimes with a member's guest, you know, you kind of think, oh, all right, I'll play, but it's going to be really awful.
Yeah.
And wow. My mate had to remind, when he reminded me, it all came flooding back to the whole sort of like hour and 10 minutes of just being taught a lesson. And then going into the clubhouse afterwards, he went straight off, said thanks and goodbye, and went straight off. We went back to the clubhouse, and the member was going, "You know, he's beaten Rod Laver, don't you?" And we're all going, what? Who is he? You know. But, I wished I could remember more of it, because obviously it's pretty going, you know, by the book. I'm sort of reading it, and I'm thinking, oh, you idiot! You should have cherished that more than you did.
Well, you didn't know I was going to write a book on that, right?
Exactly. No. And for those of the listeners who are tennis fans, by the way, do get Aninda's book on Indian tennis, because it is a subject that maybe not a lot of tennis fans know about. And I'm only really a little of the way through, and it's already fascinating stuff. It really is. The stories are brilliant.
It's called Advantage India. So
Advantage India. Yeah,
Thank you,
the story of Indian tennis. It's well worth reading.
Thank you.
I mean, that guy who walked out of his house and just disappeared. I mean,
yeah, and you know, he played Davis Cup, and he played at Lord's in 1936.
Was there any follow up to that? Did anyone know what happened to him?
Yeah, I think he had dementia, and they tried to. We're talking about Kota Ramaswamy, and they tried to find him, but they couldn't. So
wow.
Did they ever find a body?
I know. He just walked out of the house and literally disappeared. They never found him.
It's an X-file.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
No, right. At the age of 42, by the way, the cricketing angle is at the age of 42, the 1936 India tour of England, he had the highest average of 52 among on the tour.
Yeah. And he was a professional tennis player.
Yep.
Well, top amateur back in those days. Amazing. No, it's really, really entertaining stuff. I'm thoroughly enjoying it.
Thank you so much.
Right, and the cricket is back. They've had drinks. That was a long drinks break. Nadeem is going to continue. Number 61 off 18 for him. He's bowling to Root, who gets right on his toes, punches it into the offside. Can't beat the man at cover, and there will be no run. He's on 94, and this will be his third 103 tests, which for Root is he never scored 2 in 2, had he, before we went to Sri Lanka? So he certainly never scored 3 in 3.
Yeah, stop it.
Shh. I'm confident.
6 runs away, Joe Root from a famous century at the Chepauk.
Well, he does like batting in India. Defended and it just goes behind square on the offside to point. There's no run. It was interesting that his average, I mean obviously he's played more tests out of Asia, but his average in Asia is still over 50. So he clearly likes batting out there, likes playing spin. Gets right forward to that ball, just defends it, comes off the inside edge of the bat and drops out to where short leg is, who isn't there now. No, it hasn't been for a while, I suppose. And Pant has to field it. Nadeem delivers, he goes right back, very late cut, beautiful shot. He's just lovely.
In sublime touch.
It is in sublime touch. It's amazing, and it's got enough pace. Just takes the pace with the ball, and it goes all the way down to third man for 4 runs. There's a lot of Indians who must really appreciate the skill that he has here.
Yeah. I love watching him bat.
Yeah, he's been a frustrating man to watch for the last couple of years in English, you've got to say, because he just kept, he looked in sublime form and then he'd get himself out. He looks to have reset his mind a bit over this period of time out from the game. Defended back down the track and there's no run.
Form is temporary, class.
Well, totally.
It's permanent.
Yeah, and it's not always about scoring runs, right? Because I used to be bored out of my mind with Alistair Cook, I have to say.
Yes, but again, an Englishman you have to appreciate. That's played out to mid-wicket and there is no run. There's a guy on this who used to come on more often, but hasn't here, a guy called Manny, and he had his 60th birthday, and he had a bet on Alistair Cook that he, after his first international game, he put a bet on with a bookie, went down to bookie and, wangled some odds, and the bookies gave him 33-1 that he'd be England's top ever run scorer. After his first test, and he put 100 quid on it. And so at his 60th birthday, he made us all stand up.
It took him a while to get.
Yeah, but he was that confident. I mean, that's that's confidence, isn't it? And at his 60th birthday, he made us all get up. And one of the things we had to do was play an Alistair Cook lead. But go on.
Martin Cleve says, can you be awarded a no ball and wide off the same ball? Earlier the umpire signalled wide and then the third umpire gave no ball. Sure, the score went up by 1.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Well, no, the no ball would come first, but it came for the wide in actual fact.
In actuality.
Because the delivery itself would be illegal, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Even before it was.
Clip to leg side and there's no run.
Hope that's clear, Martin. Butler looking relaxed.
Oh, he's not even in his whites. He's confident. Swept by
there
Sydney
you go
now.
with the sweep.
And sweep. He's out, and it's gone down to the fine leg boundary for yet another 4. And England are going along quite serenely at the moment, it has to be said. But with the new ball, can the new ball make a difference? They'll want to get a wicket or 2 with it, I'm sure. As they all watch that. That's a good shot. Rowett and Kohli just leaning over watching the ball go down to the boundary. As it's defending to the onside and there's no run. But they know they can do the same. They shan't be worried. Ashwin will come into it massively in the second innings. The other thing that, of course, last time we were here, and then there's an appeal for LBW. It pitched outside leg stump, so
around the wicket, he's going to find it very difficult to get this one.
You can't even really be thinking about reviewing that. I know it's Sibley who's shoving his shoulders. Maybe they're asking if he got an inside edge, but I thought that pitched outside leg and just kind of went on with the arm. That's probably why he chose the shot.
That was an appeal of desperation.
Yeah. I mean, the last time we were here, our top 6 was virtually all left-handers as well, wouldn't it have been?
Yeah.
Which would have been very helpful for Ashwin. Whereas now we've only got 2 in the top 6. Defended by Sibley out to one of the mid-wickets, and there's no run. He's into the 70s now, but 239 balls. I was just about to say, he's England's Shades Pajar, isn't it? I said that earlier in the day. I mean, he's one of those types of proper test batsman as that's played by Sibley down towards long leg, and there's a single. Doesn't care how long it takes to get where he needs to go, he'll just do it. That's the end of the 76th over. 214 for 2. Nessers, we got any tweets?
Yeah, not me. Says anyone know why I can't stream Channel 4 in Australia despite using a VPN? I'm sure some of our Australian listeners might be able to help you on that.
Might be able to help you, yeah.
Mayank says, what's the name of the Indian tennis book? It is Advantage India, The Story of Indian Tennis. Fun fact, my local tennis coach here in Philadelphia area when I was a teen was Syed Fazluddin.
Yep.
He played Davis Cup Indian doubles 2004.
Yes.
And his dad is a legendary Kolkata footballer coach. Yeah, get hold of it, Mayank. It's really good. It's really interesting. A story that, as I said, a lot of tennis fans probably don't know too much about.
Yeah, I had Sania Mirza's father actually today chatting with me, and he just finished the book and he was really pleased with it. So and I had a virtual launch last weekend, and Mahesh Bhupati and all the top players, they were just blown away with the early history.
Right, we've had a defence out to cover, and then a beautiful shot. Sibley's just rocked onto the back foot, cut Nadeem for 4 runs, and India looking a bit worried in the field now. As we'll give that a jingle.
As they should be.
Well, yeah, they should be. I mean,
beautifully square cut.
Whilst India can do it, it's never pleasant facing a score of 450 after your first innings, is it? And it's never easy to actually get there. We just all have nightmares about last time we were here. That's a good shot, and England move on to 218 for 2. Sibley is on 76 and defends that just out to cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, there's been no penetration in the bowling whatsoever. I mean, after Root was dropped early by Pant, it fell short. So
yeah, defended back up the wicket, and there is no.
He was dropped the first, right? No, that wasn't Root. There was one of the openers, right? Who was the one?
Well, it wasn't really a drop. I mean, it was a it would have been a strangle down the leg side, and just it was a poor ball. To be fair, if it had been out to that, it'd have been.
No, the one on the where he dived to his right very early in the innings. I think it was Bumrah's first ball of the.
Yeah. That was Burns, but I mean,
yeah,
it was called it a drop. I mean, it was a fingertip. He got to it. It was defended back down track for no run. On the back foot, Sibley goes, cuts out to cover, and there's no run. Other than that, Burns gave his wicket away, really. And the only one who's got out, really, was Dan Lawrence. But then you've always, as his 5th ball, you always got a chance. He's probably never played Bumrah before in his life. It was a good ball that angled in and kept a little low, and he just got stuck on the crease. And
we've got to remember not to let the Englishmen into the IPL, so they never get to play Bumrah. So you get new coming in all the time who've never played Bumrah.
Well, it's amazing how England's stock has gone up in the IPL in the last few years as well, though. Isn't it, really?
Well, I mean, Ben Stokes was the highest paid player, right?
Yeah.
The year he did nothing, the first year.
Yes.
Highest paid player. That's normally the case in the IPL, though.
It's true. Well, Cummins didn't have a particularly good year this year, did he? And he was paid like 2.3 mil or something, wasn't it? It was a ridiculous sum. Another stoppage on the field, I don't know why. Carry on.
Ravi Naird says this is the 3rd time that Root has made his 50th 50, and each time he's ruined it by converting.
Well, that's true. He's facing now, and Sundar is going to bowl to him. 9 for 39 off 10. He's going at 3.9 and over. Driven back down the track. Is it going to be the 2 he requires? No, it's going to be 1. He didn't really time it particularly well, but he hit it very straight, and mid-on came across the field. So he's on 99. Well, this is the problem. You pick 3 spinners, and you've got, it's first day wicket. It's not really doing much, is it? Let's be honest. So, and you've got to get through a whole day, and possibly tomorrow, with the ball not doing a lot, and only 2 seam bowlers, which is not easy. And it looks pretty hot out there as well. Mind you, Cody looks like he's wearing a vest underneath his long sleeve shirt at 32 degrees. Obviously Englishmen can't do that. That's defended out to mid wicket and there's no run.
Why can't the Englishmen do that?
Because we just turn into a blob of butter and sweating filth, Can't handle that kind of heat. Not all day long. That's clipped nicely out into the deep by Sibley, and he'll get 2 runs for it. Yeah, God, I couldn't. I mean, I played on hot days in England, but we've only ever had to field for 50 overs, and that's just horrible. By the end of it, it's just a sweaty mess. It's grim. I can't imagine doing a whole day of it in sort of these sorts of temperatures. Is it quite humid? No, Chennai is coastal. I don't imagine it's that humid. Sundar in, and Sibley has swept that nicely. Is that another misfield? It's a terrible misfield out in the deep square leg. Cody doesn't look happy.
But that ball deserved a 4. Anyway.
Well, it kind of did deserve a 4, and it got it.
Terrible ball.
Yeah, it was a nice sweep. But the fielder is there to stop it, and I wouldn't be happy if I bowled that and my fielder just let it through for 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
There's been a couple of dodgy fielding.
Yeah, fielding's not been. And that was Gill, so.
Clipped again this time by Sibley. Once more down to Shubman Gill down at long leg. And there will be just a single. So Root will have 1 ball left of this over the face. He's on 99. And, I'm interested that he hasn't brought Ashwin on if he wants a little bit of control. He's bowled these two for quite a while now. And they haven't been able to give him what he wants. And again, Ashwin hasn't bowled that many overs today. Is he coming back off an injury? Because he missed the last test in India, didn't he? What was that injury? There goes Root. He's clipped it behind square. He's really happy, and I'm really happy for him. 3 centuries in a row. Skipper Rooty is on fire at the moment. He started 2021 absolutely motoring. And we shall give him a jingle.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
I haven't heard that one before. Did you have that during the Sri Lanka series?
We've had that forever. You just,
Okay. I don't know why I haven't heard that before. Yeah.
We don't just play it for England centuries, though, Andy.
No, yeah, we play it for all centuries.
Oh, I thought you reserved it for Root century, which is why I haven't heard it for so long.
Well, yeah, this is very true. But yeah, he's got his head down in 2021.
Is he back into the top 3?
Well, now it'll take him a while to get out there, just points wise anyway. But
4 for sure.
He's, it's good for his confidence. It's good for the series as well. I mean, the fear was that England would just, collapse. First test, head down. Mind you, we did that in South Africa last year.
I mean, you've got a good batting lineup. You've collapsed. You've got Butler. You've got Stokes.
I don't know. England are always
haven't even come in yet.
England are always capable of collapsing in there. Always.
Not India though.
Oh yeah, of course you are now too. That's good. Everyone has a collapse in them.
Yeah, it's good for your soul.
Yeah, I mean it's good to watch. It is entertaining to watch. I'm sure it's quite interesting for the listeners as we all go, ballistic at how stupid shots get them out when they're, 30 for 4 or whatever. But yeah, it's frustrating. 227 for 2 England. Root's just got his ton.
Yeah, Hendo reminds us that England are only ever 6 wickets from a collapse.
Exactly. And that's always in Hendo's mind, of course. We should have had a change. I guess we're having a change. Are we having a change now? Or are we having a change at the end of the over? Hendo's supposed to be coming back on. I guess it's his call. He hasn't told anybody they're coming on, and I've just been enjoying myself. So come on at the end of the over, Hendo.
There's 1 more over till change, he says. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Brilliant. So, Root. Well, there you go.
There you go. Ashwin's here.
I should be. And he's not let it go. Is he going for that man card thing? That kicked up a fuss.
Only with Butler at the run.
I'll give him a jingle in a second. Hold on, I'll just find it. Ashwin bowls and inside edge half of the bat. I suppose by Root pushing forward, goes out to mid wicket and there's no run. I'll just play his jingle and talk over the top of it because he gets through his overs quite quickly. And Root faces up Ashwin. He's down, sweeps. I think he hit. Whoever is a leg slip, I imagine that might be Kohli. And it goes down towards long leg. And they'll get themselves a single. A very happy Joe Root, as we see in slow-mo. And a big round of applause on the balcony. Very nice.
Oh.
Any tweets, Nestlers?
One tennis-related one from John Perry, playing Oxfordshire Doubles League, Division 4 as a teenager. Came across a man so good he could put the ball anywhere on court. Turns out he was Mardy Fish's coach. Don't think we strung 2 points together all match.
Ashwin in, and Sibley clips that to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Like in all sports, I mean, I've done it with golf, played with a pro, and it's just, you suddenly then realise you're not playing the same sport.
Yeah,
exactly.
And you think you're quite good, don't you? And then you play with someone who's properly good, and that's it.
Yeah, I keep getting reminded that every time I play with my pro in tennis.
Clip to mid-wicket by Sibley, no run. Ashwin in again. Short leg and leg slip and square leg and 2 mid-wickets. He clips it to one of them. And there's no
I got
run.
to play with a veteran, Max Wilander, at a charity game, and even as a veteran, he was, fantastic.
They keep themselves fit.
Oh!
Now, I'm not surprised. I'd have maybe gone up for an appeal, probably hit him outside the leg. Outside of off stump, Sibley's going across, trying to work it into the leg side, was forcing. Yeah, he was outside the off stump. Missed it, and it came off his pad. Did I think it was maybe an inside edge? It didn't carry to anyone. Anyway, that's the end of the over. I'm out of here. Hendo's in, and Indo stays. And who else is with you? What is it? You three.
I'm out.
And Annie's coming back. See you all later.
Hello, Annie.
Hello.
Hello.
Annie.
Hello.
Annie, next tweet is Warren's, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning.
Bye, Nestlers.
See you on Sunday.
There you go. We're organising days ahead here. We've had 9 people on today. 9 people. In the whole of this test match, we will have 22 commentators, I can tell you. Everyone wants to do this test match or this test series. So we've got millions of people flooding into Guerrilla Cricket to bring you their wisdom at ridiculous hours of the morning.
And you're not going to reveal how much we're paying you, right? For you to choose us.
Yeah. We'd like to be paid. But we're not. Batsmen scoring 100 in their 100th test. Now that's just greedy from Ricky Ponting. He scored 200s in his 100th test. That's just ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
Well, you won't call it ridiculous by the time the 4th day comes along and Root scored his second 100. Right?
I'll be very happy with that.
Yes, absolutely. Ravi Nair says that Root has scored 100 of the last 164 runs.
Yeah, at one point, as he sweeps the next delivery from Washington Sundar, he's going to get one. He's going to hurry back for a second. Yeah, it's he does play lots of different types of sweeps. There's one where he just sort of poses on his back knee, and then the ball comes up a little bit towards his chest, and he paddles it away around there. Then he plays the really good one in front of square. He's probably got more sweeps than anyone. He's also played a couple of switch hits today as well, which I didn't notice.
He's got 360-degree sweeps, hasn't he? Really?
Yes, he's got sweeps everywhere. Yeah. So he becomes
he must be a big help at home.
Yes, I bet it's spotless, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, he becomes the 9th cricketer to score 100 in his 100th test. And he's probably done it as one of the younger players to do it, I think.
Yeah. How old is Root?
He's 30. 30. He's just still a whippersnapper. He's got plenty of time on his side.
He's a youngster.
He is. Now, there's a bit of a delay because Ashwin is saying, look, Washington's not fit to lace my boots. Can you take him off, please? Something along those lines. Kohli is looking puzzled and is considering what Ashwin has said. Washington Sundar is just standing there.
Holding onto the ball for dear life.
Yeah, well, exactly. None for 50 from 11 overs. It's not really the role that he was meant to play, is it?
Well, I think the role he was meant to play hasn't come about yet because I think he's there as a batsman more than a bowler.
Well, I think you're probably right.
I see no other reason to pick him.
I mean, he did play beautifully in that test at Brisbane, didn't he? His batting was superb.
Yeah.
The thing is, he's not actually that experienced a player, is he? I think he's only played 13 first-class matches, of which one of those, before today, was a test match.
Yeah, he's
So
21.
he's not.
old.
Yeah, he's only 21. He's played a lot of IPL cricket and done very well. Root steps down and drives beautifully, perfectly, effortlessly straight to the man at mid-off. He can give that up. It's 4 runs.
For a moment, I was hoping that was a replay.
Yeah.
So whatever they spent 5 minutes discussing between Kohli, Ashwin, and
yes,
Sundar didn't work.
Not really. Not really.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he's trying to do. I think he's been a little bit too flat. He hasn't given the ball much air today.
He doesn't.
He doesn't in general.
That's the whole
But is that mainly because he's been playing mainly IPL sort of cricket?
Yeah. He's not a
I
red
guess
ball bowler.
No.
It's as simple as that.
Flicked away to mid-wicket. Are they going to come through for a single? No, they're not. Kohli sidearms it into the non-striker's end. I think he's only got 34 first-class wickets, something like that. Well, it's not necessarily bad for having only played 13 or 14 first-class games. But, he's not got anything to fall back on at the moment. This one, he pushes up outside the off stump and Root rocks back, carves it into the offside for a single.
Yeah, this is where they really missed Jadeja, isn't it? For that option.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Jadeja would have played probably instead of Nadeem. So,
yes.
So, I mean, I would imagine, I hate to flog a dead horse, but if Kuldeep had been there, I think it just gives a completely different option.
Well, you'd have had
3 finger spinners and.
Yeah.
I think that horse is dead now.
Yeah.
Defended.
I know. I'm gonna do it for the next 4 days. So.
Poor thing.
Well, I mean, if you look at it, if you've got Kuldeep, Ashwin, and Jadeja, you've got 3 types of spinner, haven't you? Here we've really got only 2 types of spinner, and maybe only 1.5 really. Sibley flicks this past the man at short mid wicket to the man in the more orthodox position, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. The new ball is due. Anindo, would you take it?
I would probably take it because that's India's best chance of getting a wicket with Bumrah and Ishant. The way Nadeem's bowled and the way Sundar's bowled, I just don't see where they're going to get the wickets from. Ashwin's fighting a lone battle, if you like.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? Yeah, and I mean he's got the wicket of Burns, and Burns, you might say, gave that one away a little bit.
Well,
so
he did give it away.
Yeah, it's not been a great day for the spinners. It's not been a great pitch. I mean, from an England point of view, this is magnificent because if they can bat till shortly after tea tomorrow, they should have around about 480, 500 on the board.
But the way they're going, the only thing that's going to prevent them from batting until tea is a declaration.
Yeah, but I mean, even if they declare half an hour or 45 minutes after tea, I think that's fine. I mean, you've got attacking batsmen to come in the form of
Stokes
and Butler. Yeah, absolutely. In a way, though, I don't think England want to score these runs too quickly, if that makes sense. I think they want to wear the pitch out a
Sibley's
little
the man
bit.
for that, then.
Well, absolutely. Which is why it's important that he stays in. Root comes down the wicket and whips that past the short mid wicket up to mid on. He'll run through for a single. He's having a few more jocular words with Ravi Ashwin, it would appear. They haven't taken the new ball. Maybe they feel that there's too much weariness in the legs of Jasprit Bumrah and Ishant Sharma.
Or maybe just give Ashwin a couple of overs more because Ashwin just came in 2 overs ago, right?
Yeah,
so
true.
Maybe just give him a couple of overs more.
But I guess they've held back Ishant Sharma. He's only bowled the dozen overs, and he's coming back from an injury. He's coming back from not having played a test for a year, so it's tricky for him. Very much a leg side field now for Sibley. Can almost not see anyone on the offside.
Yes.
That's popped up, and it's gone fine with the man at leg slip.
Oh la la.
I don't know whether he got an inside edge on that, but it's going to go all the way for 4 runs. Very fine indeed.
Oh, leg bye.
No, it's leg byes. So England moved to 240 for 2. Root has 109. And Sibley would have liked that to have come off the bat. Oh, it turned fair way, and he missed it by a long way, in fact. So there's just a hint there of one popping through, not through the surface, but it did indeed stand up a little bit, didn't it?
Definitely looking like a good toss to have won, isn't it, at the moment?
I think it's a brilliant toss to one.
Absolutely.
I think other way round, India would be on 350 for one.
Sharma.
But goes Sibley, defends to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 15 extras now. 11 of those have been no balls, and the addition of 4 leg byes there. Ashwin in again, giving himself a little bit of room, forces through a massive gap in the offside. Jasprit Bumrah is running after it, turns and throws rather wearily, and they get back for a comfortable 2. Sibley moves to 85, and he's picked up, hasn't he, in the last 4 or 5 overs, Sibley? Because
He's
at one
rocketing.
point,
He's rocketing isn't he?
one point I noticed that Sibley was on 64, Root was on 60, and in the time that it took Sibley to get to 67, 3 more runs, Root had gone to 98.
Yes.
But now he's coming back into his own a little bit, and Ashwin bowls to him. He defends again on the front foot. He must be getting pretty weary, concentrating after 259, 260 deliveries.
But it's perfect Test match batting, isn't it? Let the whoever's scoring well go off and score and just hold up.
Yeah, as long as you've got someone at the other end who's doing that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it can be dull and tedious and a bit counterproductive. Defended again at the end of the over. 242 for 2. Root 109. Sibley 85. Who's doing tweets out of you? It'll be Danny. Yeah.
I am. Warren says morning all. Must have just got up.
Okay.
I feel like I've had a whole day. And as for you lot, I started later than you. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, was away for a few hours, but looks like England have claimed ascendancy in the England-India, having bested the Indian spinners. Another amazing 100 for Root away from home. He's really on tear and could really cause some issues for India and their ambitions for this series. He absolutely could.
I'm trying to think. We did go through this, I think, some time ago. The highest number of hundreds in a row, is it about 4? Is it 4 or is it 5? Something like that.
Didn't we? We went through it in Sri Lanka, didn't we?
Did we? I think we might have done. The new ball is being taken, and Ishant Sharma has been summoned, and I will summon the bear to play Ishant Sharma's jingle.
Yay!
New balls, please.
Ishant Sharma's gonna get you. Gonna look you right in the face. Better get yourself together, darling. Learn how to play pace. How in the world you gonna see? Netting against trundlers like me. Who in the hell do you think you are? A superstar? Well, right you are.
Well, he's had 3 spells today. The first spell of 5 overs this morning, then a little one this afternoon of 3, then another one of 4. He's only gone for 21 runs in those 12 overs. He's got a bit of reverse swing. Will he be able to get swing with the new ball? He couldn't get anything much this morning. So it'll be interesting to see if this one actually does start to move around. A slip
With
and a gully.
huge seam.
With its huge seam. 3 men saving the single on the offside, 2 on the on. Oh, it does swing, but it swings very wide indeed. Starts wide, goes wider. Joe Root leaves alone. Probably should have been given as a wide.
Oh, you've been watching too much IPL.
Yeah.
Oh, come on!
I was going to say Ashwin's going to Ninja's going to defend that.
Crazy. I mean, this is the thing about wides. They don't give massive wides on the offside, and they give wides that miss the leg stump by a millimetre.
Yeah.
It enrages me. Along with people going and have drinks after they bowl one over. But we won't go back to that. Anyway.
There's a few things that do, though, really, aren't there, Hendo? Come on.
Here comes Sharma again. 102 runs in this session. This swings down the leg side. Root tried to help it on its way, but couldn't make contact. 102 runs from 24, or just over 24 overs. It's been a really good session for England. They really have dined out a little bit on the hard work that they put in earlier.
I think they'll be.
And there's been some
very,
indifferent
very
bowling
happy.
as well.
Yeah, I think.
In that session.
Yeah, heads have gone down a little bit from India, haven't they? I think. Almost as if, Root having done so well in Sri Lanka, and continued it here as if they feel it's fated in some way. Anyway, he's batted beautifully. Could have been run out this morning. He went to review. Sharma bowls, and he plays another of those pleasant drives outside the off stump. Plays that beautifully square, and is it Pajara after it? He's not going to get anywhere near it. Another boundary for Root. Yeah, a couple of absolutely beautiful.
It's a pleasure watching him bat.
Caress drives, isn't it? It's the caress drive. Now, actually, funnily enough, it gives me a chance to plug one of our stories on our new news channel on our website. If you go to our website, you'll find that we've got a new news channel. We're trying to bring you some entertaining and interesting stories with a slightly guerrilla-y slant. And
they're hairy.
There was a story about cover drives this morning. Go and have a look at it. This is a straight drive. Beautiful, but the mid-on does get round to it, Bumrah, and there is no run.
James tells us if Root gets out for 151, then his average hits 50 again, apparently.
If he gets out, what if he doesn't get out?
Yeah, what does it go to?
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. I mean, it hasn't gone up by as much as I thought it would have done, based
it's all
on
the innings he's had.
Well, yes, exactly. They do that, don't they? Averages.
Yeah.
If you've got all those innings, it's very hard to get your average to go up very much.
It's much better to play fewer games.
Yes, indeed. So Root moves to 113, Sibley 85. Here comes Ishant Sharma, bowls to Root. Root blocks this, but blocks it with immaculate timing, and it whizzes up to mid-off. There is no run because there is a man stationed there.
Cricket's
Ravi
a funny
Shastri
game.
is looking a little. It is. Ravi Shastri's not enjoying it too much.
No,
at the
he
moment.
really isn't.
I think he's
He might be.
sleeping.
I think he might be asleep behind those reflective glasses.
No,
I
he's
think you're right.
asleep.
Oh no, someone's woken him. He moved.
Just to fool
I think
you.
it was.
He's got guerrilla cricket on one ear.
Yeah, I think that was an involuntary movement.
No, I was going to say that it's a funny game because if he had been run out really early on, I don't even know if he'd scored anything. We'd all be chastising him and because it would have been a complete.
It would have been
ridiculous run out.
60 something for 3 after being 60 for no wicket, which would have been disastrous. Ishant comes in, bowls down the leg side, flicked on its way, nicely timed by Root. Will he come back for the second? It's gone all the way to long leg. He's hobbling when he gets to the other end, so that's probably why he didn't turn around. Nadeem is the man doing the fielding down there.
And it was the last over before lunch, wasn't it? Which was even more stupid.
Was it the last over before?
Yeah,
No,
I think.
I don't think so. I think it was a bit earlier than that. It was
Was it?
getting close to lunch. I don't think it was the last over, but anyway, I bow to you if you are correct.
No, don't bow to me.
I do.
I'm not Queen Annie, whatever Tony says.
So, England won the toss and chose to bat, and they're making a pretty good fist of it.
They are indeed.
And you got any more tweets for us?
Yeah, Mog says, since we're talking tennis, which we were, how about those entitled and pampered diva types whining about having to quarantine in Australia?
Well, I have a point to make on that.
Okay.
It's that not everyone had the same kind of quarantine, so more than half the players playing in the Australian Open were put up in hotels without air conditioning in the Australian heat for 14 days. I mean, that's just completely crazy.
That is crazy.
I mean, windows
And
which
horrible.
open, typically they open 2 inches. I mean,
like
that's just
prison.
horrible.
It's like prison, isn't it?
Yeah.
Neil Franklin says, well done, Joe. Another 100 for the People's Republic. And Mayank says, I'll throw my hat in to commentate on this series too, but I'm sure the competition for slots must be massive demand.
Bumrah is back into the attack. We'll jingle him up in a moment, but it only produces the best in timing from Root, who flicks that away through mid-wicket. They hurry back for the second, and Root moves on to 116. England to 249 for 2. 186 runs this partnership now worth from 346 balls. It is hard to get everyone who wants to be involved in this series.
Well, Sri Lanka wasn't as popular, was it?
No, funny that, and also I did kind of suggest that it might wane a little bit if England are 2-0 down.
Yeah. It's all right. A ninja and I.
Oh, he'll be here. He'll be here.
As well.
We'll be there.
He'll be loving it. Full and driven strokes really by by Root to extra cover, and there is no run.
I like this tweet from Grand Theft Auto. Says, any Indian fans unfamiliar with the newish England setup saw Burns with his weird stance and Sibley grinding out runs with an inverse aplomb, then Lawrence out for a duck. They must be wondering where the day has gone now.
I'm just wondering, which Indian has had the most awkward batting style of late? Always beaten him outside the off stump as he props forward. I haven't seen too much of that today. Maybe 3 or 4 that have gone past the outside edge. I'm trying to think.
One of which he pretended not to have tried to hit.
Well, that is the batsman's art, isn't it? Oh no, I wasn't. No. I'm just trying to think of awkward Indian batsmen of recent vintage. Can't
We
think
should
of
get
any.
some tweets on that, because I
Yes.
I think everyone in recent times has quite a classical stance, if you like. I'm struggling to remember.
Bumrah bowls and he beats him again. Oh, and Rishabh Pant had me going there for a moment because he threw the ball up, and I thought
He
maybe
always
he
has us
just
going.
feathered that one. There's a little bit of a way movement there, just kissing the pitch. This extra hardness in the ball is to the liking of Jasprit Bumrah, and he's gone past a man who's batted supremely well with his last 2 deliveries. So he's just got to get his head down, make sure he doesn't give it away in these last 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah, remember it's a new ball, Root.
It's a new ball. Here comes Bumrah again. In bowls to Root. Root leaves this one outside the off stump quite comfortably. That is the end of the over. It's 249 for 2. Is it in fact the end of the over?
No.
No. That's a ball to go. I was just waiting for it to tick round to 82
Yeah, you
to 83.
started early this morning. And
I know, it's been hard.
It's been a long day.
It has been a long day. 116 for Joe Root. It's been a long day for him as well, but a good one. And he should be feeling very sprightly indeed, having picked up his 3rd consecutive century outside the off stump. Angles this into the offside. They're going to go through for a single. No, they're not. That is the end of the over, and it remains 249 for 2. Root 116, Sibley 85. More tweets, Annie.
Yeah, I was just thinking there's more less percentage of sweeps from him as well in this. Leah says Kohli should turn his arm over for a bit. Shit takes wickets and all that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a thought.
Yeah. He's done it in the past.
Yep.
Yes, Messi just is quoting the Crickvis analyst. Joe Root has now faced more balls in tests in 2021 than he did in 2020.
He's faced more deliveries.
Yeah, having played 5 fewer matches.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? That's a fantastic stat. Really good one.
Oh dear.
But he's got to go on. I mean, I'm looking at if you look at the averages, if you were to say that every one of England's batsmen was to score their average from here on in, they're only going to get about another 140 runs. So it's absolutely vital that these 2 stay out there tonight and go in as deep tomorrow as they can.
Yeah, it's a crucial few.
It's going to be a crucial
session.
It's a crucial last 15 minutes. Ishant Sharma's bowling to Sibley, 2 wide of the off stump. He doesn't even bother to shoulder arms today. He couldn't be bothered to shoulder arms. He just lets it go through to the keeper. And there's no run.
Messi just says bow to Annie Chavehender. She was indeed correct. 3rd last ball before lunch.
Well done, you.
Thank you.
You don't.
Thank you.
Not only do you ask the biting questions like, "Did you sleep with a pork pie, Lord Meltham?"
With a what? I missed that one.
Oh, you missed this earlier. Annie was on a conference call with Lord Botham last night, and asked him if he slept with a pork pie, and apparently he did. You'll have to get her to explain it. Outside the stump, a little bit of extra bounce there from Sharma, but left alone by Sibley.
Out of context, it does sound a little bit weird.
Well, even in context, it sounds pretty weird, to be fair.
Yes, he did admit to it.
Yep. Well, that's good. That's good. He doesn't admit to things like sending rude pictures of himself on the Twitter, but he admits to that. Fair enough. You could have asked him about that as well, couldn't you?
Yeah, he's always happy to answer things that frame him.
Yes,
but
sure,
Annie's Rolodex is getting really sparkling now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We've already talked about my
extraordinariness. Outside the off stump, a little bit shorter and left alone.
my name dropping list.
Yes.
Wow.
The Annie. What's it? Name dropping 11 we had earlier.
No, it's not bad, is it?
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, you've got Sobers and you've got both of them in that team. That can't be bad, can it?
Yeah.
I guess you've got Josh Butler as
it's
keeping.
captain, but Butler's captaining it, obviously.
Of course.
Yeah, I've got Gower as well.
Got Gower.
You got Gower as well, yes.
Brilliant.
Bumble.
Wow. He did get a double century.
Maybe have him in as a commentator instead. Sorry. I don't want to be unkind, but the 11 was starting to look much better without him there.
Sharma bowls again, just slightly back of a length, but he's been a little bit too wide. Maybe he's looking for some in-swing and it's just not happening for him. Sibley leaves it alone. How many overs we've got left? 6 overs. I presume we can go through to half past tonight. There's that extra half hour if we need to take it.
It's all the extra no balls, isn't it? That's slowing down the over rate as well.
Yeah, and the reviews. There's only been one review today, hasn't there? That's just that run out, I think. Run out call. So,
yeah, I don't think there's been any proper reviews, is there?
Indeed not. He's averaging 135 this year, is just Rooty at the moment. Again, outside the off stump, slightly fuller, but once more left alone. And Sibley is quite happy for Sharma to exhaust himself with ill-directed deliveries. And he just stands there at his crease, goes and has a little prod at the pitch. Root is just wondering whether he can see it through tonight. 8,365 runs. His test average at the moment is 50.09. Of course, that will plummet down to 49 if he were to get out now. But for the time being, while he's not out, he's above 50. He comes.
It's good to see.
Oh, it is. It's fantastic, and it shows the stupidity of writing off players of this class. Onto the front foot, he does make him play this time. Defended up to mid-off, and that is the end of the over. 249 for 2. It was a maiden. It wasn't very exciting, and we'll have some more tweets.
Nick Nelson says, wasn't Gorilla Slant a minor Dickens character?
Gorilla Slant, yeah. He trod the streets of Victorian England. Poor old Gorilla Slant.
You know that one, yeah.
Yeah.
My Twitter right isn't updating at the moment.
Oh, that's a shame.
So I'm just going to mention something that I was listening to Vic and Simon Hughes talk about this test series. And Vic said that India have won 28 of the last 34 home matches.
This is right.
But that Anderson had played in 3 out of 6 of the games that India has lost at home.
That's good. Bumrah bowls to Root. Root defends. The ball runs past the bowler, past the stumps at the other end. It's fielded at mid-on.
So are you worried now, Ninja?
I think I'm going to have a few weeks to mull over this. As long as Joe Root keeps batting like this.
What we need is a Joe Root batting like Steve Smith in the Ashes kind of a series for him, don't we? Really?
He's
doing
on the
it
back
pretty well.
of the Sri Lanka.
Yeah. He bowls to him again. Keeps a little bit low. He digs it out up towards extra cover. Goes for a little stroll outside his leg stump. I mean, yes, you've got to beat Sri Lanka, and you've got to be happy that England managed to do that. But I'd kind of swap those two big hundreds or double hundreds in Sri Lanka if he could reproduce them here against India.
So what is it we've got to beat India by to get into the final of the World Cup? Is
3-1, I think.
3-1, yeah.
3-1, yeah. 3-1 is
easy.
Yeah, no problem.
Easy peasy.
Yeah.
And it'd be a repeat of the World Cup final, wouldn't it? Onto the back foot goes Root, as this one is dug in a little bit by Bumrah, out into the offside. There is no run.
But no super over to decide it.
Super over in a test. Well, what if you had a tied? What if the World Test Championship final is tied?
Then
Do you
it's
then have a
tied.
super? Is it?
I think they're going to just give it to the better looking captain.
Well, it has to be Kane.
Kane, yeah. Kane.
Yeah.
Oh, Kane.
Kane. It's more like it's going to be Kane versus Virat, isn't it? Do you think the Indians are going to think, we've got to go to England for a... Well, they're going to England anyway, actually, aren't they, for the whole series? Short balls. Pull him, just square them out.
Are they going to go a bit earlier?
They're going to have to go. We've got to go to England a bit earlier. They're taking a single, by the way. We've got to go to England a little bit earlier and play the World Test Championship final. Do you think they'll cope with that?
Yeah, I think they'd cope.
I'm annoyed about that. I think it should be two teams that weren't coming to England anyway.
Yeah.
And make them travel over here.
I think it should be Bangladesh and West Indies.
Yeah, apparently that's going quite well.
Or Afghanistan.
Or Afghanistan, yeah.
Or Afghanistan. Or Scotland and Ireland.
Yeah. The thing is, they're now talking about the fact it's going to be at the Rose Bowl, aren't they? Because there's no hotel at Lord's. So you can't really have a World Test Championship final at the Rose Bowl. That's my view anyway. Jasperi in bowls and Sibley defends a foolish straight one up to mid-on. And there is no run. In the meantime, England's 250 has come up. They're 250 for 2. Root is 117. Sibley is batted out there all day long. He's 85 not out from 268 balls. He's closing in, if very slowly, on a third Test century.
If you had Scotland and Ireland playing, maybe Boris wouldn't let them in. He wouldn't give them visas or something.
Oh, he probably wouldn't. You know what he's like. He's supposed to like cricket, and that upsets me. In comes Bumrah again, outside off stump, full but left. And that is the end of the over. England 250 for 2, Root 117, Sibley 85. More tweets.
Yeah, Neil Franklin said it was the day of the toss and the pork pie.
It was.
It does sound like an Agatha Christie episode, doesn't it, or something?
Yeah.
Doesn't everybody
So we've gone through
strychnine poison for that?
So we've gone through Agatha Christie and Charles Dickens in the last 5 minutes. That's pretty literary of us, I think.
Leah says if I had talked to both of them, I probably wouldn't brag about it. No, I can see why. Unless it was me shouting him down to standing ovations of the audience on the telly. Yeah, I didn't mention politics. In fact, Brexit wasn't mentioned as far as I know.
Probably he would have logged off, wouldn't he? He would have logged off if he'd done that. Oh, now that reminds me, GPL, Bear, give me some numbers. Tell me what's happening out there.
Right, so we're on 250. We've gone past Messages' first guess was 243 was the start of the game.
Root goes onto the back foot, punches that away to deep backward point and takes a single. 251 for 2. Sorry, 253 did you say?
No, 243 was the beginning, so we're past that. So we're in GPL territory. 243, 247 is on by Nuevo, 253 Messages, 263 Messages, 273 Messages. So basically you've got 40 runs to play with only 4 guesses, and then it started getting Messages 283, 293, on by Nuevo 277 and 297, 326 for Nestle Boy. Nestle Boy, you gotta bless him. Nestle Boy went 326, 341, 357, 381 and 421.
On day one.
Did you see that England were batting?
Yeah.
Anyway, stranger things have happened, I suppose. In comes Sharma, bowls to Sibley's onto the back foot, defends to mid wicket. So we only had actually 3 people entering.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They gave us money. That's good.
They gave us money, but I kind of want to widen
I
scope
do,
of the
I do
GPL
too.
and have more people involved. It's more fun the more people that are involved, isn't
Exactly. And the more people involved, the more chance there's a winner every day and someone gets cash every day.
it? Exactly.
And the more money we get.
Can I just ask you, I'm going to pose you a question here. The last test at Chennai, we got 477 in the first innings. The 8th wicket partnership was 108. Who was it?
When was that?
Oh, Moeen Ali would have been involved.
No.
No? Not
Sorry,
Moeen
which
Ali.
8th wicket. This is the last test at Chennai that England and India played.
Okay.
Defended on the front foot by Sibley. Well, was Joe Root involved in that?
Yeah, he was in a test, but this is the 8th wicket partnership, Hendo.
Yeah, but he could easily be involved in an 8th wicket partnership.
But he wasn't.
Was
But
it
he wasn't.
Butler?
No.
I'm surprised it wasn't Moeen, because Moeen got 200 in the last series, didn't he?
He was the 7th wicket out. So this was the partnership after Moeen was out.
Blokes?
Nope. You're gonna. Well, one of them might be
Broad.
reasonably.
I
No.
was in Broad.
No.
Broad will be too late.
Are you
coming in a bit
inventing
later.
this, Bear?
No, I'm not. That's why it's when you hear the answer.
Sharma bowls defended to extricate cover by Sibley remains on 85.
One is a possibility you get, but you have to think deep because you're missing the obvious. But the other one is a name from a forgotten past. Well, not a forgotten past. He still plays, but you forget that he ever played for England in a Test match.
Maybe Roland Jones.
Not in India.
No, he didn't play in India.
Rashid.
No. Oh, Rashid.
Yes, Adil Rashid was one. Now, who was with him at the crease? And he got 66, not out.
Okay, I'm not going to answer because I just saw the scoreboard after I got Rashid, so I just went to the scoreboard.
So
I know who that is.
Yeah,
I don't even know who it is, though. I know the name now.
Okay, in comes Sharma, bowls to Sibley, who gets right forward and defends into the offside. Oh, goodness me, this is tough. This is tough, man. This is someone.
No, he hasn't heard of them.
What? Anila, you haven't heard of them?
No. I don't even remember watching him bat.
It's a good
teaser,
isn't it?
It's
and
good
when
radio.
I look at his numbers, I know why I don't remember watching him bat.
Exactly. Good radio. It's good radio as we sit here.
Or watching him bowl in tests.
So he's an all-rounder. Well,
if he was playing at 7 or 8, I would imagine he would be an all-rounder, right?
Not a keeper.
In comes Sharma, bowls to Sibley, defends. And that is the end of the 86th over. 4 overs to go tonight. England are 251 for 2. Am I gonna go? Oh, when you finally tell me there.
No, you're gonna go. Oh, really? Yeah, I remember, or something like that.
It's got to be someone like. It's not, but it's got to be someone like Ed Giddins.
It's not Ed Giddins, but it's that kind of
latter-day Ed Giddins.
Yes, that kind of deal.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to tweet while you think, Hendo.
All right, tweet away.
And I'm not tweeting, I'm reading.
No, you'll read. Yeah.
Alex Graham tweeted. He tweeted when we were about 80 for 2 that I feared a collapse was imminent. Must still be shell-shocked from supporting England in the 90s. Yeah,
Indeed.
I think we all feel a bit like that. Apparently, I have a worse conversion rate than Chetan Chahal.
Who does?
I do. Me.
What are you supposed to convert?
Well, I don't know.
Are you out there for souls? Are you in search of souls? Is that what you're trying to convert?
Yeah, I'm truly religious.
Yes.
Spangly Sai says England qualify for that final if we win 4-0, 3-0 or 3-1. Oz if it's a draw, or England win 1-0, 2-0 or 2-1. Otherwise it's India.
Well, they've only had 5 overs I think with the new ball, and Ashwin is back on. He's got a hard ball to play with, and he bowls to Root, who flicks it to the man at short leg, hits him, rebounds off him, doesn't hurt him, and there is no run. Rowett has gone in there at short. Surely Rowett doesn't have to do things like that. This one comes off a thick outside edge. Root started, then stopped for a moment. He was worried that Sibley wasn't coming, but in the end he did. Nadeem slides after it, fields, and they get through for 252 for 2. Partnership now worth 189. I give up, Bear. Who was it?
Liam Dawson.
Liam Dawson, that's right. That's right.
He said he'd say that.
And the thing is, I think he then got a golden duck in the next match, or in the next innings. Have a look at that. See if I'm right on that, because I think I might be close. 3 men round the bat then for Ashwin.
No, 7 balls he lasted, but he did get 0.
7 balls, okay. I think he got a first ball in his next test after that. That's what I'm thinking, maybe. This is tossed up. Sibley works it. He's going to get a run in. No, he's not, because there are any number of mid-wickets loitering there on what would be the square, and they get nothing at all. Sibley remains on 85. He's been on 85 for a while. Ashwin's in again. Oh, now this turns, and he is going to get a run from the inside edge and pad, but it shoots away between the 2 close fielders on the leg side, and Ishant tidies up at square leg. He moves now to 86. I don't think we're going to see Sibley chase the 100 tonight, do you?
I don't think he's capable of it, is he?
I don't think he doesn't look capable of chasing anything.
Yeah.
Ah, lovely shot by Root, making use of that big gap on the offside. Poor old Jasprit Bumrah is chasing after it, hurls it in. They've got back for a comfortable 2. And Root moves into the 120s, 121 from 191 deliveries. A really very disappointed looking Virat Kohli at the moment, wondering, can he just wheel one out tonight? That would just give them a little hope going into tomorrow, wouldn't it? When you look at the strength of this England batting lineup, that's beautifully picked up by Root. He's played a wonderful sweep.
Rohan Kanai falling sweep.
Falling sweep. He's fallen over with cramp as he's done it. That's magnificent cricket all round. It really is. And it's a lovely Virat. The lovely Virat is helping poor old Rooty. He's holding.
He twisted that ankle a little bit.
Ah, you are unkind.
This is a woman that's been involved in the Exeter and County League for a long time. You can tell.
I tell you.
Viciousness.
I mean, imagine if she'd also been a part of Australian club cricket. I mean, you couldn't have her on guerrilla cricket because then, you would probably be banned or something.
I think she would. I mean, goodness me. Well, England have moved to 261 for 2. That was the last ball of the over. Root has moved on to 127. Everyone's going to have a drink, even though there's only about 10 minutes to go. Everyone's going to have a drink. Maybe it's because of the cramp.
Yeah, he's probably taking some potion, isn't he?
I think it's fair enough because those guys have been out there for 5-6 hours today. So yeah. But
I'll read some tweets because I've got some.
Yeah.
So I ought to. Mayank says if England qualified for the World WTC final, they would play June the 18th to the 22nd, but then play Sri Lanka the following day in the first T20 in that series.
I'm guessing that a lot of the players would get that game off. I'm guessing,
yeah. But it's a little bit tight.
So there's all this talk about England having 17 tests this year. They could just conceivably have 18.
Or what if they have to play the?
If they get into the final, yeah.
Yeah, that's good maths, that.
I think I've done pretty well there.
I'm impressed there.
It's worse than you thought.
Leah says, what's the problem with there being no hotel at Lord's? Give them some sleeping bags and let them have a cricket sleepover in the long room. I'd love a sleepover in the long room.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. That really is.
And if modern cricketers read books, they could open the library for them.
Oh, the library. It's a glorious thing.
The art in there is just so wonderful as well. Oh
yeah. Actually, what's upset me now is that the Oval used to be able to go right up to the 4th floor and you could sit in the library, but you could also watch the cricket from there. But I think they've turned it into corporates. Or something like that. And why would you do that? Shocking. There's nothing better, is there, than sitting at a cricket match with all the cricket literature that's ever been written around you.
Have a beer as well.
Oh, there's that, I suppose. Bumrah starts new over, bowling to Sibley outside the off stump, too wide outside the off stump, and Sibley lets it go.
Mog says it might be time to get back into the GPL and just piggyback Jez's picks.
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it, really. He wins a sort of once every 8 months. I'm not sure whether that always makes up for the amount of money that he's put into it. But we're very grateful. 261, Root 127, Sibley 86. We've got 14 minutes or 2.5 overs to go, whichever comes later. Defended on the front foot by Sibley all the way up to mid-on. And there is no run.
Is that whichever comes later or earlier?
I don't know. I really don't know. I can't remember. I just said that and hoped it made sense.
I think if they're done with 2.5 overs, then they'll be done.
It's that time of day, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You guys have been going on for a very long time.
My throat is now completely raw and throbbing. In comes Jasprit Bumrah. Bowls to Sibley. Sibley, shoulders, arms, gets that bat right up away from any threat of the ball. Flicking the glove or a handle or a shoulder, and through the keeper it goes.
Mike says it feels like Sibley's been on for 85 for 3 hours, but he's now on 86. So.
Yeah, he moved on to 86. He was on 64 for a long time.
I think
he was on 85. I think he did. Yeah. He could bore himself out.
Yeah, he looked at the scoreboard and he was like, "I've got to change that."
Dear. Excuse me. So
I think we should have ties like all those men in the commentary box.
Yeah,
I think you should. Defended to extra cover, and there is no run.
Bear's giving me a rude sign.
Oh, the tie is a sight to
I'd love
behold.
to see it.
It's rarely seen. It's rarely spotted.
Tie and pants.
But it's a tie and pants.
What?
I went to a
It's a good
funeral.
look.
I went to a funeral and I put a suit jacket on. It's the first time I've done that for about 8 years.
Wow.
Showed your respects, Bear.
Absolutely.
Bumrah in, bowls to Sibley. Sibley's forward again, defending to extra cover. And the score remains 261 for 2. If you're just joining us, Rory Burns was the first man out, aiming a reverse sweep at Ravi Ashwin. He'd been batting comfortably enough and will feel annoyed that he played that shot probably. Dan Lawrence was trapped after 5 balls by a very good in-swinger, reverse in-swinger I would suggest, from Jasprit Bumrah. Since then, it's all been England. It's been hard work, but it's all been England in a way. And Sibley comes forward to this one. It was almost drivable length, but he restrained himself and just defended it up to mid-off.
It's been hard work,
That
but
would've-
we've done it. We've got through it, haven't we?
We have, just about. But I have to have tomorrow off.
Yeah, haven't we?
Yeah.
Nick Nelson says it's been a good long time since I've listened to an entire day's cricket with you lot, and I'd forgotten how much I missed you. Granted, the second session today was morphine assisted, but still amazing all round. I do hope you're all right, Nick. But
Yeah, I do.
I wonder what we are like with morphine.
Well, yeah, we should find out, shouldn't we? It'd be quite fun. I've only had morphine a couple of times. I had morphine when I had a kidney stone and was kept in hospital overnight.
Ooh.
And it's a lovely feeling. It's glorious. It really is.
Not the kidney stone.
Not the kidney stone,
No,
but the morphine. I mean, yeah, I recommend.
You're floating, right?
Yeah, kind of. Onto the back foot goes Root as Ashwin starts his 24th over. He's going to pick up another single and take his own individual score to 128, 14 fours and a 6. And England to 262 for 2. And if they can just see out these last 2 overs, these last 10 minutes, then England will feel they've had an absolutely brilliant day. They lost 2 wickets in the first session, haven't lost one since. Can they hold on? Can you imagine how excited the papers are going to be tomorrow if England only lose 2 wickets in a day? Flicked through square leg by Sibley. He'll take a single. He'll go to
Not the
87.
Indian papers.
No, not the Indian papers. That's very true.
Yeah, but it's been such a wonderful innings from Root that I don't think anyone's going to grudge him that. I think what you're going to see reports in Indian press about is the pitch, because we've never seen a pitch like this at Chennai. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's always done something.
Defended back to Ashwin. You mean it seemed a little bit on the first day, or swung a little bit?
Yeah, bounce. It's always been quite lively. Sorry?
Could the ball variant make a difference?
No, I think there's nothing in the pitch. I mean, it's a road, as the Aussies call it, right? And it's very unusual for Chennai to produce a pitch like that.
Whipped to mid-wicket. The partnership is now worth 200. Sorry, I forgot to cut you off in midstream there. I was going to ask you a question about that. As Root goes back in the end to this one, he started to come forward and then goes back and thinks, "Oh, I got away with it a little bit there. What was I doing? I got it caught in 2 minds, and I could have given it away." And he's shaking his head a little bit as he wanders away from the crease. But he did enough to survive, and we have 1 ball remaining in the penultimate over. He goes back again, defends. And he'll hope that's his work for the day. He'd just quite happily spend the next over at the non-strikers end. 263 for 2. Yeah, Nindo, why? Can you see anything about this pitch? Can you see that this pitch might break up on the late 3rd day, 4th day, or not? Is it just
doesn't
too
look
dead?
like it. It's just completely dead pitch. So the only thing that I can think of is variants of bounce from where, but I just can't see it breaking up.
That could make for a very tedious few days for us then, couldn't it?
Exactly, and it could indeed.
I was hoping you wouldn't say that.
But and you had this curator who was talking about an English wicket. I wonder if he's ever seen a match in England, whether on television or in person.
This is the first time that he's curated a pitch, isn't it? A test pitch, anyway. Yeah, I think I read that. Final over of the day, 123 runs in this session from 32 overs. Bumrah will bowl to Sibley, and Sibley leaves outside the off stump. 5 balls to go for England to have lasted 2 sessions without losing a wicket. Can they do it? Root 128, Sibley 87. That's kind of dispiriting, actually, isn't it? If we're going to get England getting 550 and India replying with 520.
It's
and
all right.
The worst thing there is.
And India's been wrong about everything so far.
Exactly. So that's why I'm here. And which is why you shouldn't have me on for the last session. Which is why I volunteered for the first session on the other days.
Right. Okay. Yes. Right. Well, are you on tomorrow?
Yeah. Tomorrow. Yes. Tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday.
Sibley defends back of a length delivery towards mid wicket.
Can I just say 263 Messi Jez.
Ooh, Messi! He's going to get how much is in the pot now? 116 plus what?
Plus about 7. So 123, I think.
123 quid.
Do you need to get it exactly right?
Yes.
And he could buy a shower curtain.
You could buy yourself a shower curtain.
He could buy 3 shower curtains for that.
No.
Why stop at 1? He must have at least 2 bathrooms. He must have at least 2 bathrooms.
Well, he's got a big house, hasn't he?
He must have a bathroom for the dogs alone. Bumrah in again. Full. Oh, it's a good ball. Is that going to be going in?
Out. Yes.
I'd review that.
Yes.
I'd review that. It was a good ball.
It would be a fruitless review.
Hit him on the it hit him on the boot, and it was swinging. I don't know. I think he's got to have a look at that.
He has to go for that for the DRS, but it was plumb.
Well, we shall see.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it?
That is a real disappointment for Sibley, a real disappointment for England.
But at least Messages will get his money.
Yeah, he will do.
Oh, he will. He will as well.
So Messages and India are like, yes.
Well, there you go. England goes so close to getting through 2 sessions without losing a wicket. And right at the very death, it looks like Dominic Sibley is going to be on his way. I mean, he seems to be walking off, having looked at it himself. It's been a great effort. He deserved to stay until the end, but finally, Bumrah, who's bowled 2 or 3 really fantastic in-swinging Yorkers today, without success, has finally got the breakthrough. And you'd have to say, well done to him. We're looking to see if there's an ultra edge. Come on, Ultra Edge, do your stuff. Do your stuff, Inside Edge.
Seriously?
Come on, Inside Edge. Come on, do it. Damn you, Inside Edge. Goodness me. It's a shocker,
doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It
That
does.
was like Sheffield and Surrey or something. The distance between the two.
Well, we shall see. Here we go. Original decision out. It's swinging though. It's swinging. And it's hitting the base of leg stump. And I'm afraid to say that Dominic Sibley's vigil has come to an end. And that will be we lose a review. England lose a 3rd wicket. How important could that be?
Messages wins!
Exactly.
Messages win 123
happy days.
£1,000. Extraordinary stuff. But great effort from Dom Sibley. Especially when you consider, a couple of tests ago, he's having all sorts of problems with spinners. He's batted for 286 balls, kept Root brilliant company throughout the day, and he's unlucky to fall 13 short of what would have been a 3rd Test century. Root remains 128. He's taken up a residence, this morning, just before or shortly before lunch, and has come through to the end. He's added a 3rd century to his collection this winter, and has batted supremely well. 263 for 3. Well, that's about it from us. Sure. We've done a little bit of overtime as well. All I can say is thank you to everyone who's been on today, which includes Ollie, Avi, Nestlers, Messi, Anindo, the Bear, Annie. Have I forgotten anyone? Oh, me! I've been brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll have a few more tweets and then we'll say our goodbyes because we've all got to go and get our heads down and have a little bit of rest. Tomorrow you will be in the capable hands of Nakul Mpandi, and you will have another cast of thousands to enjoy your day with. What can England do tomorrow? We shall see. Final tweets, Annie.
Yeah, got Hendo forgiving drink taking. Has the world gone mad? From Ravi Nair. Messi Jess is showing a picture and saying Root suffering cramp because he didn't get enough water as a result of intimidation of runners by Hendo.
That was me. That was all my doing. Yes.
Mog says, with the just say it and hope it makes sense attitude, you could work for the government, Hendo.
Ooh, that's an idea, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Not bad idea.
But the next time Annie speaks to Boris.
Oh yes.
I haven't spoken to Boris.
It won't be long. It won't be long. I'm expecting it. She'll just bypass Parliament and go straight to Buckingham Palace, won't she? I mean, that'll be Annie for you.
This is true.
Mayank's being rude. He says, first you said Ashwin had a hard ball to play with and I refrained, but now you've said your throat is raw, sore, and I can't help myself but snort and laugh. Hendo.
Well, that's what we're here for, to make you snort and laugh. It's no good if you just laugh, you've got to snort and laugh.
And Warren says, Hendo, how about only allowing waterboarding as offer schedule hydration breaks?
Well, I can think of one or two cricketers I wouldn't have minded doing that to.
Mayank says, I reckon it's about time for Hendo's kidney stone to make a Twitter comeback.
Oh, he was around during the Sri Lanka series. He popped in a couple of times, but I did say to him that I'd rather he left me alone for a while.
Leah says, did you wear a suitably tasteless t-shirt under the suit jacket, Bear? Something saying the last car is always a station wagon or something like that.
Who said that? No, I did not.
Leah.
I wore a shirt. Nice pink shirt, I'll have you know. And I do have style when I want it.
Nick Nelson says, and I'm floating in the most peculiar way. The gorillas sound quite different today. So that's his morphine-induced listening.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're getting there now. Josie Oak says, I'm back from physio. What had I missed? Hendo sounds too cheerful. Has he been taking the pills?
Well, I mean, I've seen an England day in which only 3 wickets have been lost, and nearly only 2. So,
and the Crunch says, is it possible to sync the commentary to the live stream on my telly? The broadcast taken from Indian TV is doing my head in.
well, we were saying that you could use. I've just sent you a reply to that saying usually you can do it through Hot Mic, but I think there may be a problem with that. Did you say, Bear, today? Because it's on Channel 4.
Yeah, apparently they don't. They can't sync to Channel 4 for some reason.
Can they not sync to terrestrial channels? Is that what it is?
Yeah, because I think they're based in America, so they might have to use a VPN or something. I don't know how they're doing it, but I mean, for example, I searched for cricket to schedule it, and it didn't come up. And then Nakul told me that he managed to schedule 2 days. I was like, how did you do that? And he searched for C4HD, so it doesn't come up under cricket. So
that answers that then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea what he was talking about there. I've just seen messages saying the dogs are getting treats. I guess that's because he's won 123 quid.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like it when
Thank you, Dominic Sibley.
Yeah, thank you, Dominic, bloody Sibley. Jeez, I like it when our listeners don't win because it means we get more money and it goes up. Tomorrow we're going to be down to about 18 quid, aren't we, or something?
20 quid. We start with 20 quid.
20 quid float, yeah. So it's not going to be so exciting.
Well,
but,
to tell you the truth, and I don't think they'd enter if they never won.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's an incredibly good deal if you win 124 quid for £1.
Yeah, but it's only an incredibly good deal if you win.
Yeah, I suppose it's unlikely, but it's got to come down. It's got to come down on a number at some point, hasn't it? So you've got a 1 in 250 chance, something like that.
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay.
Anyway,
Do we have any more tweets or?
No, that's about it. I've given up the will to live now.
Yeah, I think we should all just go and have a sort of sleepover or whatever. Thank you everyone for joining us.
See you then tomorrow.
In the long room. Yeah, we'll see Anendo tomorrow. You won't see me. You will not see the Bear.
No, you won't see me either.
Won't see Annie.
I'm here on Sunday.
Yeah, me too. Nakul will be in charge tomorrow, so behave yourselves. Until then, it's goodbye from all of us at Gorilla Cricket. And don't
And good night
forget to
from
go
me.
to our website and look at our news.
Yay!
Yay. Bye.
And our shout Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla